Καλή σας μέρα. Please take your seats. We're ready to begin. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 21st International Aegean Conference, titled NESTOR, Celebrating the Work of Wise Jack Davis, honoring Jack Davis's career, scholarship, remarkable accomplishments, as well as his numerous contributions to archaeology. My name is Ada Kalogiru. I first met Jack 40 years ago in Nemea. I was digging in Tsungiza, but we all hang out at the local Cafenio in the evenings, the excavation team and the survey team, the Lokadzides, like the Hellenic army commandos, as some of us call them. And Jack was, of course, part of the Lokadzides team. A few years later, I had the privilege to become Jack's first postdoctoral research assistant at the University of Cincinnati, right after he began his tenure as Carl Blegen Professor of Greek Archaeology, and worked with him and many of you in this room on the material from the Nemea Valley Archaeological Project Archaeological Survey. So I feel very lucky that I have crossed paths with Jack and cherish his mentorship, support, and friendship. For this reason, I'm particularly grateful to the organizers for the honor to invite me to chair the first session of the day on Mycenaean palaces and society. So I'm delighted to introduce you now to the session's distinguished speakers. Just a housekeeping remark, please save your questions for the end of the session, as we have dedicated time for discussion to be followed by a coffee break. So we begin with Nemea. The first paper is by Kim Shelton, the Nemea Center for Classical Archaeology at the University of California, Berkeley, and Lynn Kvapil, Butler University, Indiana. And their title is Beyond the Scepter, Prehistory in the Nemea Valley. The podium is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers, of course, for the invitation. And it means a lot to be here and present something that I hope Jack will like. And also I want to thank him for getting me started in numbers of ways, even though I wasn't a student. And of course, for when I went to Nemea as the new director, he welcomed me warmly into the mainland mafia, and I was very happy about that. So our paper today is an examination. Let me see. Beautiful. Is an examination of the Nemea region in juxtaposition to the changing power dynamic between the two sites of Mycenae and Idonia over the course of the Late Bronze Age, through the integration of newly published material on Tsungiza, data from excavations in the Sanctuary of Zeus at Nemea, and unpublished material from the Nemea Valley Archaeological Project Archaeological Survey. We focus on three periods of transition, from the Middle to Late Bronze Age, the Early to Later Mycenaean period, and the Post-Palatial period. A synthesis of these data shows that the region transitions from independence at the intersection of emerging polities to one that operated as more than merely a hinterland, but a region that was ecologically integrated, that adapted to change while sustaining traditions, and which seems to have included deeply rooted communities that predated the Argolid palaces and persisted through their rise and collapse. Part of the inspiration for this approach is the Nemea Valley Archaeological Project, NVAP, which from 1983 to 1989 innovatively investigated the long prehistory and deep sociopolitical history of the southern Carinthia and its complexity as the hinterland of palatial Mycenae. This was the first fieldwork conducted in a reasonably systematic and intensive manner to produce detailed information about the pattern of rural settlement and artifactual off-site activity in the vicinity of a center of Mycenaean civilization. This research led to a better contextual understanding of other neighboring regions, as well as even of Mycenae itself. Building on this foundation, new research continues to contribute to our understanding of the political geography and the process of regional development in and around Nemea through the Late Bronze Age. Late Middle Helladic III to Late Helladic I was a period of revitalization in many parts of the northeastern Peloponnese. There were new ceramic traditions that mixed Helladic forms and decorations with innovative techniques. Settlement patterns indicate a mix of continuity, new settlements, or renewed occupation and abandonment. Mortuary tradition saw dramatic changes with the introduction of chamber tombs, the construction of monumental tholoi, and shaft graves with eclectic finds illustrative of a widely connected world. At Idonia, the chamber tomb cemeteries were established, with the earliest tombs dating to LH1 and a few to early in LH2A. Despite relative standardization in form, they reflected diversity and innovation in their construction techniques and the accompanying burial practice. The combination of built elements and excavation into the natural landscape are observable in Tomb 104 at Idonia. The broad dromos, massive chamber, added stone lintel, and cysts filled with enormous cover stones would have been just as comfortable in a tholos. Next door, Tomb 103 was much more like a typical chamber tomb, but also contained a shaft grave, like cyst, for multiple inhumations. Tomb architecture at Idonia from this phase is reminiscent of developments at Mycenae and other sites. The size and design of the tombs signal increased involvement in burial practices from a community with the intention of long-term use of the cemetery and also settlement over many generations. The structure of the chamber tombs implies, by the width of the dromos, the incorporation of processions into funerals and the need for space to gather crowds. The constricted space of the stomian, on the other hand, limited access to the chamber, suggesting new hierarchies and means of control. NVEP excavations at Sungiza also uncovered new constructions dating to this time. The west and then east houses, although they were modest, marked the start of a new period of occupation after a time when the valley seemed more likely to have been countered by people moving through the valley rather than settling in it. Pastoralists, traders heading into the interior or toward the sea, and perhaps displaced residents from elsewhere. Although we cannot answer the question of where new occupants came from, it's clear that the new occupants of Sungiza were there to stay, and as a variety of ceramics discovered, may have sustained connections to the outside world while also tapping into networks new to them. Like new cemeteries, new structures signify an investment in the future and the employment of more subsistence strategies adapted to suit the environment. Residents practiced hunting, gathering, and small-scale farming, all of which would have allowed them to be self-sufficient in the environment, a valley dominated by the swampy riverine lowlands surrounded by the foothills of the local mountains. The NVEP survey also found an increased number of new or reoccupied sites that date to this time, creating more tangible human footprint. And although Sungiza and the new surrounding sites were modest in size, they were by no means isolated. The valley was positioned at a vital point of connectivity within the northeastern Peloponnese. One example is the site of Anovunaki, located on a route between the Argolid and the Nemea Valley, which saw renewed occupation in late MH3/LH1. The NVAP survey collected several sherds preliminarily identified as Egenetan from this period, which echoes the external connectivity apparent in the small settlement at Sungiza and amplified in the burials at Idonia. This is a period of regional renewal marked by the establishment of centers large and small that exercised external connections but were grounded in their local communities. The LH2B to LH3A period was a time of transition when external forces played a significant role in shaping this region. The palace center at Mycenae was emerging and consolidating its influence over a constellation of surrounding sites in the Argolid, such as Prusymna, and further afield. The microcosms that existed in single-chamber tombs at Idonia mark this period of transition and highlight the variability of the process. Our excavations at Idonia have revealed a distinction between mortuary practices that developed out of the period of innovation at the transition from the Middle to Late Bronze Age and those practices that we might define as culturally developed Mycenaean, something like a Mycenaean mortuary koine, apparent throughout the northeastern Peloponnese. What is apparent at Idonia during this time is a push and pull between established but variable local practices and intrusive non-local practices. Established practices included an emphasis on in situ primary burials that communicated particular social and cultural identities. Warrior hunters are one of the notable identity types, defined by an array of weaponry that was fundamentally functional with added elaboration intended to lend a layer of visible prestige to the perception of the deceased. Bronze blades were fitted with handles covered in thin sheets or delicately woven electrum that was purposely brightened. Stone arrowheads were arrayed in eye-catching alternations of black and red. The next one's going to show some human remains for those who might want to look away. Secondary burials involved careful curation of skeletal remains. Some we have bundled, others are arranged. No two burials were the same despite their aggregate nature. But these elements varied widely across tombs into the mid-14th century, when different practices began to be adopted. The chamber tomb environment remained a consistent element, but within the chambers, new practices were mixed in. In the Middle Cemetery, Tomb 100 suffered a collapsed ceiling and was replaced in the new Mycenaean style with no indication of the old Idonian practices. In Tomb 103, secondary burials were heaped into the uncovered central shaft where the previously inhumed burials remained untouched. In these tombs, the transition appears seamless, an integrated shift from local variability to top-down cultural conformity, due at least to the strong cultural influence of Mycenae, which may also have exerted social, political, and economic control. A messier version of this transition is apparent in Tomb 104, where the adoption of new practices is tinged with disturbance that is localized within the chamber. One of the covered cysts is left untouched, but others were infiltrated, their coverstones removed, broken, relegated to reuse in the Stomian blocking wall, or just dumped. In situ burials and their elaborate grave goods were disassembled in the process, and large palace-style jars that were once stage dressing for burials were trashed and discarded. The situation documented at Idonia shows a transition that on the local level was more complicated than might have been immediately apparent otherwise, and it encourages another look at Tsungiza and the Nemea Valley during this time frame. In the settlement at Tsungiza, building and rebuilding seems to have been going on fairly steadily during LH2A and B, with new structures appearing, including within parts of the east and west buildings. But at the beginning of the 14th century, excavations found fewer new constructions, which may be due to constraints of the areas of excavation, certainly, or point to a reallocation of resources, or perhaps or a period of retrenchment and concern for the future. Subsistent patterns, both in terms of plant cultivation and animal husbandry, indicated deeper stability. There was no significant change in crop diversity or indications of specialization from late MH/LH into late Hellenic 3B. No evidence of large-scale crop storage has been discovered, nor are there signs of landscape modification to add farmland or control water in the valley until later periods. All this strongly suggests that cultivation remains small-scale and was most likely completed with hand farming techniques as opposed to plow farming. Vines and olives produced in the Nemea Valley is indicated as botanical remains from Tsungiza, would surely have been attractive to an expanding Mycenae. Orchard crops and vines translated easily into palatial commodities. Beef may also have been a sort of prestige food served at feasting events, but working bovines were increasingly needed at Mycenae, where monumental construction, landscape modification, and large-scale extensive plow farming defined the period from late Hellenic 3A2 to 3B. Did the potential for access to Nemean herds for traction and cuisine also attract Mycenaean elites? The stability of the approach to agricultural production and the community cohesion that is necessitated by small-scale farming and underpinned the consistency of production may have been just as attractive as oil, wine, and cattle. Perhaps the character of the community was the factor that shaped Mycenae's approach in their effort to bring the Nemea Valley into their productive hinterland. When approaching Sungiza, a sponsored feast seems to have made better sense as a means of negotiating an interregional relationship intended to result in the sharing of resources. Whereas at Aidonia, a tactic that looked more like coercion may have been more effective, given the sense of local competition and warrior culture suggested in the mortuary data. Additional evidence for human activity in Nemea during the Bronze Age comes from the southwestern part of the sanctuary of Zeus, in, around, and under the later hero shrine, including several undisturbed levels. This material dates primarily to the palatial period, including fragmentary terracotta figurines, fragments of transport stirrup jars of likely West Cretan manufacture, and specialized cooking vessels, such as the griddle, but also includes part of a dipper, kitchenware jar, and 3 Mycenaean deep bowls that date to early in the late Hellenic 3C period. This seems significant because of the rather sparse evidence for post-palatial period, both at Sungiza, where it's very limited, and from the NVAP survey. The condition of the finds, broken in situ, suggests a nearby source for them, yet no complete structure or use context has yet been found. These large vessel fragments and whole vases certainly did not deposit themselves and indicate human activity, an activity that involved decorated fineware or drinking and dining, open vessels like kailikis and deep bowls especially. A number of stone tools found in the area also indicate possible craft activities. Following late Hellenic 3C, there's a gap in the deposition of ceramics in the area, probably due to the erosion of the small hill in the landscape as a result of the continual fluctuation of a river and its streams throughout the area. Mottled soil indicative of swampy conditions frequently appeared in the excavation. The braided rivers and swampy conditions indicate a period of abandonment after Mycenaean control of the valley ended. The post-palatial period is present at Aidonia also. In Tomb 104, for instance, 2 burials are placed into the partial ceiling collapse that occurred not long after the end of the palatial period. While in the middle cemetery, the final use phase of Tomb 106 is represented by an unusual marker type stone feature and 2 vases found in the area of the Stomian dating as late as the LH3C early, including an unusual feeding bottle and a unique one-handled bowl. The late date of the feeding bottle and the bowl suggests that by this time the tomb roof had totally collapsed, rendering the tomb completely inaccessible. The Nemea Valley lies between 2 sites with developing trajectories. Data suggests that the people of this region were, early in the late Bronze Age, well connected. Not far off at Aidonia, people had access to high-status goods and significant wealth. The identification of a substantial and possibly fortified settlement echoes the prominence of the tombs and their occupants. During the early Mycenaean pre-palatial period, the settlements of the Argola and the Corinthia were fragmented into hamlets and small regional centers, with elites enmeshed in local socio-political relationships and hierarchies rather than consolidated under the scepter of Agamemnon. And yet, over the course of the late Bronze Age, Aidonia appears to lose prominence to the emerging and expanding power of Mycenae in the Argolid plain, while Sungiza and other sites in the Nemea Valley persisted with agricultural and commensal practices that bonded their communities, defined their regional culture, and ultimately survived political upheaval at the end of the palatial period. By stepping out from under the scepter and centering our view on the southern Corinthia with the Argolid as a backdrop, rather than the other way around, we're able to present a more dynamic picture of something more than just the hinterland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kim and Lynn, for this rich synthesis of the wealth of material from NVAP, Aidonia, and the wider region of Nemea from the Middle Bronze Age to post-palatial period. We continue now with Salvatore Vitale, Università di Pisa in Italy. His presentation is on Resetting the Mycenaean Palaces, a plea for the reconsideration of cultural and social variation in the states of mainland Greece. circa 1375 to 1175 BCE. Salva, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, friends and colleagues. In this paper, I review the formation processes and political trajectories of the Mycenaean palaces. My aim is to reset current interpretative frameworks, stimulate new questions, and provide fresh information about the polities of mainland Greece. It is commonly accepted that the palatial phase was a time of material uniformity across the Aegean. Combined with the international status ascribed to Ahiawa in Hittite texts, this increased homogeneity has been taken by some as evidence for a politically unified empire, which operated from the late 15th to the early 12th century BC under Argive leadership. The weakness of this top-down approach lies in its prescriptive character, which neither coherently defines nor explains cultural similarities and variations, but instead provides the basic empirical observation of increased cultural homogeneity with an exceedingly magnifying heuristic value. While not denying the growth in material uniformity, in this paper I emphasize that significant variations also existed and suggest that the current interpretative standstill in our understanding of Mycenaean socio-political landscapes require methodological and theoretical reboots. To do so, in the remainder of my presentation, I go through the following parts: deconstructing the Mycenaean palaces, temporal frameworks and momentous changes, construction and destruction horizons, formation processes, political trajectories and collapse, and conclusions. Recently, I became increasingly uncomfortable with the term Mycenaean palaces and its inability to capture the formal features and political meanings of these monuments. Most would agree that Mycenaean pilos feature palaces and were at the center of state-level organizations. But what about Gla, the largest Mycenaean citadel, Eklina with its imposing Cyclopean terrace building, the House of Cadmos with its odd plan, or Dimini with its uncanonical megara? Mycenaean palaces are currently defined based on the appearance of four allegedly shared features. First, they are called the residence of kings with political and religious skills. Second, they are provided with tripartite megara that include a throne with a heart surrounded by columns, hereafter the developed form of Mycenaean palatial megara. Third, they are complex administration centers with linear B records. Fourth, they feature large-scale frescoes and monumental constructions typically enclosed within 45 Cyclopean citadels. In fact, these features are not all shared across mainland Greece. Only in the Argolid do these four elements accord together at Mycenaean Tiryns. To name only some of the most obvious inconsistencies, in the southern Peloponnese, no 45 Cyclopean citadels are safely documented, and no tripartite megaron occurs at Agios Vasilios. In central Greece, Gla has a fortified citadel, but again, no tripartite megaron, while Diminis megara are highly odd. North of the Peloponnese, only Thebes features a large number of linear B records. These regional variations have three implications. First, our current definition of the Mycenaean palaces needs to be deconstructed and reassessed. Second, we need to reconsider that polities also occurred in Mycenaean Greece, where monumental buildings do not exhibit features commonly ascribed to palaces. Third, a more inclusive approach to the study of Mycenaean polity must be taken. Accordingly, in my research, I talk generally of Mycenaean palatial sites and consider all those centers that had at least one of the four above-mentioned features. You are seeing the complete list in this slide. In the last years, the chronology of mainland Greece was refined by several scholars. In a series of essays keeping context and functions at the earth of the epistemological process and integrating stratigraphy and formation processes with shifts in pottery styles, I established the occurrence of three subphases for LH 3A2, term 3A2 early, middle, and late, and 4 for 3B1, term 3B1 early and late, and 3B2 early and late. While disagreements occur about individual deposits, this sequence has become standard reference for the Mycenaean palatial phase. This high-resolution system provides the opportunity to reconsider in a refined fashion the formation and collapse of the Mycenaean polities of mainland Greece. It also allows us to reassess momentous changes and their chronocausal connections. 4 of these prominent shifts must be mentioned here. The first is the earliest evidence of the linear B script on the mainland, which recent work from Eklina and Pylos dates to 382 early. The second is the earliest occurrence of forerunner of the Mycenaean developed megaron, which occur into B2 3A1 and 3A2 early, respectively, at the Menelayan, mentioned 1, and Pylos, Hall 65. The third is the major destruction that struck Knossos during 3A2 middle, LH 3A2 middle in mainland terms. The fourth momentous shift is the appearance of the developed form of the Mycenaean megaron at Mycenaean Tiryns. My research shows without any doubt that this happened in 3A2 late, as demonstrated by FS 257 Kylikis in the relevant construction deposits. It can hardly be coincidental that the developed megaron of Mycenae and Tiryns were built only after the 3A2 middle destruction at Knossos. The Argive implementation of this architectural format as one of the highest symbols of mainland royal powers, after forerunners had appeared at the Menelayan and Pylos, closely recalls the appropriation from the southern Peloponnese of the Tholos tomb that occurred in the Argolid in LH2A. Combined, these momentous changes indicate that until Knossos 3A2 middle destruction, political balance existed between Cretan and mainland powers. Up to this event, Knossos was still by far the largest monumental center in the Aegean. Its agency is demonstrated by the development of the linear B script, which in fact first appeared in the southern Peloponnese and only successively spread farther north. In fact, the beginning of the Mycenaean megaron may also have started, at least partially, at Knossos, with the changes to the layout of the so-called throne room after the end of the Neopalatial period. The separate mention of Cretan and mainland locations in the Komneketan list from the funerary temple of Amenhotep III captures well this complex balance in Aegean political geographies of the early 14th century. Now to construction and destructions. My recent research identified 4 construction horizons and 4 destruction horizons that frame the formation, political trajectories, and collapse of the Mycenaean palatial sites of mainland Greece and the major Cretan centers of Knossos and Chania. The information is summarized in 2 tables, which I will later discuss separately, but first, let me explain the keys used in these charts. Capital letters C, L, and D respectively mean construction, leveling, and destruction. When letters C and D are followed by numbers, the tables refer to successive palatial complexes within one site. For example, at Pylos, C1 refers to the construction of the southwestern building, while C2 refers to the main building. Red letters D mark the time after which one settlement can no longer be considered an administrative center and/or a palatial site. Only Knossos has 2 red Ds because the main palatial destruction, capital D, occurred in 3A2 middle, but some form of written administration, perhaps, continued on a much smaller scale until 3B1, lowercase d. During construction horizon 1, 3A2 early, as previously stated, only a forerunner of the tripartite Mycenaean megaron can be identified at Pylos in Hall 61. Previously erected monumental complexes existed at Tiryns, Mycenae, and Thebes, House of Cadmos, which, as far as we know, not much, incorporated a mix of mainland and Cretan features, but no megara. During construction horizon 2, 3A2 late, Tiryns and Mycenae were the first to feature the fully developed form of the Mycenaean palatial megaron. These structures were built after massive leveling programs that razed to the ground any reminder of their predecessors. The construction of this megara is a statement of power and marks the beginning of an ephemeral but clear primacy of mainland powers in the Aegean. Successfully, the fully developed form of the Mycenaean palatial megaron was also represented in the main building at Pylos, construction horizon 3, and the lower terraces at Midea, construction horizon 4, while megaroid structures are known from Orchomenos and Dimini. It must be stressed that while the Pylos megaron from the main building was merged with the corridor-type house format, with 2 openings in the vestibule connecting this room with side corridors, this combination does not exist at Tiryns and Mycenae. This fact implies significantly different circulation patterns and integration levels with the surrounding structures between Messenia and the Argolid. This proposed construction sequence has 2 implications. First, the establishment of the developed palatial sites of the mainland was the outcome of complex processes to which different regions contributed at different times and in different ways. Second, even during the 13th century, at the peak of their power, there was room for both standardization and regional variations in the architectural preferences of Mycenaean rulers. In fact, megaron-type palatial sites are mostly a Peloponnesian feature, and embedding this megara within 45 Cyclopean citadels is currently exclusive to the Argolid. The time span between construction horizon 2 and destruction horizon 1, 3 too late to 3b too early, marked a peak in the prosperity and international status of the palatial sites of mainland Greece. This period lasted no longer than 60 to 100 years, circa 1330/1290 to 1230. It is not surprising that the few mentions of a great king of Achaia belong to this short phase. As argued elsewhere, I think that Achaia's actions, as portrayed in Hittite text, mostly reflect the enterprises of an alliance between one or more states located on mainland Greece, and perhaps Crete, and a group of culturally Mycenaean communities in the Southeast Aegean that were characterized by complex organizations such as those existing on Kos, Rhodes, and at Miletus. In such an alliance, the Wanacs of Mycenae played the role of a primus inter pares, implying that Mycenae was the seat of the king mentioned in Hittite texts. In my view, the title of Great King precisely reflects the freshly broken power balance in the Aegean and acknowledges Mycenae's primacy that was, however, not as formally structured as in contemporary Anatolian and Near Eastern fully integrated empires. Destruction horizon 1, 3b1 late to 3a too early, is a major dividing line from which the Mycenaean palatial systems never recovered. 3 momentous events belong here: the disappearance of any form of palatial administration on Crete, the demise of the palatial complex of Agios Vasilius and the Cyclopean terrace building at Eclina, and the occurrence of a site-wide burn destruction at Mycenae. After destruction horizon 1, instability grew across the Aegean. Destruction horizons 2 to 4 occurred between the end of 3b too early, circa 1210, and sometimes in 3c early 1, circa 1175. Within this brief period, the palatial systems of mainland Greece collapsed first in the Argolid and Boeotia, and finally at the southwest and northeast corners of the Mycenaean culture, that is Pylos and Dimini. This crisis is reflected in the increasingly strong ceramic regionalism characterizing 3b too late and 3c early 1. Moran recently discussed the leading factors for the demise of Mycenaean palatial sites. Within short-term dynamic, he mentions collective violence. Within mid to long-term dynamics, he emphasizes large-scale constructions, changes in armed forces, and conflicts among the elites, perhaps resulting in tensions among neighboring polities. To these factors, I would like to add another major one. These polities were too young and short-lived to ever develop robust political systems. When they suddenly became the dominant organization in the Aegean and important actors in the international political arena, they simply did not have a formalized enough structure to withstand the challenge. Now to conclusions. Common knowledge sees the palatial phase of Mycenaean civilization as mostly homogeneous. Surely, material, social, and political integration increased at least until an advanced stage of this period. This prompted a scholarly urge to emphasize uniformity and neglect variation. I hope to have convincingly demonstrated that both the formation process and the collapse of Mycenaean palatial Greece was instead complex, polycentric, and diverse, both culturally and chronologically. I also hope that I persuaded you, I also hope that I persuaded you that a fresh, bottom-up, open-minded approach must be taken in the future if we want to stimulate new questions and produce new information about the Mycenaean polities of mainland Greece. Thank you very much. And most of all, thank to my wise friend Jack for our long-standing collaboration at Pylos. Thank you, Jack and Sherry, for 13 years of fantastic adventure, hopefully many more to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvatore, for this more critical approach and your plea to reconsider regional variation in the Mycenaean palatial centers of Greece. And I'm sure we'll have questions in the end. Our next paper is by Sofia Hatzaki at University of Groningen in the Netherlands and Heidelberg, and Nektarios Karadimas, the Aegeus Society. And the title of their presentation is Agios Vasilios, Laconia, First Thoughts on the Rise and Fall of a Mycenaean Palatial Center. Sophia, please come to the podium. I guess Nektarios will come after you. Thank you.
Now, dear colleagues, it is our turn to thank the organizers of the colloquium for their invitation to talk in honor of Jack Davis. And I should say right away, Jack, thank you for wonderful experiences in CARE and EMEA survey. And Jack and Shari, thank you for making the early Mycenaean period even more exciting than it was. And I'm an early Mycenaean fanatic, so that says something. How does this work? Well, our presentation will be about the rise and fall of the Mycenaean palatial center at Agios Vasilios in Laconia. The main questions we would like to address are, what can the investigations so far tell us about the foundation of the Agios Vasilios settlement and palace? When and how was the palatial complex in Agios Vasilios destroyed, and when was the site abandoned? Of course, we can only share some very first thoughts as the excavations are still in progress. Our presentation will be based on two sectors of the Agios Vasilios excavations whose study has been effectively completed. The early Mycenaean North Cemetery, clearly situated to the north of the settlement, and part of the late Hellenic 3A2B palace, more specifically part of the monumental court on the southwestern slope. You see in the lower part of the slide, where, as we all know, an assemblage of linear bead tablets was found. But we will also use the results of the urban survey of the site. Admittedly, we miss many parts of the puzzle. But even at these early stages of the investigation, we can make some preliminary observations about similarities and differences, following on from the previous talk, between regional and eventual palatial centers in the Mycenaean world. So let us start with the North Cemetery. The extramural cemetery located some 50 meters away from the settlement, which was founded in late Middle Hellenic III and was in use until late Hellenic IIb. It is possible that the settlement at Agios Vasilios was founded at the same time. So far at least, earlier Middle Hellenic phases are not attested in the material from the excavations and the surface survey, while there is ample evidence for EH2. Here we see a difference. All sites which later developed, almost all sites, which later developed into palatial centers had a long and continuous history of occupation. This is not the case in Agios Vasilios, whose foundation in Middle Hellenic III, late Hellenic I, seems to coincide with shifts in the political landscape of Laconia. The important site of Hieraki is abandoned, and the coastal hub of Agios Stephanos enters a period of decline. In other respects, the North Cemetery seems to follow the general changes in the mortuary practices. It is an extramural cemetery. It consists of large and some quite elaborate tombs, and it is used mostly for multiple burials. But it differs in some important respects. The tombs contain few and modest offerings. This is uncommon in this period, or rather, I should say, it is uncommon in other regions. In Laconia, there are very few valuables before Vafio, at least so far. All the valuables in Laconia are, oh sorry, I seem to have, all the valuables in Laconia are on the screen. So rather simple, modest offerings. In fact, if we look at the evidence more closely, mortuary practices in the North Cemetery are characterized by surprising homogeneity. Tombs share the same orientation and show little variation. Large cysts predominate. Pits are mostly used for infants. There are very few pits with adults. And in fact, the only tomb that really differs is the larger built tomb used for many, many interments. The many multiple and secondary burials suggest an emphasis on continuity and descent. Interestingly, if we look at the evolution of mortuary practices, we see an adherence to tradition. The only innovation we can see throughout the time of the use of the cemetery is the foundation, possibly, of the built tomb in late Hellenic I. And this is again rare for this period of rapid social change. The bioarchaeological analysis of the circa 80 skeletons found in the cemetery underwrite this impression of homogeneity. There is very little variation in diet and provenance. I won't go into the details, which is again uncommon in this period. The biodistance analysis indicates that the people buried in the North Cemetery were related. For circa 250 to 180 years, no other people seem to have been admitted to this burial ground. So, austerity, homogeneity, and conservatism among a closely knit group. The emphasis seems to be on group identity, internal cohesion, and exclusive access, which may have been a strategy of differentiation, a way for the North Cemetery group to distance themselves from the rest of the community. The North Cemetery fell out of use in late Hellenic B. However, the area remained respected after the reconfiguration of the surface of the hill and the erection of the monumental complex in late Hellenic 3A. In fact, the blue spots are infant burials in the area of the cemetery. Only at the very margins of the cemetery, indicated by red, we see some kind of domestic activities, walls, pottery deposits, encroaching upon the margins of the cemetery. The descendants of the North Cemetery group must have been buried in the newly discovered East Cemetery, which you see in the upper right corner of the settlement, which we have located with geophysics, but it has not been excavated yet. And it consists certainly of chamber tombs, but possibly also of tholos tombs. On the same slide, actually, you see the results of the urban survey, which suggests that Agios Vasilios remained quite small, even at its peak in late Hellenic 3AB, perhaps 9 hectares for the settlement area, and some 17 hectares if we include the cemeteries. Agios Vasilios differs in this respect from other palatial sites, although it differs more from Mycenaean Thebes than from Pylos. I summarize the discussion so far. Of course, there are significant similarities between Agios Vasilios and other regional centers, but there are also some intriguing differences in the processes of social change and in the outcome. And here I give the word to my colleague, Dr. Nektarios Karadimas.
Well, I met Jacques 13 years ago. It was during a conference on the life and the work of Carl Blegen. It was exactly in this hall. Since then, Jack is always willing to help me, to give me his wise advices. And for me, Jack is not only wise Nestor, he is also ο γοργοπόδαρος Achilleas, swift-footed Achilles. He will answer to your emails in a few minutes or just a few hours. Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ, Jack, για όλα. The people interred at the North Cemetery could never have foreseen the profound changes that would take place on the hill of Agios Vasilios a century later. A major architectural program initiated in the early late Hellenic 3A2 period. This altered the landscape forever, marking a dramatic transition from austerity to ostentation. Excavations to the southeast of the Agios Vasilios Church have brought to light parts of two buildings designated D and E, along with two elongated stoi, the west and south. Both stoi surround a large courtyard. All structures are characterized by monumentality. The hill was cut down to the bedrock to accommodate the massive foundations of the buildings, a technique also known from other late Hellenic sites such as Menelaion. The study of architecture of the buildings has revealed significant similarities with other Peloponnesian palaces, particularly the one at Pylos. Some shared features include timber-framed masonry, lime-plastered floor on the upper story, and the use of large rectangular porous stone blocks in the doorways. On the other hand, at Agios Vasilios, innovative architectural techniques were adopted. The long sides of the two stoi facing the courtyard were supported by a series of alternating pillars and columns. Although this system was widely used in Crete, it was previously unknown on the Greek mainland. The stone bases of two columns were made of lapis lacedaemonius, an exceptionally hard material used for this purpose for the first time. Additionally, the lower portions of the wooden columns were protected by large, baked, semicircular clay covers, mandies. These objects are unique in prehistoric Aegean architecture and prove that the wooden columns had the characteristic downward tapering. The architectural elements, combined with significant movable finds, including a linear B assemblage from the upper story of the west tower, indicate that all these buildings were part of a palace. Particularly noteworthy is a string nodule bearing the inscription Vanakoto, yes, that is belonging to the king. According to the geophysical survey, the palace occupied most part of the hill, which served as a natural fortification similar to Pylos. The palace must have had a lifespan of around a century or even more. In an article published a few years ago, we suggested that the final destruction of the buildings at the stoi occurred in the middle of the late Hellenic 3B period. This conclusion was based on a few vases, most of them undecorated, that had been stored on the upper story of the west tower. However, an 8 cm round pottery sherd has puzzled us considerably, as this could suggest an even later dating. It was kept on the upper story of the west tower, found among fragments of linear B tablets. This piece derives from a broken crater that was reused as a lid. Its front face is decorated with a checkerboard, while the interior is in painted black throughout. This decoration is typically found on craters dated to the end of late Hellenic 3B2. However, this shirt is an isolated find, and thus questions regarding the final destruction of the buildings can only be resolved throughout further excavation and new material. Significant chronological information was also provided by a gravel layer of about 20 to 30 centimeters thick, found on the northeast side of the West Star. This layer covered the debris from the upper story, providing a terminus ad equem date. Since the layers pottery included schiphoi and handmade burned ware of the late Hellenic 3B2 and late Hellenic 3C1 period, the destruction of the West Star must have taken before this phase. After the final destruction of the buildings, a very short period of reoccupation followed. Various repair activities took place during the late Hellenic 3C1 period, as this is shown by a wall built directly over the floor of the courtyard. Similar activities have been noticed in other palatial centers. At Athens, for example, the so-called Building T was constructed among the debris of the collapsed palace. Soon after, at the end of the late Hellenic 3C1 period, the hill of Agios Vasilios was abandoned permanently, as this happened in other palaces. The site fell into complete oblivion and was lost to memory. We would like to conclude with some first thoughts about similarities and differences between Agios Vasilios and the other palatial centers. Agios Vasilios seems to be a new foundation in Middle Hellenic 3, late Hellenic 1. While mortuary practices in the North Cemetery follow the general trends, they also show uncharacteristic austerity, homogeneity, and conservatism. The palatial complex seems to be constructed at the same time as the ones in other sites and shares some architectural characteristics with them, but also shows some innovative and unique features, such as the monumental stoe around the courtyard. The palatial complex was either destroyed in the middle of the late Hellenic 3B period, when other destruction took place in Mycenae and elsewhere, or even at the end of late Hellenic 3B2, when most late Hellenic palaces were burned down. A period of reoccupation followed in late Hellenic 3C1, but soon the site was abandoned completely. For now, the secrets of Agios Vasilios remain hidden in the fields on the hill, under the shade of hundreds of olive trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sophia and Nectarios, for presenting to us these important archaeological discoveries at Agios Vasilios. We continue now with our fourth paper. Cynthia Shelmerdine, Emerita Professor, University of Texas at Austin and Bowdoin College. She will present to us a fresh look at Mycenaean perfumes. Cynthia, please welcome.
Thank you, Ada. My thanks to the organizers of this conference and to Jack Davis, not only for decades of friendship and collegiality, but also because it's partly his fault that I'm thinking about Mycenaean perfumes again, in connection with the wonderful Pylos exhibit that was organized in conjunction with the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, and which we'll be able to see here at the National Archaeological Museum this week. Since I first wrote on the perfume industry at Pylos in 1985, a lot of new evidence has come to light. Archaeological, like the identification of perfume workshops at Moklos and Chamalevri, and textual evidence, with new readings and new scribal attributions in the Pylos tablets, and the discovery of perfume tablets at Agios Vasilios. In my short time today, I'll touch on 3 topics. I can find the right button to push. Yeah. The scribal department that monitored perfume at Pylos, the ingredient lists at that site, and finally the question of where perfumes were actually manufactured. So the FR tablets record finished perfumes, some scented with rose or sage, some treated but with no fragrance specified, some dyed red. And they were found in the 3 blue areas on this plan. Small disbursements in room 23 behind the megaron, inventories in room 32 to the top right, and both types in an area above room 38, and that general area into which those tablets fell. So this table, which I know you can't read terribly well, but you'll see it when we get this published, is an update from the one I published in 1985. And I noted then that most scribes seemed to work with a single logogram version of oil and in a single room. Hand 2 was the exception, who worked with various types of oil and in all 3 locations where these tablets were found, were concentrated. Circles indicate the 3 changes that result from new readings and new scribal attributions. It's now clear that Hand 2 handled oil plus anointing oil, as well as all the other types. That just confirms his wide range of responsibilities. But the other 2 changes are more surprising. I would not expect Hand 4 to deal with oil plus as well as plain oil, nor Hand 19 to deal with oil plus pa, for pakowe, sage-scented, as well as oil plus So let's take a closer look at those logograms. So Hand 19. Where's what to push for at the top? Pushing all the buttons I can find. Anyway, where's my... Okay, no, I don't want to go forward. I just want a pointer, but never mind. That's all right. Go away, stop it. All right. At the bottom, you see FR 1232 by Hand 19. And the oil ideogram, logogram, has a horizontal line across it. That's obviously incomplete. It's none of the signs that appear as part of this logogram in the FR tablets. And it's reconstructed in publication as oil plus pa by the addition of a second horizontal stroke. You see an example of that at the top. But this is a man who works with oil plus and it strikes me that it would be equally easy if a scribe had gotten distracted from what he was doing to come back and finish his logogram in the way that we would expect him to do by turning it into oil plus And given the way that this department is organized and the focus of this particular scribe, I think that's perhaps more likely. Actually, the word sage-scented, spakoen, appears before the logogram. No doubt that influenced the publishers. But we have another case where a scribe uses the logogram oil plus along with the adjective spakoen. So that's not an objection. As for Hand 4, here at the top left is FR 1194, which is newly ascribed to him. The logogram is hard to read. If it is oil plus that cross stroke is lost in the surface damage, but evidently there are marks there. So this tablet does deal with a second logogram, probably oil plus as well as the plain oil logogram that we expect from this scribe. So if you'll stay with me in the weeds, we'll turn to ingredients now. We can reconstruct the process of making Mycenaean perfumes in 2 stages. In the first, astringent herbs are steeped in heated olive oil, And the second, final fragrances are steeped in oil which does not have to be heated, and perhaps was not, as in the classical period it was not. The 4 extant ingredient tablets from Pylos don't mention olive oil. They don't mention final fragrances. Instead, they list other raw materials that are necessary to the manufacturing process, and specifically to the first stage of it. UN 267 is the most complete of these lists, where commodities are given to an unguent boiler, aurepozoo, for which unguent is to be boiled, zesomeno. So here are the ingredients that appear on one or more of those 4 tablets. A few of them are clear, but others have attracted a lot of attention and discussion. I'll just highlight a few of these here. Wine B is a variant of the wine logogram, so it must be somehow related to wine and yet somehow different. It was traditionally thought to be must, or sweet grape juice, that is available only at harvest time, or else inferior wine. Now, in the new documents in Mycenaean Greek, do you suggest that this is actually a superior, refined version of wine? Because both here and on its other appearance on UC 160 from Knossos, the amount is smaller than the amount of regular wine listed. But this is to ignore the context, which reflects not the intrinsic value of these ingredients, but their usefulness to a perfumer. You're not going to sacrifice your best Montrachet to an industrial process. So the best suggestion is still Ruth Palmer's, that this is vinegar, aromatic, astringent, available year-round, unlike must, related to wine, but different in that it has no alcohol. Karpo is usually taken as fruit, karpos. Dieu has a suggestion in new documents that I like better than this other one, that this might be actually fenugreek, skarphos. And me is usually taken as honey, meli, although this is not the usual logogram, me plus re, it is measured in liquid units. And on UN 616, a new reading shows that there's an adjunct po. I'll skip over the discussion of what that means in the interests of time. And also irewe, except to say that this word is now attested in perfume context at Vias Vasilios with the aromatic logogram. And in light of that, the same logogram is now able to be read on UN 616. So that's nice confirmation of what it's doing there. But I do want to look a little bit at the 2 untranslated logograms. 157 at Pylos, you see a nice drawing by Esther Salgarella of what that looks like. Has a lower swirling element and an upper element, which is the sign we, which people agree is standing for ridza, root. But a similar logogram is now attested by Ios Vasilios. 270 has a simple form, which is just a cushion-like lower element, but it also appears surcharged with we and twice with we plus ma. Are these 2 logograms the same? The lower element at Pylos looks different, but that could be a scribal variation. At the Mycenaean Colloquium in Madrid last fall, it was decided to keep the 2 logograms separate for now, but in any case, what we see at Pylos should be transcribed by analogy as 157 plus we. A side note on the word wiridza, which appears not only as part of that sign, but also written out in the same line of the same tablet. And I only bring it up because several scholars have suggested that wiridza, the written out word, stands for iris root as a separate ingredient listed on this tablet. And iris root is now attested at Camilevri in the Middle Minoan 1A perfume workshop there. But the word cannot be standing for iris here for the simple reason that no quantity is listed after it. It's not a separate entry on the tablet, it's modifying the logogram wool. And in the other instances of this word, Knossos, the same thing is true. Wiriza and the wool ideogram. So another reason why it can't just sit there and be iris all by itself is that iris is a final fragrance, and those are absent from this and other extant lists of perfume ingredients. Now, as for logogram 154, this is understood to be animal hide, and it appears on one of these perfume lists and only on one other place, which is ON 300 from Pylos. I would suggest to you that the sign that we see on the left does not look like the logogram that we see on the right. And I don't really buy that this is the same logogram. To my untrained eye, it looks more like a container. And the word before it, raka, if indeed it is rax, berry, as Malena suggested, tested in perfume in Dioscorides and other places, it could be a container for whatever kind of berry or seed that is. But I don't think there's any reason to try to imagine that animal hides were part of the Mycenaean perfume-making process. So finally, where were these perfumes made? That's generated a lot of discussion also and some conflicting answers. Did this all happen at the center, in outlying areas? Was it a centralized process or a decentralized process, or perhaps both? Now, Peter Warren argued that the flowers used for final fragrances would be cultivated rather than wild, not only roses, but also iris and lily and so on. And so perfume must have been made near the source to take full advantage of the freshness of the flowers. And a very different and interesting argument, Palaima connects another tablet, VN 130, to the perfume industry because of its similarities to UN 67, including the verb zeto, which he relates to the boiling verbs from UN 267. And it would then, this tablet would then read, thus Cassandros boils or was boiling with fire logs vessels at a series of sites under the control of certain people. So that would be an argument for decentralized manufacture. Killen and John Bennett, on the other hand, argued that the industry was centralized and manufacture took place at the palace. Other industries, older industries in particular, like textiles and bronze, were mostly decentralized. The palace managed them by allocating small amounts of raw materials to members of a large workforce at various different places, and then receiving the finished products, the talasia system. By contrast, perfume ingredients are allocated in quite large amounts to a very few trusted individuals who are then left to get on with it. And on our list of ingredients, no place indication is given for the perfumers, so the assumption has been that they were at the palace, or they would have said so if they were somewhere else. So, what do we make of this? Well, the coward's way out is to say maybe both, and that's what I did several decades ago. I suggested that you might need to be near the source of fresh flowers, so that argued for some operations away from the center, but that there must be a workshop at the center because we don't have any indication that perfumers were anywhere else. Kyriakides has made a case, I'm afraid to me not very persuasive, that the first phase took place at other locations and the second at the palace. And his argument that different perfumers receiving ingredients means different places, different workshops, is a reasonable one. But his claim that the boiling of the first phase would be unpleasantly intrusive, and that's why it can't happen at the palace, seems to me weak. And his identification of a second stage perfumer at the palace rests on a false premise. Basically, he says that on FR 1184, Eumedes receives an interim product from another perfumer, which he will then go on to finish. But the product in question, oil plus wet, it's attested at Mycenae also, and it's provably a finished perfume, not an interim product. So where does all this leave us? Happily, with observations and further questions, rather than definite conclusions, which would be boring, the importance of proximity to fresh flowers would apply only to the second stage of manufacture. But if VN 130 records perfume making at different places, it must refer to the first stage because boiling is clearly involved. The ingredient lists seem to relate to the first stage also, but there's no overlap between the perfumers' names on those lists and the 11 names on VN 130. And finally, it is plausible, though perhaps not necessary, that different perfumers do imply different places of work, because they each need to receive the same ingredients, which could be aggregated if they were working in the same place. So I have no final answers for you, but it is interesting how much has come to light and how that has raised debate, but not firm conclusions over the years. At the Getty Museum last October, Michael Nordstrand, a New York-based professional perfume maker, and I presented a program at which he showed how he reconstructed a Mycenaean pylos, in fact, perfume from the ancient evidence, and I reviewed that evidence. So I leave you with the thought, not just from Thebes, but of course we have to include pylos too, that these ladies in procession who are carrying precisely the roses and the lilies that we've been talking about were also wearing their perfume. The results of Michael's process we will present in a different paper. One of the things he found out had to do with the fact that if you actually boil oil while you are trying to make perfume, you get very bad and unpleasant results. And so we agree with those who suggest that indirect heating is much more likely. But he did succeed in producing something that smells rather wonderful. And if you come see me during the coffee hour, I will be glad to let you smell it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, on these fascinating insights into the Mycenaean perfume industry. I'm sure many of us would like to smell or taste this perfume. And we conclude the papers of this first session of the day on Mycenaean palaces and society with Marwan Kilani from the University of Basel in Switzerland. He will discuss the language of luxury, foreign terms for imported goods in Mycenaean sources. Marwan.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by saying that this presentation has two origins. On the one hand, it stems from discussion that we had with Jack and Shari about the possible origins of some of the objects they found in Pylos. And on the other hand, it stems from my passion for languages and my interest in methodologies that try to combine linguistic evidence with archaeological evidence. What do I mean with that? Well, the idea is very simple. The introduction of new products, new idea, new concept often comes with the introduction of new words. Think about like sushi, algebra, alphabet, all these kind of words that comes from other languages in association with some cultural innovation. So this means that we can actually use language to study the networks and interactions that brought these words into a language. This is a map that went viral a few years ago online. Shows very well the idea. It basically shows that words for tea in the languages of the world today can be roughly grouped in two main categories. There are words that looks like chai that are found in languages that were basically along the Silk Road. So the word for chai reflects the spread of tea inland across with the Silk Road, while words with tea, like tea, are mostly found along the coast, and they reflect the British maritime trade. So a linguistic reality, so two different forms for the same word, for the same concept, reflect an historical network. So the question is, can we do something like that with linear B? Can we say something historical from the linguistic evidence? And I think we do. I will briefly talk about these 6 words. These 6 words have in common to be all attested in linear B. Their meaning is clear, we know what they mean, which is not always the case. They refer to raw materials that could be imported, and related forms are attested outside of Greek. So a little disclaimer, everything that I will discuss as etymology and so on has all been presented by other scholars before me. I'm not presenting anything new in that respect. I'm just like bringing the evidence together. Of course, in order to discuss about words, it's important to have an idea about languages. And indeed, the Late Bronze Age in the Eastern Mediterranean is very interesting from a linguistic point of view because we have quite a lot of languages that are attested. So we have a relatively decent understanding of the linguistic landscape. These languages are, some are better attested than others, but they are all very different, so very recognizable. And we can even know that some languages that are not attested but must have been spoken in that area because we find descendants of them in the region. And as you can see, languages at the time in the region were not isolated, but were often overlapping. So there were many possible points of contacts. Just an example, Ugarit. In Ugarit, there are, I think, 7 or 8 different languages attested in the text of Ugarit. So there were several centers where people speaking different languages could interact, could exchange words, could learn other words from other languages. So, okay, let's start with our 6 words. The first one is kuanos. It's a word for something blue, like blue glass, blue paste, lapis lazuli, something like that. The Greek word is definitely related with a word attested in Hittite, kuanna, which refers to some copper ore, blue copper ore. And then we have like words in Akkadian and Ugaritic that are probably related. They means like lapis lazuli, the form is similar but more distant. But these words are not Indo-European, they are not Semitic, so they probably come from somewhere else. We know lapis lazuli comes from East Asia, so from Indo-Kush, so perhaps some language from the East. Perhaps some other intermediary in the Near East. I would love to know the word in Hurrian. Unfortunately, we don't have it. But what we can see is that the word spreads westwards, and probably the Greek one is directly related or very closely related with the Anatolian one. So, yeah, this term for something blue has an Anatolian trace. Then we have chalkos, which in Greek seems to refer to copper or bronze. The word has been compared with a few words for iron, and mostly iron, sometimes copper, in West Caucasian languages, and in Hattic, which is an obscure language that was spoken in Central Anatolia before Hittite. And then, of course, from Hattic was brought into other languages, in Hittite, Hurrian, and so on. We have a couple of attestations also of a similar word, kiklu, in Hittite and Luvian. And in Balto-Slavic, in Proto-Balto-Slavic, there is a word that has been compared as well, which is geler, which is iron. So what is going on there? Well, the word has a clear etymology in West Caucasian and probably in Hattic. So West Caucasian and Hattic seems to be the source for this word because we can explain the word there. So it suggests that the word originated in that area in northeast Anatolia and then spread north across the sea and somehow reached the Aegean. There are 2 questions that emerges from this linguistic data. The first is why a word for copper should come from that area, and what is going on with this copper-iron alternative? Well, archaeology can give us an answer to both of these questions. Because when we look at copper deposits, actually, that region where Hattic and West Caucasian languages is extremely rich in copper deposits. So it would make sense that this was a source of metal. And we also know that in the region, we have the earliest attestation, some of the earliest attestation of iron metallurgy in the Near East. And these attestations emerge within the context of copper metallurgy. So that's probably something going on with early metallurgy in that region, first copper metallurgy and then iron metallurgy developing within a workshop in smelting copper. Then we have Chrysos, the war for gold. This has obvious cognates in Akkadian and Canaanite, so in Semitic languages, especially in Canaanite on the coast, the Haruts. But these words are not Semitic etymologically. They are attested in Semitic languages, but are not originally Semitic. And indeed, it has been suggested that they might be connected with words attested in Hurrian, Kartvelian, and East Caucasian languages. So the idea seems to be that the Mycenaean words comes from the Levantine coast, from a West Semitic source, but the West Semitic source, in turn, the West Semitic speakers took the word from the north. Again, why archaeology here again can help us, can give an interesting correlation, because Georgia and the Central Caucasus is extremely rich in gold deposits and has very developed early gold metallurgy attested in the region. This is an incredible cup from 18th, 17th century BCE in a museum in Tbilisi. So here again, it seems that something is happening in the Caucasus. We have an emergence of gold metallurgy due to deposits in the region. This word for gold probably spread south, entered some Semitic languages, West Semitic languages, Akkadian, and then from there spread to the Aegean and is attested in Linear B. Then we have a word for lead. Here there are two possible etymologies that have been suggested. The etymology that I would say is perhaps dominating today is to connect it with a word attested in Lydian, which is Mariuda or Marivda, that means dark. So the idea is the dark metal. Alternatively, earlier scholars have suggested that it might be connected with Latin plumbum, which probably was borrowed from Etruscan and is somehow related with something Celtic, although also the Celtic one is probably a loan word. And there is a similar word also in Berber. So again, what is going on there? Well, there are two hypotheses. The first is that the Greek word is related only with the Anatolian one, and the other one are not related. In this case, we would have, again, a transmission from Anatolia, from an Anatolian language into the Aegean. This is very strong phonologically. So on the form, the two words work well together, but I find it quite weak semantically because this word is not attested for lead, for metal in Anatolian languages. It means just dark. So the idea is an interpretation of lead being the dark metal. The other hypothesis, which in my opinion is actually more intriguing, is that the Aegean word, the Linear B word, is related with the Western words. And again, these are not local words. They must be borrowed from somewhere else. They are generally described as like Mediterranean substrate, which is like this term that we use for describing these words that we don't really know where they come from. I would be tempted, before saying what I'm tempted, there is another word that has a curiously similar distribution, is the word for olive, which is attested in Greek as eleia, is attested in Latin as oliva, and has something similar in Berber as welwer or something like that. And I wonder if this could be somehow related with Minoan trading network. And again, archaeology provides an intriguing element of support. These are lead ingots that were found outside the coast of Israel, outside of Caesarea, which have Cypro-Minoan marking on them. So they show that there was trading of lead ingot that was somehow related with the Cypro-Minoan world. Then we have the word for ivory, elephas. There is a related word in Hittite, lachpash, and this word is generally, and I tend to agree, compared with the Egyptian word for elephant or for ivory, which is rib or lib. There is something similar in Berber, eleu. But again, the words cannot really be explained as a direct borrowing between Egyptian and Hittite and Linear B. The phonology doesn't match. So they are related, but probably there is some intermediary in the middle. So it went from Egyptian into something else, some language that is not attested, and then from this language spread to Hittites and Aegean. And once again, I would be very tempted to think about a Minoan intermediary for that. And then we have the last word, which is the word for silver, argyros in Greek. This is a very nice Indo-European word. So similar forms are attested. Well, probably in Hittite there is a similar word, but we have words in Latin, we have words in Celtic languages, we have words compared in Indo-Iranian languages. So these words doesn't look like a borrowing. It looks like a genuinely Greek word. And then the question is, well, so why they didn't borrow a word for that? Is there any reason, any explanation that we can provide for why they use their own, and they had their own word for that? Well, actually, again, it makes sense because we know that there were like silver mines in Greece. So probably they used their own words because they were relying on their own sources, at least initially. So I mentioned this example because it shows also like the counter example. So not only words that are borrowed that tell us of interactions and trade, but also words that are not borrowed that can be correlated with realities that are local. So what can we say about the whole picture? Well, if you look at the geopolitical landscape of the region at the time, we see that there were several entities present and interacting. And when we look at the languages, when we look at the words that I described, we see that the scenario is actually quite complex. So we have some words that point to a local origins for the products, for the materials. There are something that seems to point to a northern trading network, pointing to the Caucasus, which is also interesting because, of course, it reminds us of what we have in later periods about the Argonauts and so on. So there is definitely a northern trading networks developing there. We have very long trade networks going from the Indo-Kush for lapis lazuli, passing through Mesopotamia and probably passing through something Anatolian and going to the Aegean. With some interesting change of meaning on the way. So the idea here seems to be, really the focus seems to be not so much on the products, but on the color. So whatever is a blue material is this. So it could be lapis lazuli, the stone, could be copper ore, could be glass, could be like anything. The blue thing, the fact of being blue seems to be the key element. We have gold, which seems to have a connection, a specific connection with the Northern Levant, which I think is quite intriguing with what we are discussing about the pendant from Pylos. Because indeed, perhaps it's not only the gold, but it's actually a specific way of working gold or a specific type of gold that seems to be associated with that region. And then we have a southern source that might have been mediated by someone, possibly Minoan. So I think the linguistic data give us a quite interesting overview of potential networks that would be, I think, interesting to explore a bit more from an archaeological point of view. One element that I find quite interesting is that none of these words can be directly derived from Egyptian, for instance. So it seems that even if, of course, there was knowledge of Egypt and Egyptian material and Egyptian culture, the interaction might not have been as direct as we might like it to be. And at the same time, it also seems to be very varied. Like there are several sources and they seem to pick from different regions and interacting with different languages. And then the question, of course, is where was this interaction taking place? Were like West Semitic speakers going to the Aegean and the interaction taking place in the Aegean, or were Aegean speakers going in the Near East and picking up the words in the Near East? We don't know, but I think they are all interesting questions to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marwan, for bringing into the discussion this linguistic perspective. We're running a little bit late, but I think we have time for questions, so the floor is open for your questions. I believe there should be a microphone. It's coming your way.
I was just fascinated by all of the papers, and I have three brief questions, one for, but for three different individuals. For Salvatore, is it necessary for all of the architecture of the palaces to be uniform? Henry VIII, depending on how you calculate it, had between 10 and 55 palaces. Hampton Court being the special one, a kind of pleasure palace. But so that's my question. In other words, why is it important that a palace I mean, the megaron is a feature, but why is it necessary that every place have a megaron? And secondly, the title of the title of king, if it can be bestowed on people of varying. The Egyptian king will say, "My brother," to smaller kingdoms. So for the Hittites to recognize the Ahiyawa, it isn't necessary for there to be a unified, essentially, empire of palaces. That's one question, but I have two other questions for others. No, this is serious. This is serious. For the last speaker, you mentioned the Cypro-Minoan. Have you been looking at Cassie Donnelly's work on Cypro-Minoan? Because she thinks it's this various language heterogeneity and source heterogeneity that spawns this special script. And then for Cynthia, I just had one. I agree with your questions of those readings, and I just have one question. On a text like UN 267, which has no place name, it seems to me to be the assumption, and I'm not so sure it's a secure assumption, if it lacks a place name, it's at Pylos. So there could be various ways that in which things taking place outside, especially when you have a collector like Akko Shota on it, that in other words, that could be decentralized as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me? Well, I mean, that was exactly the point of my papers, both of your observations. No, it's not necessary, and in fact, we should be able to observe and contextualize these differences. There's a growing tendency to homogenize too much and see little variation, but for example, my point of not needing to have certain things to call something a state. So palace, probably most of the things we call palace were states, but states could exist without those things that we call in common sense palaces. So that was exactly my point, and so my answer is no, in the sense that I guess I agree with the spirit of your question, and that was what the paper was about. But for Akiawa, the same. I would say that there's a lot of emphasis on the Great King mention. I take the Great King mention seriously, but I try to contextualize it. So I don't want to completely downplay it, but I want to remind also fellow colleagues about that, that just simply saying because he was called a great king, it needs to be an empire that is structured and takes all of Greece, does not simply conflict, in my view, with the archaeological evidence or our understanding of archaeological theory and social complexity, but also with texts themselves. So let's talk about Al-Ashia. Al-Ashia is a peer of the Egyptian pharaoh in several documents, and people argue that it's just Enkomi, or maybe the entire Cyprus, but that's it, and it's a peer of the pharaoh in several documents. So what? Do we need whole Mycenaean Greece to have a great king? I think that one of the points of my paper, which I understand 15 minutes is a small time, but it's a research of over 20 years, that it's coming up in a much more complete form. I think that what they really recognize as a change that made them think Mycenae was a great kingdom is this broken balance between Crete and the Aegean. There was no clear one power in the Aegean before, but in the 13th century there is a primacy, and that primacy is in the mainland. And then there are many other things, but you got in the point of my observations, I guess.
Thanks, Tom. I'm glad you agree about the readings. I wanted to leave the paper in the question phase of this, but I'll take the next step now. I agree with you. 1985 Shelmerdine was pretty conventional and knew the rules, and the rule was that if there was no place name mentioned, you were at the palace. 2026 Shelmerdine recognizes that this is a different kind of industry, and that a small number of trusted individuals, as Bennett put it, are being put in charge and left kind of autonomous. And unlike those other industries where lots of low-level people were involved, lots of places were involved, I think the palace would know exactly where Philaios was, and Akosota would know. Particularly since one of them is a Patnian perfumer. And that the location of that guy would probably be obvious to quite a few of the administrators around the palace. The fact remains, it's interesting that there's so much so much of the same stuff being given to two different people. It would have been more efficient to aggregate it, but I think you're right that they probably did not, and that both stages of operation could take place wherever it needed to.
Thank you very much. For the sake of time, let me ask if there are questions for the other speakers of the panel, Kim and Lynn, Sophia and Nectarios. Yes, please, the microphone. We'll have a shorter coffee break.
A short question about the last paper. Would you like to tell us your thoughts about tin, please? Tin.
The word is not attested, I think, in Linear B, or not securely attested. And the Greek word is weird. And I don't think we have any comparable word in Near Eastern languages. So, which is actually quite interesting, because perhaps might point to something in the Western Mediterranean, or, yeah. But it doesn't seem to, Cassiteros doesn't seem to have any cognates in the tested Near Eastern languages.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yes, Solomon.
I have just an observation on the Agios Vasilios dating. I think that based on what we see so far and has been published, which is what we have seen in the presentation as well, I would hesitate to make too much of one sherd, because the taphonomy of that sherd is different from the sherds that the pots that date the destruction, which, as we would expect in a destruction level, are full pots. And that sherd, as Elena has already argued in writing, is first of all, is totally compatible with the mid-3B date of early 3B2 dates, let's say around the phase 7 destruction of Mycenae. But even if it wasn't, and if it was a complete pot, because it's not a complete pot, it could go with all of those sherds that testify to a later frequentation of the site after the major destruction that must be, at the moment, dated with the full pots. So I think the taphonomy of the sherds should be taken into account for now. Then whatever comes afterwards is a different story, but for what we have seen, I would consider that both ceramically and in terms of formation processes, that sherd goes with the normal date accepted so far, the 3B1 late or 3B2 early destruction.
Yeah, I actually agree with you. I don't have something to say about this. It's true that we have dated the destruction of Agios Vasilios in the middle of late Hellenic 3B period. The problem is that the pottery finds actually the excavation is still ongoing. The excavation has not finished. We have excavated just a very small site of the whole hill, and this pottery, this potsherd, is very problematic, and it is just a small question. If we, for example, if we restart the excavations, and if we go to if we continue the excavation of the West Star, probably we will find some more evidence about this. I mean that the excavation has is still ongoing. And that's, for me, and I have discussed with Eleni a lot of times for this, I cannot, especially me, I cannot say that, I cannot give an exact date based on this. I prefer just an open question. Yes, of course, until now, most of the pottery shows the Middle Hellenic 3B. But if we compare all the other elements, architectural elements, linear B tablets, everything goes to the end of the evidence goes to the end of 3B period. For me, especially Agios Vasilios and the Palace of Pylos are almost the same. And it would be very strange to have two different distractions. Remember, at the beginning of the excavations, especially the former director, had supported a date, a distraction date, at the end of linear of A2 period. Then, by looking the pottery from the west door, we saw that it goes to middle period. But if we see the whole site as one, architecture, pottery, linear B, everything goes to the end. But this is, of course, ongoing, yes. I hope that we will restart the excavations, if, of course.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank, at this point, all the speakers at our panel and close this session. Excellent presentations. Thank you very much. And you, the audience. And you, the audience, for your presence and energy. And a big thank you to Jack and Shari. Ευχαριστούμε, Jack. Let's have a coffee now.
Μπορεί να κάνεις λιγάκι κύκλο, να λες ότι εντάξει, αν το δούμε συνολικά, η μουσικονολόγηση είναι μόνο θέμα κεραμικής, δεν μπορεί να είναι θέμα από τη γενική μας εντύπωση, ειδικά όταν κατά κάποιο τρόπο δηλαδή μπορεί να μοιάζουν οι πινακίδες, αλλά αυτό δεν μπορούμε, δεν έχουμε, τις πινακίδες έχουμε πάντα μια αφάρη. Οπότε δεν έχουμε μια διαγραμμή.
Απλά ξέρεις τι έχει πετύχει αυτό το όστρακο.
Προς Θεού, συμφωνώ απολύτως το να ανοίξει τη συζήτηση και να την αφήνεις ανοιχτή. Αλλά δεν ξέρω.
And it's the IT who... This is not open. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show is about to begin. Iulia and Lena Papazoglou, please take your seats. So we are 10 minutes late and we need to start as soon as possible, immediately. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 5, Peloponnese. And our first speaker is Susan Lupak, Barbara Vaisova, Sarah James, Matthew Skouze, and Panagiotta Kassimi. And the title is Mycenaeans in the Perachora Landscape. Dr. Lupak.
Hello, everyone. Okay. It's so good to see everybody, I have to say. It was a massive effort to get here, and I know that's true of many people, so I won't go on about it. But I have a little joke up there, and I don't know if anybody remembers the X-Files. Okay, so yes, the truth is out there, that we do have Mycenaeans in the Perachora landscape. My husband said it would only be good if I had to, I was going to say they're out there, but okay. So I just wanted to say at the beginning how immense an influence Jack has had on my life. First, of course, with prep, because this is where I learned survey, and I have become predominantly a survey archaeologist because of that experience. I'm going to cry. But more than that, this is where I learned what a good project looks like. The goodwill, yes, well, okay. But we were happy. Okay. We were happy doing this. The goodwill and positive energy that we all had on this project made us all really happy. And therefore, we got really good work done. And that is thanks, of course, to all the directors, and John and Cynthia are also here today, and all of my fellow students, so many of whom have gone on to do amazing work of their own, but really because of Jack. Happy Jack is how I see him, and if Jack is happy, then the rest of us are happy. So thank you. I also want to quickly say that it was my pleasure as I moved on in my career when I was editor of Hesperia to always be able to call on Jack whenever I was encountering perhaps some choppy waters, challenging situations, and I knew I could call on you. So I wanted to thank you very much for that as well. Okay, now it's my pleasure to introduce you all to the work that we've been doing around the Sanctuary of Hera at Perachora. The project itself is a scenografia that I co-direct with Panagiotta Kassimi, the E4 of the Antiquities of the Corinthia, and we work under the auspices of the Australian Archaeological Institute at Athens, with an amazing, very international senior staff. Thus far, we've conducted 3 field seasons, 2020, 2023, and 2024, with a major gap thanks to COVID, but we got there in 2020 in January, and 1 study season last year. And every year we have had amazing students whose tremendous good spirit makes the project both productive and fun. And this is why I mention them, because of course, who knows where they're going to next, right? As we did. And this year, we are completing the study necessary to publish the survey, and I was also fortunate enough to be granted a permit to start what we're calling trial excavations to try to understand. So those are the guys who are there currently waiting for me to come back. Yes. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Sanctuary of Hera at Perahora, but just to orient ourselves in terms of space, the Heraean is situated on the very tip of the peninsula where the star has just landed. The remains that are visible today within the sanctuary date largely to 2 building programs of the 6th and 4th centuries. But there is evidence that it was founded by Corinth in the 8th century BCE, and perhaps a bit earlier, and continued at least until Mummius destroyed Corinth in 146 BCE. And this is something I'm trying to investigate where that end actually is, because I'm not sure it is at 146. Nancy Boukidis has written that it was one of the wealthiest sanctuaries, which we can judge by its dedications, its heavily metal dedications. And these representatives of a cache of over 200 bronze fiali, which likely derive from a sanctuary clear-out rather than serving to express the sanctuary's oracle, which still shows up on Wikipedia, which is why I tend to say that. The hundreds of Egyptianizing scarabs and figurines speak to the context that the sanctuary may have had with traders passing through as they crossed between the Aegean and the Corinthian Gulf. The sanctuary is the anchor of our project, but the project's main aim has been to investigate the economic, political, and religious landscapes of the wider peninsula. We've surveyed primarily in the following areas. I don't know if I can manage this. Okay, let's see. There we go. The wide agricultural plain called Osprocampos in the north, and then a valley east of the modern village of Perahora called Aramada down here, which has shown amazing loads of material from there. And to the southwest of that, which is an area that I think was definitely connected, a site that I call the hill site of Ios Demetrios. And down here at Skoloma, there's a chamber tomb, Mycenaean chamber tomb cemetery, and across the settlement associated, and then, here, there is a whole settlement, which is referred to collectively in a sense as the upper plain. The upper plain has been a major focus of the project throughout the survey, as it provides a nearly unique opportunity to study a habitation site that was closely tied to a significant sanctuary for centuries. Also, the opinions of the 2 major investigators of this site have been diametrically opposed, with Humphrey Payne seeing it as a substantial fortified town, while Richard Tomlinson, who I have to say recently passed away, described it as a scattering of houses. We employed a 3-pronged strategy to investigate the upper plain, including verification of legacy data, intensive surface survey to provide context for the architectural remains visible above ground, by which it was very often judged, and various digital methodologies to document and better understand those remains. Understandably, the focus for previous archaeologists, and indeed to some extent for our project as well, has been on the historical Greek periods that coincide with the use of the sanctuary. But in the established tradition of Mediterranean survey, as established largely by Jack and many others as well, but credit there. Oops, now I've lost my place again. We are committed to tracing all time periods. And of course, I have been personally super interested in finding the remains of the Bronze Age in the area. This interest has been inspired, at least in part, by the growing evidence for continuity between the Bronze Age and succeeding time periods that is being found at such sites as Mount Lycaon and Eleusis. But the documentation of the Late Bronze Age within the sanctuary by Payne was not terribly encouraging. Payne does actually say that there was a considerable quantity of early Hellenic pottery in the harbor area, in the lowest level of the geometric deposit. Interesting, he calls it geometric deposit, but there's a lot of things going on in that geometric deposit. And he dates most of that to the EH2 period. But as I mentioned in my abstract, Payne's evaluation of the Mycenaean finds was, and I quote, "The late Hellenic fragments present no feature of intrinsic interest." Devastating. The sherds are described as having been found also in the geometric deposit in the middle to lower levels, okay, with geometric and sometimes with early Hellenic. So what do we make of this? The deposits were mixed, or they were not well distinguished during excavation, or maybe even both, which has led to the nature and extent of the Mycenaean occupation being very unclear and often dismissed. Like you'll see it in papers saying, oh, there was no Mycenaean there. But among the catalogued finds are a figurine head and sherds representing stirrup jars, kylakes, and other various vessels, ranging from LH2 to LH3C. Payne also writes, because he did do a lot of walking around the site, that Mycenaean sherds were found a few hundred yards east of the lake, and that traces of rock-cut cyst graves and walls were found closer to the lake. He was able to date some of the graves to the Middle Hellenic period, thanks to one of the villagers showing him a matte-painted vessel that they had found in one of the graves, or kept. Payne thus concludes that there was a Middle Hellenic to Mycenaean fishing village close to the lake. More recently, Fossey published a brief account of his excavations of an EH2 site on the southern shore of Lake Vouliagmeni, so kind of underneath the dot that's there for Lake Vouliagmeni. Oops, oh dear. Sorry. Also, Panayota Cassimi published the Mycenaean Cemetery at Skalama with its 17 chamber tombs, which we went out and documented. She writes that the pottery comes from mixed deposits and is dated to the LH3A to B periods. She also says that perhaps this was the main cemetery of a flourishing settlement in this area, so more positive. This inspired one of the main aims of the project, to find that settlement. Okay, so now let me show you what we have found. Our survey work has indeed revealed that the landscape of the Perachora Peninsula is full of Bronze Age habitation, at a low level perhaps, but with a broad distribution. In every area that we surveyed, evidence was found for early Hellenic and late Hellenic, and in the upper plain, also Middle Hellenic. Here we see the fine distribution of the two areas of the hillside and for Aramada. And here's the distribution of Bronze Age finds on the upper plain and Asprocampos. Okay. And how does this break down by time period? Yeah. We can see that early Hellenic is relatively well represented at all four of our survey areas, the hillside and Aramada here, and at Asprocampos and the upper plain as well, where there is a concentration amongst the features in the area to the west. So the features might give us better results in a sense because we were concentrated in that area. Both coarse wares and finer ceramics used for food consumption were found, and as Sarah James points out, the diversity of shapes suggests that the full range of pottery made in the early Bronze Age was available to the inhabitants of the Perachora Peninsula, whether locally made or imported. The earliest sherds can be dated to EH1, or possibly even the final Neolithic, and the majority, though, date to the EH2 period, with only one sherd that may go into the EH3 time period. We did not find many sherds that were datable to the Middle Hellenic period. and all of them appeared in the upper plain around the lake as represented at the featured dots in blue, which are a bit small, but there are 3 of them. 4 of the sherds were yellow minion, so those also could be dated to early LH1, go into LH1 period. Thus, there seems to be a lull in habitation at this time period in the Parachoa Peninsula in general, although given that Payne records Middle Helladic cyst graves, we know that the upper plain was inhabited at this time period. When we move into the late Helladic period, the population at all our surveyed areas picks back up again, as here at the hillside and Aramada, and also at Asprocampos, and particularly in the upper plain. In the upper plain, the distribution is heaviest in the west again, but extends consistently across the surveyed area. The ceramic types encompass fine wares, including kylakis, cups, deep bowls, stirrup jars, ahydria, and as well as coarse wares with storage jars, tripod cooking pots, a fragment of a griddle, and 2 sherds of egg-and-eaten cooking pots, which indicates that our Parachoreans were in contact with that important early late Helladic site. Indeed, most of our shapes are commonly found on the Mycenaean mainland, and their presence at Parachoa indicates that Parachoa participated in the wider late Helladic 3 networks. I thought it would also be useful to map the finds distribution from the late Helladic into the early Iron Age. Red shows the survey units in which late Helladic was found, blue where early Iron Age was found, and the orange indicates units in which both time periods were found. It looks to me as if we can propose that there was some continuity in settlement patterns at all of these areas, and particularly again in the upper plain. Now let's widen our focus to take in the region surrounding the lake. You'll see here that we have a red dot down on its southern side. That dot actually represents something very exciting to me. I've been saving the best for last here, a full Mycenaean site, which we found thanks to the LiDAR survey that we conducted in the region. We had been frustrated in our quest to find the settlement that goes with the Mycenaean cemetery at Skalama, because the terrain surrounding the chamber tombs is quite thickly covered with dense maquis. Indeed, much of our region was very thickly covered, and as you can see, our survey of the upper plain was fairly patchy. But wherever we went in adverse terrain mode, we found sherds, lots of them very often, despite the very poor visibility. In our first season, one of our teams actually found an architectural fragment, this eaves tile that you see there. Finds such as these inspired me to conduct a LiDAR survey that covered the area surrounding the Chamber Tomb Cemetery at Skalama, which is feature 9012 on the map, all the way west to the Haraon. The LiDAR has been very illuminating. For instance, the course of the ancient road showed up very nicely. And we found 2 entirely new sites, number 5555 being our Mycenaean one. The feature picked up by the LiDAR was actually a modern cutting in the hillside, formed to create a road that was leading up to a spot on the top of the hill where we know there were plans for a new house. Fortunately for us, the construction has not gone ahead, but the scarp revealed stratigraphy and a good number of diagnostic sherds. We have since walked this site, and Sarah James's evaluation of the collected ceramics indicates that we have a multi-period site whose earliest sherds date to the Middle Helladic, some of those sherds that I was talking about earlier, with a strong, very strong presence in the late Helladic period and evidence for an extension of the site in the Archaic Classical time period, which it seems to move. The site moves on the hillside. A number of courseware pictures and amphoras may bridge the LH3 to geometric period, which could indicate that habitation was continuous from the Bronze Age into the historical time periods at this site that is so close to the sanctuary. This site perhaps also complements the early Helladic one that Fosse dug closer to the shore. Maybe the inhabitants moved up from there to the hilltop. And here, we may have finally found the settlement site that we can associate with the Chamber Tomb Cemetery. Or if it's not close enough, and I welcome thoughts on this, at least we have an indication that there was a full-on Mycenaean settlement close by. And there may be more, is what I'm thinking. So, there is so much more to be done here. The future is bright at Pericora, and I want to say thank you for listening. And also, if anybody has, we're in early days here, so I really welcome thoughts on settlement patterns and this and that, and how they compare with other sites and things like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and congratulations for this wonderful, meticulous survey. We move now to Walter Gauss and Jeremy Ratter and Iulia Giorno. The title of their presentation is A Tale of Three Understudied Bronze Age Ceramic Stages at Corinth and Korakou. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, dear Jack, dear Jim, Jack. I was talking to Jim before. So, dear Jack, dear Sherry. The topic of this brief tribute in celebration of Jack Davies' many contributions to Aegean prehistory is particularly appropriate in our view of Jack's long-standing connection with the Corinthia and his broader work on settlement, ceramic production, exchange, and regional interaction in prehistoric northeastern Peloponnese. And so you see here Jack during a trip and one of the first documents of Jack at Corinth. As for the preparation of this talk, we would like especially to thank Christina Kolb for the drawings, James Herbst for the plans, and Petros Delatolas for the photographs. Jerry, our co-author, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person during this conference, is especially delighted to be able to recognize his 5 decades of friendship and collaboration with Jack on such projects as Jack's foundational articles on paneled cups and the definition of the earliest phase of late Hellenic I pottery in the 1970s, joint fieldwork experiences in the Nemea Archaeological Valley project in the 1980s, and shared publication ventures such as the first 2 of the reviews of Aegean prehistory published in the American Journal of Archaeology in the early 1990s, and eventually republished in 2001 as Tracy Cullum's edited volume entitled Aegean Prehistory, a Review. All these experiences are, of course, dwarfed by the astonishingly rich discoveries and their ongoing publication by Jack and his wife Sherry at Pylos since 2015 and since then. Jerry and the speaker were lucky enough to visit the site during the first month of the excavation of the Griffin warrior's tomb, certainly one of the more exciting events in our archaeological lifetime. Our presentation is organized chronologically in 3 parts. First, we discuss evidence for a very late early Hellenic II phase at Corinth, showing strong connections with Colonna phase C on Aegina. Second, we present the limited but important evidence for early Hellenic III occupation at Corinth. And finally, we examine a small group of unusual handmade vessels from the very end of late Hellenic IIIc that appear to reflect highly individual ceramic production traditions. The sites and find spots discussed here include Korakou, seen at the top right, and ancient Corinth, and at ancient Corinth, the tileworks, Weinberg's house, the sacred spring, the South Stoa area, and the sanctuary of Demeter and Kore, all sites highlighted here on the map. So let's start with the discussion of terminal early Hellenic II. Stage that now emerges at ancient Corinth. 2 rim-handled tankards were recovered during the 2016 excavation season at the east end of the South Stoa from contexts containing nothing later than pottery of standard early Hellenic II types. The vessel at the top is linearly decorated, while the second at the bottom is coated with solid red paint. In its decoration and thin-walled fine fabrics, these shapes have its closest parallels to a series of flat-based and thin-walled sauce boats and tankards from the ceramic phase C of the terminal early Hellenic II stage at Colonna on Aegina. Thus far, only a small selection of the copious fill of the early Hellenic II late date from the South Stoa have been examined in detail, so more ceramic surprises in these excavation units may expect us. What makes these identifications remarkable is the fact that features of Lefkandi I pottery, such as the red-slipped and burnished tankard, have never been found as far south as the Peloponnese, nor have hybrid combinations of such rim-handled tankards. But it is already at this stage clear that Corinth is the first site in the Peloponnese to have yielded early Hellenic ceramic types of these particular kinds. Further west, at sites in eastern Achaia, such as Aegean and Kerinia, different types of hybrid early Hellenic II and Hellenic III ceramic shapes, such as the solidly coated crinkled rim tankard, have recently been identified in what appears to be terminal early Hellenic II. An object of interest that we cannot resist to show at Jack's retirement celebration comes from nearby Koraku, an early Hellenic II roof tile seen at the top right. Excavated more than a century ago, but only recently securely identified, together with the possible evidence of a fortification wall in early Hellenic II or later structure, revealed during geophysical survey by Michael Boyd, these finds underline the significance of Koraku during the early Hellenic II period. And also they raise the question about the relationship between Koraku and Corinth at this time. We are now moving to the second part, the early Hellenic III period. The evidence for early Hellenic III occupation at Corinth remains limited and derives mainly from two contexts: a partly preserved pit at the tile works, and a small number of early Hellenic III sherds recovered from later mixed fills at the east end of the South Stoa. The pit at the tile works contained approximately 25 to 30 sherds belonging to several unusually elaborate vessels. Among them are fragments of a shoulder-handled tankard at the top, a very large rim-handled tankard, unusual both in shape and scale, bottom left, and a large horizontal-handled jar decorated with plastic and impressed ornament rarely encountered together. The pottery dates to the earliest recognizable stage of early Hellenic III, best paralleled at Lerna. Such highly elaborate vessels stand apart from ordinary domestic pottery and may indicate activities of particular social significance. Together, these vessels may represent debris from a communal or ceremonial drinking event associated with a small settlement that otherwise left little archaeological trace. The context is especially important because evidence of early Hellenic III in the Corinthia remains comparatively scarce, and secure settlement deposits of this date are limited. Additional early Hellenic III fragments from the South Stoa include painted, burnished, and incised wares representing common early Hellenic III shapes such as bowls, basins, and jars. Two fragments with incised and punctuate decoration preserving traces of white inlay recall decorative traditions more widely distributed in the Balkan and Adriatic regions. Although none of these pieces are individually exceptional, they confirm the presence of early Hellenic III activity in the area. Two nearly complete early Hellenic III vessels reportedly found at Corinth, a pyxis and a basin, support this picture, although unfortunately without recorded provenience. Since early Hellenic III burials are extremely rare, these vessels probably derive from domestic rather than funerary contexts. Overall, the evidence suggests limited early Hellenic III occupation at Corinth, perhaps concentrated in the earlier stage of that period and only fragmentary preserved due to extensive later building activity. Much of the surviving evidence comes from secondary deposits associated with later construction and quarrying, which makes the reconstruction of the settlement organization particularly difficult. We now turn to the third part of our presentation, the late Hellenic 3C period. The distribution of late Hellenic 3C to middle geometric sites at the core area of Corinth is seen on the image at the right. This particular vessel shown here from Weinberg's house was suspected by me some 10 years ago to be possibly early Hellenic III date because of its pattern-painted decoration and handmade manufacture. However, it can now be associated with at least 5 additional vessels from the South Stoa, the Demeter and Kore Sanctuary, and the Sacred Spring, datable to the transition between late Hellenic 3C and the protogeometric period. Among these vessels are trefoil-mouthed onychae, cantharoid craters, and large closed forms. All are handmade, unusually large, and produced in extremely fine fabrics. Several carry elaborate painted decoration, including groups of multiple triangles, while some also display deliberate asymmetry in the decoration around the handles. These vessels differ fundamentally from the early Hellenic III pottery discussed previously. Their shapes are unparalleled within the early Hellenic III repertoire and are also highly unusual within the Mycenaean ceramic tradition. The combination of handmade manufacture, fine fabrics, and highly individual decorative schemes make them particularly distinctive within the ceramic assemblage of late prehistoric Corinth. At the same time, there are notable similarities between the late Hellenic 3C vessels and the elaborate early Hellenic III pottery from the tileworks. In both cases, the vessels are large, visually striking, and possibly connected with ceremonial drinking practices. In both periods, moreover, the pottery appears to be intentionally distinctive and visually expressive in ways that go beyond, for not only expand the ceramic repertoire of terminal late Hellenic III Corinth, but also provide important evidence of experimentation and innovation during the transition from Bronze Age to early Iron Age. In closing, let me summarize our most important observations as follows. First, the evidence from the South Stoa demonstrates that ceramic traits characteristic of colonna phase C on Aegina were also present at Corinth during the latest phase of early Hellenic II. The appearance of hybrid ceramic forms additionally points toward intensified interaction between regions traditionally treated as separate ceramic zones. The role of ancient Corinth in the early Hellenic II period and its final stages needs, to our mind, be newly determined. The new evidence from Koraku, a roofed building, together with a possible massive fortification wall, makes us wonder about Koraku's relation with Corinth, but also with nearby other important sites such as Sigorias or Tsungisa that had also roofed buildings. Second, the early Hellenic III material from Corinth, although limited, points to the existence of a small-scale occupation associated with unusually elaborate pottery and possible communal drinking activities. Much of this evidence survives only in secondary contexts because of later disturbances. Nevertheless, the material demonstrates that Corinth participated in broader early Hellenic III ceramic traditions linking the northeastern Peloponnese with sites such as Lerna and perhaps regions further to the north and west. And finally, the handmade vessels of terminal late Hellenic IIIc reveal a highly individual and experimental ceramic tradition at Corinth during the transition of the early Iron Age. Their unusual shapes, asymmetrical decoration, and handmade production distinguishes them clearly from standard Mycenaean pottery and may even allow us to recognize the work of individual potters or workshops. Taken together, these three ceramic groups demonstrate how re-examination of old excavation material combined with new discoveries continues to reshape our understanding of Corinth Bronze Age sequence. They also underline the continuing importance of Corinth and the Corinthia for broader discussions of connectivity, innovation, and regional interaction in the Aegean Bronze Age. Thank you very much for your attention, And Jack, it is a pleasure to celebrate this special event with you.
Thank you very much, Walter, for all and for keeping the time. More about Jack Davis and Corinth in the following paper by Iulia Giornu. Jack Davis and Korakou, how did Mycenaean Corinth become wealthy?
I would like to thank the organizers for bringing us all together today to celebrate Jack Davis. I offer this talk, which is very much a work in progress and very much in the beginning, to Jack with love and gratitude. I discuss the importance of Corinth, Korakou, and the Corinthian Gulf route for trade with the central Mediterranean in the Mycenaean period. The Griffin warrior is appropriate reward for Jack's passion for the Mycenaeans, however we want to define the Mycenaeans. And he shared that passion with all of us, like his students, in his seminars in Cincinnati. He taught us about the coming of the Greeks. But the Greeks were always in Greece, no? Our constant debate was, and still is, about the Greeks, the modern Greeks. He never stops observing the modern Greeks, and about people. So Jack wrote back in the 1990s, «Για να μην ξεχάσουμε τους ανθρώπους». We can never forget the people. Behind all the numbers, the statistics, the objects, the strata. Jack is tough as a dissertation advisor. You get your chapters back with red marks all over, but he saves you from the embarrassment of writing poorly and uncritically. He loves to challenge you. He loves to see you grow. Jack trusted me with a review of Aegean prehistory when I was a green graduate student. I contributed my research on Karl Blegen in Corinth and at Korakou in his co-edited volume with Natalie and Vasiliki Florou. We pursued the expropriation of Korakou. He sharpens my ideas on Mycenaean Corinth. He was a very supportive American school director with a vision for Corinth and her colonies. As tough as he is at work, he is equally tremendously fun to be around at parties. He makes you laugh. Για να μην ξεχάσουμε όμως την Κόρινθο και το Κοράκου, and even though Jack worked on his legendary 1979 article on LH1 Korakou in the cold and dreary old museum in ancient Corinth, which will no longer be in a few months, he did not forget Korakou. And in September 2015, at the Centennial Conference, we gave thanks to Malcolm Wiener and INSTAP for the expropriation of the land. Jack was instrumental in starting the process, and Jim Wright concluded the task. And Korakou has always been a cherished Bronze Age site. There is a reference to it in almost all of Jerry Rutter's work, and that is a ton. But what about Mycenaean Corinth? What was the inland settlement of that important harbor like? And is it at all possible that wealthy Corinth of the geometric and archaic trade routes did not play an equally significant and connecting role in Mycenaean times? Matteo D'Acundo's discussion of memories of Mycenaean trade routes from the end of the Late Bronze Age to the beginning of the appearance of Corinthian geometric pottery in Italy got me thinking. So it is Corinth's role in these trade routes in the late Bronze Age that interests me here. We must put Corinth on Marazzi and Tusa's map. Her absence was justified up to now because lack of evidence was interpreted as evidence for Corinth's non-existence. Pullen and Tartaron argued that there was no palace in Corinth and the Corinthia because hierarchical complexity did not develop. Mycenae and Aegina stunted Corinth's growth. Mycenae's control over a non-existent Corinth was pervasive. And I have to say here that I greatly enjoyed Salvatore Vitale's discussion earlier today about the complex, polycentric, and diverse Mycenaean polities, because I'm trying to understand what was Corinth like. So against the background of previous scholarship, I want to argue for a strong Mycenaean Corinth. Corinth's distance from Mycenae would make it difficult to apply the resources required to bring the area under control. Corinth's favorable location created desirable connections for Mycenae and for Aegina. And to further this alternative scenario, I investigate Corinth's role in the trade routes and thus her position in the dynamics of the region. Recent research developments in the area, harbors. Moving on to the later periods, to 3C and all the movement of people and pottery, we know that the Northeast Peloponnese was a major source of origin of the Mycenaean pottery imported to Italy. And I can specifically cite LH3C early fabrics from Punta di Zabrone in Calabria that appear to belong to known fabrics which, according to NIA results, were proven to have been produced in the Argolid. Benzi and Graziadio discussed 3C pottery from Punta Meliso and its connections to sites in the Northeast Peloponnese, citing parallels from Rudder's work in Corinth. So craters with this plastic band with incised rope pattern below the rim are one of the similarities between the two places. Handmade and burnished ware continues to pose questions about the various types of the ware, locations of production, inspiration and ancestry of the types, as well as makers and consumers. At Korakou, 16 vessels, including 3 whole pots, were excavated in the short time that Blegen dug at the site. Parallels with contemporary impasto pottery from southern to central Adriatic Italy are all well known. The example of the carinated cup FS240 that Rudder uses illustrates the complexity of the connections and the influences. And I have to thank Jerry Rudder for all of his generosity in sharing his vast knowledge. Rudder's treatment of the question of multiple wares under the umbrella of handmade burnished ware and local production on the Greek mainland creates new grounds for discussion. Many ideas have been put forward for the makers and users, and while I agree with Jerry that their role in the local societies must be tested rigorously by complete contexts, one idea needs further exploration in the case of Korakou and Lechio. The foreign group present here may have to do with people connected to Italian metallurgy, since the traces at Lechio show metallurgical activities. And there are Italian-type metals, fibulae, that appear locally both from the Tholosteum and from Korakou. So to conclude, what are the possible trade routes we can hypothesize? There's the first one that's completely deleting Corinth, circumventing it, going around the Peloponnese. But there's a second one that may have complemented or substituted the first, has a shorter course, and runs along the coast of the Corinthian Gulf. And in that case, a major terminal of this route might have been Korakou, which was then connected to the Argolid by the road system we all know, involving inland sites such as Zigouries. The extent of the settlement at Corinth is considerable. We are only now beginning to grasp its immensity. Susan Lupak is finding the Mycenaeans across the way from us. So against the hypothesis that Mycenaean Aegina destroyed Corinth's development, I propose that both Aegina and Mycenae needed a strong Corinth. It connected them to resources they desired and helped them in their interaction with areas where they sold their products. Corinthian elites exploited and supervised these route segments within a wider network of long-distance routes. Και για να μην ξεχάσουμε τους ανθρώπους, I agree with Betelli that in times of intense intercultural entanglement, such as the Mediterranean late Bronze Age, the presence of not only objects from abroad, but also of people originating from more or less distant areas must be considered, as is the case of Aegean traders and craftsmen in the central Mediterranean and vice versa. I really enjoyed learning about the 7 or 8 languages spoken at Ugarit from Kilani's presentation. Korakou was a contact zone, as Maran envisions Tiryns, and it still connects people today, since in 2013, Guglielmino used Jack Davis from 1979 to identify Minoan pots that may have arrived to Roccavecchia from Korakou. Χρόνια πολλά, Jack. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Julia. And from Corinth, we move to Achaia, northwestern Peloponnese. And this is the paper by Lena Papazoulou Manioudaki, The House of the Bronzes at Migdalia, near Patras, in Achaia, the architecture of the local elites in the early Mycenaean world.
Thank you. I'm very glad to present you something, just a glimpse of our excavations at Migdalia in Achaia, something beyond the palaces that there are so much in the center of discussion here. The Mycenaean settlement of Migdalia is near Patras, was set up on top of the hill during the period of the soft graves at Mycenae. The hilltop offers a panoramic view of all the plain of Patras. You see Aetolia on the opposite side, and on a good day, the Ionian Islands can be seen. The steep slopes of the hill provided the natural fortifications. It is surrounded by streams that you have to cross to go to, and there is a low vegetation as well, some wild almond trees, Migdalies, from which it takes its name. The settlement extends on 3 terraces, 1, 2, 3, just like a modern Greek village. There is plenty of material to sustain life, and as far herds of goats are still finding pasture in this area, and the goat is depicted in the only seal found in the settlement. Achaia is at the center of a discussion concerning the numerous finds from chamber tomb cemeteries, have given Achaia a prominent place in discussion on the last Mycenaeans. Our dig has contributed to this discussion because the mason on top of the hill of Migdalia, on top of the hill, on terrace 1, and the large storeroom on terrace 2 give a solid architectural evidence for the social organization in the post-palatial period. As far as we know, these are the phases of occupation of Migdalia. I have to stress it's an ongoing excavations and all results are preliminary. Migdalia is the foundation, and then we have early Mycenaean Florid, the local center. It's a palatial period, a time of recess. We have our occupation, and then it rises to prominence in late Hellenic 3C, and on 700 BC you have an early Greek sanctuary. Today we focus on a particular building. Here is the map. You can see all the area of Patras and the main sites. On terrace 3, you have some early Mycenaean period houses beneath the late Hellenic 3C remains, but today we focus on one particular building built on terrace 3. First, the construction of a strong supportive retaining wall along the border of the lower terrace is dated to the early days of the settlement. It is built with roughly cut stones that the hill's bedrock provide in abundance, hence the name Petroto, made of stone. It defines the boundaries of the settlement on the south side, where the settlement is easily accessible. Beyond this wall, there are traces of built graves not excavated, while a semi-destroyed and already plundered apsidal top was cleared in 2008. That's the tomb. It is not an actual defensive wall, although fortified sites are known at this time in Argos or Marthi, Messenia. At Migdalia, the supporting wall supports terrace 3, where the so-called House of the Bronzes is erected. The excavation is still in progress, but its layout already challenges our perception of the still little known early Mycenaean period in Achaea. It is a large, rectangular, and elongated two-story building, more than 21 meters in length, following the northeast-southwest axis, and 11 meters in width. Its complex architectural plan has no parallels in Achaea, and it is supported by this massive enclosed retaining wall. And still a buttress in one corner is built, a buttress to support it. It has two wings. The lower one is divided into 6 main spaces that communicate through door openings, and its strong walls are well preserved, almost 2 meters in height. These are actually large basements. 2 of them are about 8 square meters in size that communicate to each other, but they have no access to the exterior, except a possible entrance on one side. Great cranes of the rock outcrops. I here see some of the building. There's a possible entrance at one side, and when you see the rock outcrops, there are a great number of smashed goblets that guard the entrance. A destruction level of the fallen upper floor has remained undisturbed by subsequent rebuilding or later intervention. Here we found a hoard of bronzes that gives the name to the house. Most of them are found in a small space, about 3 square meters, and there is a lot of minor bronzes and pottery fallen from the upper floor. Here again, we see some of them. They were located in the stone and earth rumble and in slightly varying depths from the Persian surfaces, suggesting an upper floor. We have here a lot of things, knives, and the seething of a wooden box. We can make it, some of these artifacts were stored in this box, who has a bronze seething around. There are knives of all types, tweezer, needles, a ring or an earring. A projectile, which is rarely found in the mainland. A leaf-shaped it's a narrow point for most. Two rings made of seashell, some beads made of stone, faience, or seashell. And also grinders, stone batons or spindle whorls are also part of the finished artifacts recovered in the rumble of a small area along with the bronzes. There are also stone tools, including the two grinders, one of heavy black green stones, polishing tools, whetstones, flakes of flint or obsidian, along with the fragments of white quartz. This could be evidence for a workshop, though we do not have any unfinished products or any secure evidence yet for bronze working at Migdalia. The clay splint. The clay splint walls are abundant. There is evidence for working. And interestingly, there is a fragment of a bowl within her handle that could be the so-called spinning bowl, known primarily from Messenia and recently at Kakóvatos in Triphylia, all suggest spinning and waving activities. The pottery has open and closed vessels. There is a large hydria, most 3 centimeters tall, found in fragments, rounded alabastra. We find parallels in the Tholos tomb of Migdalia. From other areas beyond this particular room, we have more material fallen from the upper floor, almost intact, that gives a date of the destruction of the building, which could be 3A1 late, 3A2 early. The beginning of the Palatial period. And all reveal that Western Achaea was not so far from the trends and the commercial networks of the northeastern Peloponnese. For the erection of the building, we have suggested, here some more pottery. We have suggested an early bronze and late Helladic today based on pottery like this goblet and the bronze piece of jewelry, a hairpiece maybe, I don't know. Any feedback is welcome, was found with it. We have to clarify this problem of dating the erection of the building when the floor deposit assemblages of room 4 and 5. Here it's the latest excavation, 2025, are finely cleaned and mended. It seems that pottery in the Middle Helladic traditions coexists with the Mycenaean pottery, which is not news. We know it from Aegean in Eastern Achaea and other sites. second wing, here are the floor deposits we are studying now. The second wing is divided in less rooms, and here we have the first sign of reoccupation in late Hellenic III or B or early C. We thought at first that this building has remained untouched, but on the northeast end of the cordon, on room 13, was built above the ruins of the early Mycenaean mansion, a big room that contains a floor deposit of pottery. Here we see some of it, among them, and this calyx with vertical sea cells. This was one-story building, this reoccupation. The ongoing excavations of the large complex on Terrace 3 has provided some intriguing evidence for the level of sophistication that Migdalia has reached towards the early Mycenaean period. It presents a further argument, for the evolution of early Mycenaean communities into local principalities and for the existence of centralized authority that may officiate an ambitious building program. Its florid came to an abrupt end in the beginning of the Palatial periods. Floor deposits with almost intact domestic pottery will help us define this still little-known period in Achaea. The number of bronze or stone minor objects is rather exceptional for a non-palatial settlement in the mainland. We have to admit it has no obvious features of monumentality, such as ashlar masonry, paved floors with plaster, or wall paintings. Its complex layout and the row of basements that support an upper floor that, as to Achaea, seems exceptional, is common ground in settlements under the Minoan influence, like, for example, Chaos. This is the Tholos tomb, which is on the same hill on the west side, and it was excavated before the settlement. So now we do have parallels in the settlement site for the tomb. The House of the Bronzes could have an administrative function, could be a place for common feasting, a workshop, and even engage in commercial activities, since it is located at the entrance of the settlement. It could also be a dwelling of an important family, judging from the intramuros children graves, known from ordinary house at Migdalia, which is also present here, and Pythos burial and cyst graves. And the children graves at Migdalia have already drawn attention, including DNA and kinship studies. The importance of the settlement of Migdalia in this period in Achaea is supported by the excavation of the Tholos tomb that in West Slope was disturbed and plundered at the same time as the House of the Bronzes. Dispersion of power in the local principalities is a characteristic of the early Mycenaean period, but the rise of the local elites is usually testified by the study of richly furnished graves and Tholos tombs. There, the impact of Minoan Crete is obvious in luxury items and engraved seals. The latest example is, of course, the grave of the Griffin warrior. less is known about the architecture of the local elites, mainly because these buildings have not survived the ravages of time, or they were buried beneath the later great palaces. In late Mid-Helladic, late Helladic I, we have the simple rectangular house, the so-called megaron type, which prevails with few exceptions. There are with more complex plans in a village like Assini, and quite appropriately in the older sister of Mycenae, Aegina, the late Mid-Helladic building complex. Remains of important buildings of the pre-Palatial period in the mainland have been excavated in the known citadels. Of course, and anterior signs of a break and radical change before the erection of the great megaron are evident, and pillars before the erection of the late Mycenaean palace. An early palace was constructed using cut stone blocks, a Minoan feature. And sometimes they were supposed to have a central court. This has not been verified. At Mycenae, some very mediocre rooms, but with important finds, could be parts of an early palace. There are, besides the citadels, there are prominent sites like Kakovatos in Triphylia, which feature rich Tholos tombs, but do not survive beyond late Helladic 3A1. And the same is the case with the less prominent Malthi in Messenia, or beyond the Peloponnese with the important site of Thorikos in Attica, in the area of the Lavrion rich in metal ores. Sites like the Menelaion in Laconia. So we have a certain, in Iklena, we have another case. This is not destroyed or abandoned, but it was incorporated in the Pylian kingdom. In Menelaion, never became a great palatial site. But in Agios Vasilios, beyond the palace, we may look at building A, which is early Mycenaean, and it was destroyed and abandoned after that. And in Thebes, the house of Cadmus, they say it was destroyed before late Helladic 3B, and all the funds were remained intact. Maybe even a ruined mound was built on top of it. So there is a series of events that defined the transition from the early Mycenaean period to the Palatial period. It's common ground for us working besides the palaces that the rise of the palace is a turning point in the Mycenaean world, and it had grave consequences for many principalities that enjoyed an early Freud in the early Mycenaean period. Mitru is another example of this, with many important buildings not so well preserved. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Nina Papazoglou. And from Achaia, we now move to Arcadia. Please stay in the cinema. Björk Forsen and early sanctuaries and tribes in southern Arcadia.
Dear Jack, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a few words about lunch. Not the one that you are waiting for, but another one that I had the pleasure to share with Jack, Shari, and John Bennett at some stage towards the end of last millennium. Together we had visited the sanctuary close to the summit of Mount Agios Elias, roughly in between of Tripolis and Megalopolis in Arcadia, where I, together with Erik Ösby and my wife at that time, had excavated. After which we sat down for lunch in Kato Asea. The taverna owner, a woman in her 30s, soon realized, she could hear it, that Jack was from Ohio, where she herself had spent most of her life before, of some strange reason, ending up in Carthusia. However, business was going bad, she told. Carthusia was deemed to die when the new highway to Kalamata would open, moving the traffic somewhere else. Perhaps she ought to move as well, she asked. Anyway, she dreamt of opening a taverna in Methoni. Jack listened attentively to all this, and then he answered wisely, "Yes, baby, that's right, go west." It was one of those turning moments in life. Soon the taverna was closed and its owner gone. Going west sounded appealing, also to me. Methoni is, after all, a beautiful place, you know. And I contemplated to leave myself. But finally I stayed, excavating another sanctuary at the northern foot of Mount Agios Elias for close to 15 years, where Jack and Shari also would visit us. And believe it or not, after a couple of years, a new taverna appeared in Carthusia, still today offering decent lunch for anybody hungry. Before our one-season excavation back in 1997, the sanctuary of Agios Elias, located close to the very summit of the mountain at an elevation of about 1,100 meters above sea level, was known for the ruins of its remarkable late archaic temple dating to around 500 BC. Today we can trace cult activity back to the late 10th century. There are remains of two consecutive ash altars, they all going back to the late 8th century, as well as of an earlier temple building dating to the early 6th century BC. A unique bronze relief found in Kerastari during the 1950s and today exhibited at the Natural Museum of Athens probably originates from the sanctuary of Agios Elias. Depicted are two chariots, two warriors, and only partly preserved on the right side, two boxers fighting over a goose as the prize. The relief has been part of the horizontal hem pattern of a Sphyrallaton Kore statue, dating to the early 6th century BC, perhaps even having been the first cult statue at the sanctuary. The votive offerings of the sanctuary of Agios Elias clearly belonged to a female deity, whose identity was not revealed until later when I began excavating the previously unknown sanctuary at Agia Paraskevi of Arahamitai on the northern foot of Mount Agios Elias. Thanks to numerous roof tile stamps and inscriptions on votive offerings, we soon managed to identify it with the sanctuary of Artemis Lykoatis, mentioned by Pausanias as located at the foot of the mythical Mount Mainalos or Menalos. Mount Agios Elias is thus the ancient Mount Mainalos, and the sanctuary close to the summit of the mountain must be the sanctuary of Athena, also mentioned by Pausanias. Most of the architectural remains of the sanctuary of Artemis Lykoatis date to the Hellenistic period, although cult activity can be traced back to the late 10th century. In the beginning, centered around two consecutive altars, the first dating between the 9th and the 7th, the second between the 6th and 4th centuries BC. The sanctuary itself was originally established on top of a prehistoric settlement, dating from the late or final Neolithic until the Middle Bronze Age. The perhaps most surprising early find is the object to the right in this picture, which at first glance may look like a large handle, but which actually is part of an early large-scale geometric tripod of the type that Michael Maas calls massive draaifusen. Large-sized geometric tripods appear, as you all know, above all in Olympia and Delphi, next to which you also find them in other important sanctuaries. However, our tripod fragment is the first one so far documented in all of Arcadia. Not a single one has been published from the rather well-known sanctuaries of the Aegea, Losoi, or Mount Lycaon. Of our three earliest bronze figurines, the one depicting a horse on a pierced plate is rather common. Left here. The second one of a man sitting on a cylindrical shaft with the elbows on his knees, the hands brought to the mouth, possibly holding a flute or drinking, is much rarer. As far as I know, the eighth example of its type, every second example having been unearthed in southern Arcadia. The third figurine on the right, produced by hammering and not casting, depicts a young naked man with his hands on the hips. The head is in Daedalic style. The arms and legs are rather related to late geometric figurines. It is a unique piece, something perhaps like the missing link between geometric and Daedalic art. I have so far offered you some short glimpses of two less known early sanctuaries in southern Arcadia, both located on Mount Mainalos, which during antiquity was considered sacred to the god Pan, and where Artemis and Atalante were said to prefer to hunt. However, above all, the mountain was known as the place where Arcas, the eponymous ancestor of all Arcadians, was buried, somewhere close to the sanctuary of Artemis Lycoatis, if we are to believe Pausanias. Cult at both sanctuaries go back to the late 10th century BC. It is early, although not exceptionally early. We know of another two sanctuaries in southern Arcadia where cult activity probably goes back even further. According to Mary Voyatsis, at the sanctuary of Athena Alea at the Aegea, possibly even to late Hellenic 3a, 2 to 3b, at the sanctuary of Zeus on Mount Lycaon again, with certainty to late Hellenic 3a, 2, although the large ash altar also includes pottery from the late Neolithic period until the until the Middle Bronze Age. We find other sanctuaries with cult continuum beginning as early in neighboring Laconia. In Amyclaion, the cult may go back to the late Hellenic 3b, 2, in the sanctuaries of Artemis Orthia and Athena Halkioikos, again to the late 10th or early 9th century BC. François de Polignac, in his seminal book of 1984, saw a combination between the emergence of the polis during the second half of the 8th century BC and the roughly contemporary strong increase of votive offerings in newly founded sanctuaries. The early sanctuaries in southern Arcadia and Laconia all go back to before the Polignac's formative second half of the 8th century. What more, the polis formation took place later in Arcadia than described by de Polignac. In southwestern Arcadia, the main political organization during the classical period was the tribal state, consisting of several small communities, most of which probably were small polis. The leading tribal states were Mainalia, centered on Mount Mainalos, and Parrhasia, centered on Mount Lycaon. The early sanctuaries would later become the main sanctuaries of polis, such as in Tegea, or in Sparta, Amyklai for Sparta, or of tribal states such as on Mount Mainalos or Mount Lycaon. Before state formation, these sanctuaries functioned as meeting places or landmarks where people combined by kinships in tribes, thinly scattered over a large territory, would meet for seasonal gatherings and or feasting. The visibility factor must have been important for such sanctuaries, and in this context, especially the smoke column rising from the altars. We know from the description of Appian that during the late Hellenistic and Roman periods, the smoke column at the sanctuary of Zeus Stratios in Amaseia, Asia Minor, located at the summit of a mountain of about 1,300 meters above sea level, rose as high as 750 meters above the altar. The smoke column could be seen from most of the large territory of the polis Amaseia, thereby promoting a sense of identity and creating a sense of belonging together among the widely dispersed citizen body living in scattered villages. The smoke rising from sacrifices at the early sanctuaries of the southern Peloponnese must have filled a similar function already before the surrounding society developed into closer organized state constructions. Here you can see at the left a map of the Maenalian tribal state during the classical period, and on the right the view shed of a smoke column rising to a height of 100 and 500 meters respectively from the altar in the sanctuary of Agios Elias. The smoke column could have been seen not only from close to all the later Maenalian tribal state territory, but also from large parts of the megalopolis basin and the Aegean territory, and partly even from Laconia. This can be compared with similar view sheds of smoke columns rising from the sanctuary of Zeus at Mount Lycaon, the sanctuary of Athena Alea in Tegea, and the sanctuary of Apollon at Amyclae. Here from the left to the right. The visibility of the Lycaean smoke column very much resembles that of the Maenalian, partly because both sanctuaries were located close to or on the very summit of mountains. The smoke column rising from the altar of Zeus on Mount Lycaon could thus be seen not only from the territory of the later Parrhasian tribal state, but from a much larger area in the southwestern Peloponnese. The visibility of the Tegean and Spartan smoke columns resemble in their turn each other, at the same time as they differ strongly from those of Mount Mainalos and Mount Lycaon. The areas exposed are much smaller and correspond well to the core territories of the later polis of Tegea and Sparta. The sanctuaries of Athena, Alea, and Apollon were of course both located on the plains, which affected how far the smoke could be seen. The strong difference to the sanctuaries on Mount Mainalos and Mount Lycaon also indicates different conditions of living, the people on the plains obviously more dependent on sedentary agriculture and less on mobility. Nonetheless, the fact that people gathered at the early sanctuaries promoted a sense of common identity among them, thereby slowly leading to the creation of political territories belonging to closer organized state constructions, either polis or tribal states. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Fossen. For those who are hungry for archaeology, let's keep it brief and we can have one question per speaker, for instance, in order to take advantage of your presence here. And we may start from Susan Lupak, of course, and et Ali on the Perachora landscape, which was extremely interesting. And well, I have a question as a fieldwork archaeologist as well. Is it explored, the cemetery at Skaloma? Was it plundered? What we saw, was it excavated in the past? I didn't get it. And then comes the question: you're about to have some trial trenches, which is the great thing to expect. Are you starting with the Asprocampos or the Aremada or the 555 site that you have located? Which is your priority location?
Okay, so yes, very good questions. Skalama was looted, heavily looted in the past, and it was Panayiotou Kasimi who went there and I think did some explorations and dug and published it in the Mycenaeans up-to-date volume, but she doesn't say much in there. But what she says is mostly what I related to you, but it's good to know because very often these things don't get published and it just sort of slips off into, you know, obscurity and nobody knows that we're there, right? So that's why that became a big focus for me as a Bronze Age archaeologist to find the habitation that went with it. And then, so your other question was, where are we digging? Yeah. So we're digging actually in 3 spots, but all in the upper plain currently. I would very much love to dig that Mycenaean site, but of course you have to find the owners and manage that situation. In the upper plain, we're fortunate that that territory has been classified as A1 archaeological land since the 80s. So for a long time, and the owners there, and they haven't been able to, many people have not been able to build houses there, and the ones who did before that are mostly very happy to have us. And they're, you know, like, go ahead, yeah, sure, go ahead. But the Mycenaean site is not exactly the same context, although I think we might be able to manage it. One of the Kyrios Protopapas, who is the head of the historical society there, and our 80-year-old local, like, he knows everything. And he recently said to me, oh, I know so-and-so who knows so-and-so. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to dig there. So we're crossing fingers for the future, but it's up to Panayiotou Kasimi as well, like what happens there. Right, so we're digging in 3 different spots, one of which is within a building called Building A1, which was dug by Dunbobbin in 1939, and his only publication of it is like a little paragraph and says, of finds there was nothing of note. And what we can tell is that he was chasing the walls. So we're digging right inside, and I think we're getting reverse stratigraphy. That's what we're expecting, so that like whatever he was throwing up from the walls is on top, and now we're slowly coming down onto perhaps good deposits. We don't really know. Also crossing fingers for that. Another area called Temple Z, which has not been excavated before, but there were walls above ground. It's difficult, right? Because it could be that those are foundations and we don't get much out of it, but I want to test it now before we start launching a big program. And the other spot is closer to the sanctuary because I have my doubts that Payne finished the sanctuary.
Thank you, Susan.
Sorry.
Good luck. And we are looking forward to hearing the results in the following years.
Thank you.
This is great. Walter Gauss, Jeremy Rutter, and Julia Zonu on the understudied ceramic stages, Corinth and Korakou. Okay, thank you. Here you are, Walter. You showed us this coil made in Ohoi with the multiple triangles or multiple zigzags, and it reminded me very much of some ornaments, decorations in 3C advanced in Western Achaea. And I also remember the handmade or coil-made pots in a era of your work and Jeremy Ratter's 3C. Is it a Corinthian Gulf tradition? Could we see a tradition of strange, unusual pots in 3C and technologies?
Yeah, maybe. I think what we have at Egera and what we showed you or when you visited us, this is from a very early stage or from an earlier stage in the 3C ceramic sequence, and it disappears afterwards at Egera. This is one point, and the second point, it is not a local fabric. So it comes from somewhere. We haven't yet spotted its origin. This is the second point, and the third point is it's mostly open shapes.
and undecorated. It's solidly painted or banded decoration. What we have at Corinth is, as it seems, locally produced and much later in date. So, okay, yes, we may have a different ceramic tradition that builds on coil building. That is true. I was surprised, and I have to correct myself, it was not 10 years ago, it must have been almost 15 years ago. So you see, we start ignoring our own age. I was coming from Cologne, and I was not expecting to see a handmade, pattern-painted late Hellenic 3C shirt at the Weinberg House, and this started this entire process. And it was only until recently when we understood that it has similarities, but we have a much wider corpus of material now at Corinth, and this is thanks to Julia, who opened up the drawers and boxes and made us being aware that this is not an individual piece out of nowhere. We have much more of this.
Julia Tonu gave us a beautiful and synthetic panorama of Korakou and Corinth, and you stressed the importance of the Corinthian Gulf in the trade that we haven't pinpointed that much so far. So do you have some comments? Yes, please. You're right.
Thank you. Brilliant paper, Julia. As an ancient Corinthian, I couldn't agree more. It's terrific research. I wouldn't be asking this question except that I'm working in Crete and I was trying to figure out sailing routes. And so I went to Hesperos, the Aegean, and I didn't see references to that. You were actually looking at Emboria. And I didn't, when I was looking for this, I was trying to think about something completely different. But my question is, there are quite a few articles in Hesperos that are really talking about and demonstrating the incredible amount of activity that's taking place, certainly in the later Bronze Age. Well, no, starting, as you said, in the late Middle Bronze Age, flowing down the Corinthian Gulf. And I didn't know if there's missing, whether Corinth was mentioned or brought into those discussions by multiple Italian authors when I finished. So that's sort of a question. Did I miss something, or do I need to go back and read those more carefully? And the other part of it was they then said, well, I better go see what's been going on in recent years with all the Italian work at Ischia. And, and the thing is that part of the question is, and it's bound up with Corinth, we really have this thing we call the Dark Age, but it's not dark. These roots are known. And so when you look from the late Bronze Age, from LH3C, and then suddenly you say, how early in the Iron Age are people picking up on this? Corinth is the greatest city of Greek antiquity because of where it is. And that's, it's not forgotten, I think. Would you sort of comment a little bit on other evidence down the Gulf relating to Corinth in this way, or? And also the connections through into the Iron Age.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, there is a ton to read. I have only scratched the surface. The bibliography is huge. We do need to explore. I myself need to know better what kinds of harbors along the Corinthian Gulf, and how could they have been stopping along the way. So we need to be tracing the same thing also for Kefalonia, Ithaca, Lefkada. So we need to be tracing the people all along based on how we find all of these peculiarities that we call peculiarities, and how we can make these connections. And we can only do these by visiting and experiencing what pottery is in Italy, or us familiarizing with all of these productions. Definitely, I started on this because I started looking into thapsos ware in Corinth, because the idea was we have no thapsos, and after Anastasia Gadolou's fabulous work on Achaia, I started looking, do we have any thapsos? So definitely, Corinth was extremely important. The earliest that we can make the connections, as far as I know, are from Maria Rosaria Lumberto's article. They are middle geometric. So it's a couple centuries in there that we have no traces. But for me, the important thing is if they are traveling those routes from the 17th century to the 12th, 11th centuries, and then for a couple centuries do they stop? But then how is it possible that they go back to the exact same places? And that's why it's I'm quite excited that Jerry and I will go to Ischia because Matteo da Cunto is finding Corinthian, and I hope on top of Mycenaean Corinthian at Ischia. Maybe we can see stratigraphically a superimposition, but then the time there, yeah, it's difficult. And then going back in time, I mean, you saw the Cetina pot, so we have even there exploring these routes in early Hellenic, or material from early Hellenic comes through, and even going further back with the Daniloraita, the Middle Neolithic, Daniloraita are coming down to Corinth. So people are going up and down these routes. It's just figuring out how Mycenaean Corinth was, and how was all of these functioning, who was in charge, how were the things coming through in the late Bronze Age. And I'm sure then going down from Corinth to Mycenae, I think that route is extremely important. And at Skalom, I think, Hiotis and Tsombos, the two geologists, they talk about a quarry tool, because they believe that the stone from Perachora is what was used to build the grave circle A. So I think we need to explore how people, resources, what are the Mycenaeans getting from the West? There's all this big discussion about alum and sulfur, and are they getting metallurgy techniques from the West, traveling south from us, and we are there a key point where all of the central Greece and northeast Peloponnese and Aegina, everybody converges there where we are. I mean, just I can stop, but it's a huge. I think it's a huge subject. I'm only beginning to scratch the surface, and I need to read a ton from what the Italians are doing, which is fascinating because they are trying to figure out proveniences based on compositions, where the material they have there. And it's a vast bibliography from the 90s and after 2000. Yeah. I mean, the Esperos is one example there. It's just, it's huge.
Thank you, Julia. Lena Papazoglou-Vaniudaki showed us this magnificent and monumental building, and in my knowledge, this is the largest Mycenaean building on the northwestern Peloponnese, and one of the largest of the early Mycenaean in the whole Peloponnese, surviving, I mean. Do we have any remarks or questions? Would be nice. Well, here's one. I would expect this to be also compared to the little buildings that we know from Achaea early, like the Pagona ones or the Trapeza ones, which are not fully published. And with all you have showed us, it looks that this building that we are excavating is really non-typical of what we would expect. It's not a corridor house. It's not a megaroid thing. It looks foreign into quotation, and since we have a Vigoriani here, Mrs. Kea, I think it's something that could be compared to parallels far away. What is your impression of this, of the origins or the inspirations or the the technology applied or the design applied of this building? Yes.
Of course, I have studied all finds in Achaea in other settlements, and we have presented some of them. I have argued about the settlements in Western Achaea in another paper in political geography, that the one edited by GAIGNEROT-DRIESSEN. So I speak about Pagona, about Phare, and how this is compared to Migdalia, how is the hierarchy of the settlements, and where would be possible a Mycenaean palace, if ever, in Achaea, in the middle of Patras, downtown. So I didn't put it in this paper as well. This, of course, that's what I thought. I tried to find and other buildings of the same period that all have an abrupt end and never rebuilt again. I think the multifaceted early Mycenaean world came to an end when the great palaces were erected, and this is something we have to consider. It's not a ceramic phase, but it's a historic phase in the Mycenaean world.
Thank you very much. Professor Bjorn Forsen showed us a panorama of the early sanctuaries in Arcadia. We have. Well, we were talking with Florence Gaignerot earlier that the smoke column is something that we haven't considered as also an element of the operation of such shrines. And it was impressive to see the distribution of its visibility geographically. Could we put this in a network? Could we put this understanding in a network of shrines where each one would have its own column of smoke in specific rituals, in specific dates, and this would make a geographic signal every time? Could you imagine that as a possibility?
Yes, why not? Actually, we know about sanctuaries. There was a sanctuary to Zeus on top of Mount Athos, for instance, which has never been excavated because of the location today, but it's mentioned by ancient authors, and it's also mentioned as one of the spots where used to send the signal that Troy had fallen. This is by Euripides, I think, telling it, and it goes through and a chain of places where they put up the smoke. So and then the information comes to Mycenae. So it's in that sense you have a combined sanctuary, and of course an importance of seeing the smoke of the ash altar, but you also use it as a signal post. So yes, I think you can combine them. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you wanted me to answer, but
well, it's a point of view that we are not taking into consideration that shrines are also the spots where people contact their presence, yes, and send some signals with the excuse of some rituals. And it was fresh and interesting for us the moment that you showed it. So thank you very much. And since we had to make it brief as possible, we can now declare the lunch break. Florence, can we? Thank you very much for your attention. Brigitte, everything good? Okay. Yeah, I know. We started late. Okay, good. That's the best news I've heard. Sherry, maybe I got her PowerPoint. She mailed it. All right, everyone, let's take our seats, get off to a good start. All right, so I have a couple quick announcements, one good and one bad. So the good news is that we've just learned that the conference is being attended by 1,660 people online. So you're talking to a really big number of people. Yeah, large number. So that's very exciting. I should say I'm Tom Brogan. I direct the Study Center for East Crete and INSTAP. Now I have some bad news. I just learned. We just learned that Polly Muley died, and she is a great friend of the school. Jim Muley was a director. Anyone that worked on Crete knows her work well. She was a graduate of Bryn Mawr College. So that's just really sad. I think she had been sick and rapidly declining, but that just a terrible news. So I think. We'll learn more about what that means in the funeral. She died here in Athens. She was they lived down in Phaleron. And Katie Romeopoulou died. Yeah. So anyway. We wouldn't have ever started the funeral. Wow. Well, you'll have to tell that in the conclusion. Okay, so after that sad news, we got to get back to business. So we are opening up session 6, and we want to stay on time. So we're going to begin with a paper by Kalamactame Salvatore Vitale, Sherry Stocker, and Litsa Malapani, Archaeological Research and Heritage Preservation, a case study illustrating the benefits of land use mapping to rescue excavation at the site of Romanou in southwestern Messenia. So I welcome Kala up to the podium.
I didn't get any more nervous hearing about 1,600 people. Okay. I wanted to start by thanking the organizers and also to express, for myself and my fellow co-authors, our appreciation for Jack's extensive contribution to the archaeology of Greece, and also of equal importance for his friendship. This paper, which focuses on the archaeological finds near Romanou, touches on multiple aspects of Jack's previous work. Located in the Pilis Nestoris municipality, Romanou and its surroundings were recognized as an area of archaeological importance by Prapp in the 1990s, when they defined the site as a settlement occupied over an extended period of time. In this paper, we present new data on the Bronze Age artifact distribution at the site. We begin with a brief background of the area and the previous research. The modern town of Romanou is circa 1.5 kilometers from the current coastline of the Ionian Sea, circa 4 kilometers north of Navarino Bay, and 2.5 kilometers north of Osmanaga Lagoon. The area between the modern town and the lagoon is a broad alluvial plain, fed from perennial streams to the north. The earliest landscape and environmental reconstructions came out of the Ume with Loy and Wright in 1972, suggesting that Osmanaga Lagoon existed in its present form since about 2000 BC. However, In 1980, Kraft et al. Provided a more detailed reconstruction of the lagoon and Navarino Bay, proposing a sequence of marine transgressions and regressions based on radiocarbon dating and sediment analysis, which puts the northern boundary of Navarino Bay further north during the Bronze Age. They placed the formation of the barrier between the lagoon and the bay to sometime after 2745 BP, which is about circa 795 BC. More recent landscape reconstructions by Amanolidis et al. In 2018 provide updated information on the formation of the lagoon. Their work indicates a gradual formation of the sand barrier between 5800 and 3300 BP, with episodes of marine incursion during this interval. The modern lagoon environment in this reconstruction occurred at 3300 BP, by which time the sand barrier fully restricted access between the lagoon and Navarino Bay. In terms of archaeology, Prapp designated Romanou as Place of Special Interest I-4, which covered a large area with multiple phases of use from the early Hellenic through modern times. I-4 was spatially and temporally defined as consisting of an ancient component to the north and east of the modern town and a concentrated prehistoric component to the north and west, with the Celis River defining the northern boundary. Within Prapp, Zenger examined the paleogeography of the area, demonstrating that the Celis River was located to the east of Romanou in the early Bronze Age, when it flowed across the large alluvial plain into Navarino Bay to the south. In Mycenaean times, he demonstrated that the river was intentionally rerouted by the construction of a canal to create a port and safe harbor to the west of the site. Additional work at the site took place between 2007 and 2010, when Rombach confirmed the importance of the area through rescue excavation conducted prior to the construction of the Costa Navarino golf course. These excavations identified a large EH settlement with occupation beginning circa 2900-2800 BC during the EH1 to EH2 transition. Evidence for an obsidian and copper workshop dating later in EH2 and a significant destruction horizon approximately contemporary to EH2b at Lerna, 2200 BC or slightly later. He also excavated a Mycenaean Tholos tomb, which he dated to LH1. Recently, Effie Tsiolaki has re-examined the Bronze Age spatial and ceramic data from Prapp, providing more detailed and nuanced information on land use in the area. At Romanou, she examined the distribution of EH ceramics, the distribution of lithics, both obsidian and flint and chert, and the Prapp survey units with MH and LH finds. This brings us to our 2015 rescue work, which occurred between Rombach's excavations and Tsiolaki's research. Our project began when Costa Navarino proposed new developments to the east of the golf course, where they hoped to construct football facilities, European football facilities. For us, this provided an opportunity to further understand the history of the area. At that time, Dr. Malpani, on behalf of the Eferet, began the consultation process and evaluation of the heritage resources. The circa 40 hectares we examined are delineated by the Celis River to the north, the existing golf course to the northwest, and private olive groves to the east and south. The location fills a spatial gap in those previous studies that I presented. Soon after work started, Malapani and Stalker organized a small group, including archaeologists, a draftsperson, and the infamous furry scholar NESTOR, who did not get the wisdom of his parents, unfortunately. But like his father, he does bring pleasure to the field and entertainment. This group was put together to collaborate and assist with the research at the site. The work began in the fall of 2014 with the excavation of 32 backhoe test trenches to determine the potential for in situ archaeological material. Archaeological material was evident on the excavation piles, with heavy rains during the months of November and December, increasing surface visibility. A surface survey around the test trenches was initiated to assess the need for further excavation and identify the best locations for additional testing. bearing in mind the following archaeological limitations: that the piles contain disturbed sediments, and thus a mix of stratigraphic levels, and the visibility of specific find types and chronologic periods could be biased, while also considering that the piles contained material spatially associated with the adjacent trench, and that the limitations are not really that significantly different than those faced by standard pedestrian survey, where you have natural depositional and erosional factors impacting artifact distribution. We concluded that a surface survey examining the piles would provide us with valuable data. We began by designating each pile with a unique number that consisted of the trench number followed by sequential numbers for each pile. With the ceramic expertise of Vitale and Stocker, pottery assemblages visible on each pile were assessed in the field. To further reduce the work time, we implemented a rank value quantification system with scalar values ranging from 0 for no material to 4 for high density. Those values were assigned separately for each material type. This paper presents the results for the broad EH, MH, and LH periods, and the evidence for lithics and slate. The visible material was then collected and bagged for future study. Other periods and more refined data were also documented, but are not considered here. The spatial location for each pile was recorded using a real-time GPS generously loaned for the work by the INSTEP Study Center for East Crete. Artifact data were entered into an Excel table, imported into ArcGIS, and linked with the GPS location for each pile. To create our density maps, we utilize the kernel density, which creates a raster file where the value calculated for each pixel of a given size, in our case set at 1 meter, represents the contribution of the point values within a set search radius. In our case, we set that at 30 meters. Although kernel density is typically utilized for quantitative continuous data, it can be used on ordinal categorical variables when assigned numerical values, with higher numbers having a greater weight in the analysis. For presenting the data, we standardize the classification to compare the densities across periods and find types. The density analysis shows that EH ceramics are common finds across the survey. In 2015, excavation of the high-density EH areas exposed architecture, confirming rich settlement deposits in those sectors with high density in our plots. Most of these contexts, including a mendable floor deposit from the burnt destruction of a building located at the top of the slope, were assigned by Vitale to late EH2B. Specifically, the diagnostic features in this assemblage include late type 1 saucers with shallow profiles, flat bottoms, and sometimes thickened and hooked rims, late type 2 saucers with shallow profiles and defined carination, and a high proportion of unpainted ceramics. These characteristics indicate that this destruction deposit dates to the end of EH2B, equating to late phase 3C or even phase 3D at Lerna, and to phase 2B at Ios Dimitrios, again circa 2200 BC. Evidence for occupation during an earlier EH2B subphase was also unearthed in our excavations, but was only exposed in a single sounding. Other, shallower walls, disturbed by modern agriculture, were uncovered in the western side of the area. The distribution maps, the excavation data, and PRAPS data clearly show the continuation of the EH occupation of Romanou to the east of the trenches excavated by Rombach. They also fill in the gap between Rombach's area and the ceramic finds identified by PRAP and mapped and plotted by Tsuolaki, defining more clearly the extent of the site. Looking at the slate, when classified on the same scale as the EH finds, the density is low and the distribution is dispersed. However, when we classify the state using natural breaks, it reveals that the slate hotspots largely overlap the areas exhibiting high density of EH material. It is possible that this is an indication of the use of slate as roofing material. However, during excavation, we were unable to confirm this hypothesis. For the combined obsidian and flint distribution, we see a low concentration of finds in the southwest of the study area. Comparing this data with PRAP's lithics, Rombach's obsidian workshop, and the topographic map, our distribution appears to correspond spatially with a continued scatter running along the ridge towards the workshop. Looking again at the EH2 site boundary, the lithics overlap with the areas of higher EH density, supporting an assertion made by Stocker that the lithics at Romanou are associated with EH occupation. For the MH and LH densities, we see that compared to the EH classification, artifacts from these periods occur in low concentrations. Excavation units were placed in the areas of high density for these time periods, yet no in situ materials were identified. However, the excavation units from other areas, coupled with topographic data, help to explain the observed pattern. Excavations in the winter of 2015 uncovered a burial consisting of a constructed stone enclosure cut into sterile and surrounding a pithos. This vessel lay on its side with its mouth facing north and sealed with stone slabs. One skeleton was found inside the jar in a contracted position. While the burial lacked grave goods, the occurrence of the stone enclosure is reminiscent of Messenian MH tumuli, which are often provided with single burials in jars, and this burial may date to that time period. For the LH, the mapped Pratt material is concentrated south of the project boundary towards the slightly elevated hilltop where the current town of Romanou sits. Based on the topography and the shallow nature of the EH material at the south end of our project area, it seems likely that the LH finds in our survey area are redeposited along the slope, with the primarily EH-LH settlement located to the south. To conclude and summarize, based on Rombach's research, the earliest occupation spanned from EH1 to EH2 early transition to the end of EH2b. During EH2, Manolidis et al.'s landscape reconstruction shows that the lagoon had not yet been sealed off from Navarino Bay, meaning sea access by boat through the lagoon could have been possible at this time. In other words, for the EH settlement, access to Navarino Bay was potentially circa 1.5 kilometers closer than it is today, and the river was an active irrigation source for the alluvial farmland. In the MH, there is a clear transition in the use of the landscape, with no evidence for settlement in our project area, but with evidence for burial use. The settlement during this time may have been concentrated at the hilltop location, which is supported by the MH distribution documented by Prapp. As originally determined by Prapp, the hilltop is the most likely location for occupation in the LH period as well. By this time, the paleogeographic reconstructions of the area demonstrate two significant changes: the final closure of the sand barrier that separates the lagoon from Navarino Bay, and the establishment of the port. The close temporal co-occurrence of these events suggests that the hydraulic works were completed to facilitate sea transport when access to Navarino Bay had moved further south. The LH occupation of the Romanou hilltop is well positioned geographically as a port settlement. Also interesting is the location of the Tholos tomb excavated by Rombach. Although construction likely preceded the creation of the port, once established, the location of the Tholos would certainly have been visible to docking ships. While work for this project was initiated to effectively mitigate a proposed development project, it demonstrates the possibility to produce relevant scientific data in minimal time through collaborative research, and something that Jack has promoted throughout his career. We hope that future work will continue to enrich our knowledge of this fascinating site. Thank you for your attention.
All right, Carla, thank you very much. So next I would like to invite Effie Tsiolaki, who will be telling us more about surveying Messenia, challenges and opportunities of working with legacy surface survey data.
I would like to start by thanking the organizers for organizing this conference and for inviting me to speak here today. It is a pleasure and an honor to contribute to a celebration of not only a great scholar, but a great mentor to me personally. Since this week we're celebrating the work and legacy of Jack Davis, I thought it fitting to speak about how all data, legacy data, survive and remain useful to those of us in the field, despite their age. Indeed, neither my dissertation nor this talk would have been possible without the incredibly rich legacy data the Prapp survey produced. This talk grows out of my first encounter with the landscape of Messenia back in the summer of 2016, when I was taken to visit several coastal and inland sites by Jack. That experience was more than a tour to some of the archaeological sites Prap explored. It was an introduction to the intellectual landscape behind the dataset itself, to the ways the survey was conducted, the questions that shaped it, and the perspective through which Jack and the Prap team understood the region and their findings. But Prap is only one of the moments in this history of landscape exploration in Messenia. For nearly a century, the region has been the focus of several survey projects, each conducted at a different scale, with different methods, and in response to different research questions. Few regions in Greece have been examined so frequently and over such an extensive period of time. As a result, this work has produced more than evidence for ancient settlement. It has created a layered history of archaeological observation of the same landscape. Today, I want to bring into dialogue two of the major Messenian survey projects: the University of Minnesota Messenia Expedition, or AMI, conducted between the 1950s and 1970s, and the Pylos Regional Archaeological Project, or PRAP, which 2 decades later investigated parts of the same region. By comparing the results of these projects and incorporating observations from my own more recent visits to PRAP sites, I want to explore how the differences between their records reflect not only changing survey methodologies and enhanced archaeological knowledge about Bronze Age Messenia, but also the continued transformation of the landscape itself. Archaeological sites are often described as palimpsests, places formed through the accumulation of human and natural activity across time. In this paper, I extend that metaphor to the practice of archaeological survey. AMI, PRAP, and subsequent visits represent successive readings of the same landscape over time, each adding a fresh layer of knowledge and understanding, and together revealing Messenia not simply as a palimpsest of past human activity, but also as one of evolving archaeological methods and observations. The first systematic exploration of the Messenian landscape grew directly from the excavation of the Palace of Nestor. After the decipherment of Linear B, it became clear that the palace had interacted with multiple locations across a wide territory, and searching for the remains on the ground would transform our understanding of the Messenian kingdom. William MacDonald, a graduate student on Carl Blegen's team, expanded the scope of earlier reconnaissance that Blegen and Konstantinos Kourouniotis had begun before the war. By the 1960s, the University of Minnesota Messenia Expedition had officially formed, a project innovative for its time that combined archaeological survey with studies of the physical landscape and resources across an area of natural resources across an area of approximately 38 square kilometers. 3,800, I'm sorry, 38 is not that much. The field methodology reflected both the project's ambitions and the realities of survey work at the time. Despite the large area covered, the team itself never consisted of more than 4 members. Work relied on local informants and field walking in the early years, later supplemented by declassified aerial photographs to identify locations of possible prehistoric settlement based on the locational characteristics of previously documented sites. When archaeological material was found on the ground, the team recorded occupation dates and site size estimates based on the maximum spread of visible artifacts. The result was an impressive record of prehistoric settlement across Messenia, unique for its richness across the Aegean. By the 1970s and 80s, new survey methodologies had emerged across the Mediterranean, raising expectations about what regional fieldwork could achieve. As the John Cherry quote on the screen illustrates, such projects highlighted the shortcomings of earlier work, like that of AMI, especially their inability to detect very small sites under 1 hectare. At the same time, these projects increasingly demonstrated the landscapes themselves were dynamic and that post-depositional processes had a significant impact on the integrity of surface remains. As a result, geomorphological studies became another integral component of survey practice. PRAP was launched in the 1990s, in part to address such methodological issues. The project applied these newer methods systematically in southwestern Messenia, an area chosen both for its earlier survey history and the rich archaeological evidence that allowed to ask broader historical questions, spanning from prehistory to modern times. The study area covered approximately 100 square kilometers, centered at the Palace of Nestor. 40 square kilometers of this area were systematically walked by teams spaced 15 meters apart, who recorded artifact densities and collected diagnostic material. This allowed the identification of both low-density off-site distributions and higher artifact density concentrations, or sites, which were then intensively sampled. One of the project's significant innovations was the near-total collection of visible surface remains at all sites, combined with GIS-based analysis of artifact distributions. This strategy improved the chronological resolution and allowed to trace site development over time. The contrast between AMI and PRAP therefore provides an opportunity to examine how different survey methodologies shape archaeological knowledge. While several PRAP sites had already been identified by the earlier survey, the intensive survey methods produced revised site size estimates and identified numerous additional sites at the lower end of the settlement hierarchy. As the box plots on the slide demonstrate, PRAP recorded a much wider range of site sizes than AMI. In part, this reflects more sophisticated estimation of site sizes, since many of the sites documented by AMI were reassessed upward in size. Importantly, it also reflects the identification of previously unrecognized small sites that AMI's work had missed. Yet, methodology alone cannot explain some of the discrepancies between the two datasets. PRAP was not only documenting the same landscape with increased precision, it was also documenting a landscape that had changed in the decades separating the two projects. In some cases, the character and preservation of surface remains differed significantly from what AMI had recorded. Portes, for example, a late Bronze Age site located along the road leading from the coast to the palace, not only appeared heavily disturbed, but also elements of the surface assemblage reported by AMI were no longer present. ABELL was identified only after repeated visits over 3 field seasons, and the surviving material was sparse. Without the earlier observations of AMI, the location might not have been identified as a settlement at all. Geomorphological work sponsored by PRAP further suggested that these cases were not isolated incidents, but part of broader landscape transformations. Eberhard Zanger and a team of physical scientists showed that the marl ridges that extend from the inland uplands toward the coast had undergone significant disturbance due to natural and anthropogenic processes that affected the integrity of archaeological deposits. For example, Vorulja, a small early late Bronze Age site located on the lower slopes northwest of the Navarino Bay and excavated by Marinatos in the 1950s, had completely disappeared. Similarly, low-density or off-site prehistoric surface finds were predominantly found along the mid and lower terrace slopes of the marl ridges, whose tops weren't actively being eroded to the bedrock due to intense cultivation. Interestingly, this material comprises primarily coarse late Bronze Age pottery, which is most common at small agricultural settlements studied by PRAP. This implies that the deposits under active destruction were likely represent sites in the lower tier of settlement hierarchy. PRAP therefore did more than refining the results of AMI. It also detected evidence of processes that had changed the landscape AMI previously examined. Seen in this light, the two projects do not simply provide competing or complementary records of prehistoric settlement. Together, they document successive states of the Messenian landscape and thus two complementary layers in a longer palimpsest of archaeological observation. If these two projects represent two moments in the archaeological observation of Messenia, then an obvious question follows. How do the results hold up to what we can detect today? Answering this question required an inversion of regular survey practice by returning first to the survey archives and then the landscape itself. The practical first step was to translate the project spatial database into real-world coordinates, a process that inevitably introduces a margin of error. Therefore, I conducted a series of visits between 2016 and 2019 to confirm site locations, record their actual coordinates, and assess the current condition of surface remains without collecting any material. This work revealed three broad patterns that offer an additional perspective on the current state of the surface archaeological record. First, perhaps observations remained largely unchanged. At larger sites where PRAP had encountered higher artifact densities and sites in areas of low agricultural activity, the survey archive and the landscape broadly coincide. At Gargagliani Ordines, for example, surface finds were concentrated in the western and southeastern areas of the site, closely matching the areas of highest densities that PRAP recorded. At Nosena, a small early Bronze Age coastal establishment, pottery appeared in exactly the same locations as the PRAP team had documented almost 30 years earlier. Where PRAP recorded significant densities of material or where land is not currently intensively cultivated, the archaeological remains are preserved. In contrast, a second pattern illustrates the modification or perhaps erasure of the landscape palimpsest recorded by PRAP. Several smaller concentrations of finds reported within olive groves or on terraced cultivated slopes could not be relocated at all. This difficulty in relocating smaller concentrations of surface finds is not unusual in survey archaeology. Small sites are notoriously sensitive to field conditions and may appear or disappear depending on vegetation cover, seasonal visibility, or recent plowing. However, this pattern may indicate a different process. Most of the sites I could not relocate were of small size and broadly situated in erosive landscapes where PRAP had already observed significant disturbance of deposits in the 1990s. Moreover, as the earlier Nosena example illustrates, some small sites do survive essentially unchanged from their first recording in the 1990s, when they are in areas not actively cultivated. This observation suggests that the smallest archaeological traces, the ones that intensive surveys are designed to identify, are also the most vulnerable to ongoing landscape transformation. A third pattern shows how earlier layers of the palimpsest may unexpectedly resurface. Within the floodplain at the lower Metaxada Valley, PRAP had collected a single early Bronze Age sherd from a tract near a historical period site and interpreted this sherd as an off-site find. During my visit, additional early Bronze Age sherds were identified near a recently excavated pit at the edge of a young olive grove. These sherds suggest the site likely lies buried in the broader area, concealed by alluvial deposits or terrace construction. Taken together, these observations point toward a conclusion that goes beyond the questions of site identification or survey methodology. AMI and PRAP recorded different layers of the same landscape palimpsest. Read together, they show not only how archaeological methods changed, but also how the landscape itself continued to change between one survey and the next. On the one hand, they reveal that modern land use actively destroys, obscures, and occasionally exposes traces of the past. On the other, they show that the faintest traces, the small sites, and the low-density artifact scatters are also the most vulnerable to disappearance. As a result, the settlement patterns we reconstruct may become increasingly biased toward what was always easiest to see, the larger, more permanent, and more archaeologically visible finds. Jack Davis and Jock Bennett close the preface to the second edition of Sandy Pillows by saying that PRAP's data show, quote, the possibility of reinterpretation by archaeologists in the future, end quote. That invitation, or opportunity, or maybe challenge, was extended to me in the most generous way. Access to the data, guidance in using it, and the freedom to ask questions the project itself hadn't asked. I hope this talk has shown that legacy data do more than make a reinterpretation possible. They preserve observations that may no longer be recoverable from the landscape itself. The fact that PRAP produced this record and that Jack and the PRAP team took care in making that record available and legible to those who come after is a scholarly legacy in the fullest sense of the word. Thank you.
Thank you, Effie. Yeah? Okay, great. So now I want to invite our third speaker to the podium, Brigitte Elder, who'll be talking about Kakavotos in context, tracing early Mycenaean networks.
Dear colleagues, friends, dear Jack, and dear Sherry. Kakavotos, located near the coast of the western Peloponnese, is undoubtedly the most important early Mycenaean site in ancient Triphylia. It became known through the excavations of Wilhelm Dörpfeld, who uncovered 3 tholos tombs and parts of the residential building complex in 1907 and 1908. Since 2009, renewed fieldwork and the re-examination of the old finds have provided important new insights into its history and development. Remains of habitation were identified on the western summit of a hill about 70 meters above sea level, where 3 monumental tholos tombs were constructed along the lower slope. To the south, the Aigaleon mountain range rises in neighboring Messenia, a constant presence on the horizon. Despite extensive looting of the tombs, the surviving finds provide remarkable evidence for the regional and super-regional connections of Kakavotos within the early Mycenaean world. These connections become visible through several categories of material culture, including pottery, amber, gold ornaments, glass jewelry, and imported vessels. One particularly important group consists of the 22 palatial amphorae recovered from the tholos tombs. Dated mainly to late Hellenic IIa, they belong to a class of highly representative vessels associated with exceptionally rich early Mycenaean burials. Comparable amphorae are known from Messenia, Laconia, the Argolid, and as far north as Thebes, demonstrating that Kakavotos formed part of a wider stylistic koine linking the southern and eastern Peloponnese with central Greece. One fragmentary amphora from Kakavotos, decorated with a pendant trefoil motif, shown here at the top center of the slide, finds a close parallel in the tholos tomb at Anthea in Messenia, here on the upper left. As part of our project with the Fitch Laboratory of the British School at Athens, Vangelio Kyriazi, Yoyer HATZAKI, and Hans Mommsen have analyzed several fragments petrographically and chemically in order to investigate their provenance. Earlier scholarship often regarded palatial amphorae as Cretan products. The analysis, however, showed that the production took place mainly at different centers within the Peloponnese. The amphora with the pendant trefoil decoration, for example, could broadly be assigned to a Peloponnesian origin, while another decorated with spirals, here on the lower left, proved to be a product of the Mycenae Berbati workshop. These results demonstrate that Kakavotos participated actively in exchange networks linking major early Mycenaean centers of the Peloponnese. Amber beads reflect the same pattern of connections. Their distribution on the Greek mainland remains remarkably restricted and typologically uniform, suggesting that such prestige goods circulated between a relatively small number of interconnected elite centers rather than through independent long-distance contacts. Amber appeared in large quantities in the Peloponnese at the transition from Middle Hellenic III to Late Hellenic I. Particularly rich assemblages are known from Mycenae, Kakavotos, Peristeria, and Pylos. With almost 600 beads, Kakavatos ranks immediately after Mycenae in the number of finds. Besides simple spherical and biconical beads, Tholos A contains several exceptional forms comparable to examples from Central Europe and Southern England. Especially noteworthy are the spacer plates with V-shaped borings between the parallel straight perforations, which are also attested at Mycenae and Peristeria. Several figure-8 and multiple figure-8 beads likewise find one close counterpart at Mycenae. Ring-shaped pendants with tubular suspension channels were previously considered unique to Kakavatos. However, thanks to the information kindly shared by Sherry Stocker, I can now point to another example recently recovered at Pylos. At the same time, the Mycenaean amber repertoire represents only a selection from the much broader range of European amber types. This raises the question where the selection took place before the material reached Mycenaean Greece. The large quantity and remarkable variety of amber beads found at Kakavatos suggests that the site played an important role in the circulation and redistribution of amber among early Mycenaean elite centers, particularly between Mycenae and Messenia. A comparable pattern of distribution can be observed with imported Near Eastern glass jewelry. Star disc pendants and so-called nutsi beads, rectangular spacer beads made of blue glass, are known from a small number of early Mycenaean tombs on the Greek mainland. The pendants decorated with 6 or 8 rayed stars were most likely imported from the Syro-Levantine region. The examples from Kakavatos and Thorikos, the 5 pendants from Daras, and perhaps also the recently discovered example from Tholos 7 at Pylos belong to the early Mycenaean period. Another pendant, possibly an heirloom, was found in a late Hellenic 3b context at Mycenae. Two closely related groups may be distinguished. The examples from Mycenae, Pylos, and Kakavatos with 8 rayed stars, and the pendants from Daras and Thorikos decorated with 6 rayed stars. They look like as if they could come from the same necklace. Within the same networks, amethyst beads circulated as well. The material originated in Egypt and most probably reached the Aegean through the mediation of Minoan Crete, largely in the form of finished beads. The distribution follows the characteristic pattern observed in early Mycenaean elite tombs of the Argolid and Messenia. In view of the numerous amethyst finds from the region of Pylos, Kakavatos was probably part of the Messenian networks that were closely linked with Crete. The ceramic imports from Kakavatos provide direct evidence for maritime exchange networks linking the Western Peloponnese with Crete and the southeastern Aegean. Particularly significant are the oval-mouthed transport amphorae, 6 examples of which were identified through petrographic analysis as imports from Crete. The assemblages further include pithoi, handmade storage vessels, and tripod cooking pots imported from Kythera, underlining the island's role as an intermediary between Crete and the mainland. Petrographic and chemical analysis also identify 4 vessels as imports from Kos. As Jack Davis already suggested in connection with a Coan import found at Routsi in Messenia, such pottery may well have reached the Western Peloponnese through Minoan maritime networks centered on Crete. The occurrence of flat-based tripod cooking pots additionally points to culinary influences from Crete, possibly including food preparation practices and recipes. The lapis-lazuli beads from the Tholos tombs of Kakavatos fit well into this picture. The finds belong to the earliest and most extensive assemblages of lapis-lazuli beads on the Greek mainland and include forms such as papyrus flowers, lilies, buds, rosettes, and grain-shaped beads. These motifs derive from the iconographic repertoire of Neopalatial Crete and find close parallels at Knossos and Poros Katsambas, the harbor of Knossos. Like the imported amphorae and other prestige goods, the lapis-lazuli beads most probably reached Kakavatos through the same Minoan exchange networks centered on Crete. They illustrate not only the circulation of exotic materials whose raw source ultimately lay in Afghanistan, but also the transmission of Minoan symbolic forms within wider Aegean elite networks. More generally, The distribution of amber, amethyst, lapis lazuli, and glass jewelry, palatial amphorae, and Cretan transport amphorae, among other things, reflects the circulation of prestige goods among elites of comparable social standing. Such context probably also facilitated the transmission of architectural concepts and technical expertise associated with the construction of monumental thallus tombs, which emerged in southern Greece during late Hellenic I and probably originated in Messenia. Significantly, early thallus tombs in the western Peloponnese are confined to Messenia and adjacent Tryphalia. Makrysia, Samikon, and Kakavatos, all situated south of the Alpheus River, possessed thallus tombs closely related in chronology and typology to those of neighboring Messenia. Taken together, the evidence points to particularly close connections between Kakavatos and Messenia. An instructive example for these particularly close regional connections is provided by an owl made of gold sheet from Thallus A at Kakavatos. Its closest parallels in terms of size, shape, and plumage design are found in four roughly contemporary examples from Thallus 4 at Pylos and two further examples from Thallus 3 at Peristeria. Differences are mainly due to the varying state of preservation. Christine de Vree's detailed measurements have shown that the differences between these objects are extremely small, raising the possibility that several examples were produced from the same mold. Even if not all owls originate from a single mold, the similarities clearly point to close connections between workshops and to the use of shared templates. As Robert Lavineur already observed, such similarities may reflect the circulation either of finished prestige objects or of molds themselves. In this case, the finds underline the particularly close links between the major early Mycenaean centers of the Western Peloponnese. Further evidence for close cultural ties with Messenia is provided by the group of the so-called spinning bowls. At least 8 basket-like vessels with interior handles were recovered from various contexts at Kakavatos, including the late Hellenic IIb destruction horizon. Comparable vessels are otherwise known only from Messenia, where they occur in settlement and funerary contexts dating from Middle Hellenic III to late Hellenic IIa. In many ways, the development of pottery style at Kakavatos followed trends attested in the southwestern Peloponnese. If we map the distribution of late Hellenic I to IIa pottery, a striking pattern emerges. Early Mycenaean pottery, that is, wheel-finished and lustrous painted pottery, is confined almost exclusively to sites south of the Alpheus River, where it connects seamlessly with the contemporaneous sites of Messenia. This is in marked contrast to the region north of the Alpheus, where Mycenaean pottery does not seem to spread before late Hellenic IIb. The distribution of early Mycenaean pottery should therefore be understood not simply as a chronological phenomenon, but as a cultural indicator reflecting zones of contact and interaction. Taken together, the evidence suggests that Bronze Age Tryphalia formed part of the same cultural sphere as contemporary Messenia. The historical boundary along the river Nether clearly does not reflect the realities of the Mycenaean period. One of my broader aims is therefore to challenge the continued projection of later political geographies onto the Bronze Age landscape. By the beginning of late Hellenic IIa, Kakavatos had emerged as the dominant center of the region. Yet, in late Hellenic IIb, the site was destroyed by fire and subsequently abandoned. Unlike Kakavatos, several other settlements and cemeteries in Tryphalia continued in use until the end of the Mycenaean palatial period. Despite its former prominence, Kakavatos was never rebuilt and no obvious successor emerged within the region. One possible explanation may lie in the territorial expansion of one of the major political powers of the southwestern Peloponnese. The strong Messenian connections visible throughout the material culture of Tryphalia encourage me to view the region as part of a broader Messenian sphere. Significantly, the decline of Kakavatos coincides with similar developments at Rutsi and Peristeria, both of which also lost importance during late Hellenic IIb and IIIa1. On this map of the Mycenaean state of Pylos in the 13th century BC, I have therefore hypothetically extended the territory of Pylos northwards to include Triphylia. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigitte. So now we'd like to hear paper number 4 by Michael Cosmopoulos, Social Memory and Homeric Topography of Messenia.
Καλησπέρα σας. Let me start by adding my own thanks to those you have heard already, to the organizers of the conference. You have done an amazing job and so much work, and we are all very grateful to you for making this possible. Thank you. Second, Jack, this is a wonderful recognition of a lifetime of dedication to our field. And I've known you now for, 35 years or so, and I can attest to the fact that you have become wiser over the years. And the proof sits next to you. The wisest decision in your life was to share your life and your work with Shari, so congratulations to both of you. We're going to change gears now, because what I would like to talk about today is Homeric geography. Homeric geography and how it may preserve memories of Mycenaean political administration. Now, Homeric geography is an integral part of the poetic worlds of the epics, and it serves several functions. One of those functions is to connect inherited memories with landscapes that were meaningful to the ancient audiences. And it is this relationship between poetic geography, inherited traditions, and landscapes that raises the possibility of the preservation of traces of Mycenaean political administration into the epics. In exploring this wider issue, Messenia is a useful case study because the geography that is represented in the epics can be compared to the geography that we get from the Linear B tablets. So today I will begin with talking about the passages, the Homeric passages that relate to the realm of Pylos, and then compare that to what we know from the tablets, and then discuss an apparent structural alignment between these two geographies, and consider whether it may reflect a vestigial memory of Mycenaean political organization. Finally, I will propose a framework that could perhaps explain such vestigial memories, if they were that. The Homeric evidence for the geography of Nestor's kingdom in the Iliad rests primarily on two passages. The first is, of course, the catalogue of ships, in which Nestor leads the men from Pylos and 8 other cities. I'm not going to talk about possible identifications of those cities with specific archaeological sites. I'm interested in the bigger picture here, so please bear with me. In general, the bigger picture is that those cities in the catalogue of ships can be, the toponyms can be placed in the western part of Messenia. They give Nestor a substantial western dominion articulated through 9 named centers. The second passage is the embassy to Achilles in Iliad 9. And this is, of course, where Agamemnon tries to reconcile with Achilles, offering to him, among other gifts and a marriage alliance, 7 cities that belong to Pylos. I'm sure you know there is a long and hot debate about whether these cities that were offered by Agamemnon actually belong to Pylos or not. I think the evidence leans towards supporting the idea that they are thought to be part of the kingdom of Pylos. I've laid out the evidence in detail in my recent book on Homer and social memory, and I'm happy to, I don't want to spend time on this now, I'm happy to discuss it later, but I'm proceeding accepting that those 7 cities belong to the realm of Nestor. So overall, these place names point towards Eastern Messenia and the Messenian Gulf. So we have 2 lists of cities, one in the catalog of ships and the other in the embassy to Achilles. These cannot and should not be treated, of course, as documentary geography, right? They belong to different narrative contexts and serve different poetic purposes. In fact, they need not even derive from the same stage of tradition or from the same sources. Their importance lies in the structural pattern that they imply, according to which, in the Homeric imagination, Pylos is a territorial kingdom articulated through named communities distributed across western and eastern Messenia, with 9 cities in the western sector and 7 cities towards the eastern edge of the Pylian realm. This pattern becomes especially intriguing when compared to the administrative geography of the Pylian state, as this can be reconstructed from the tablets. According to the tablets, the Pylian territory is divided into 2 large provinces, the hither and the further. Each one is divided into districts, 9 in the hither and 7 in the further. Again, I don't want to spend time in trying to identify individual sites. The big picture here is that overall, we have a western part in the kingdom with 9 cities and the eastern part of the kingdom with 7 cities. And it doesn't really fall to west and east of Mount Egalion. The further province extends all the way to the north. But for convenience sake, let's just call them west and east. This convergence has been noted already by several earlier scholars and revisited several times in the past 70 years. Now, it is entirely possible that this agreement could be a mirage, or a bias of our evidence, or maybe a coincidence. The problem is that the numbers are too specific, I think, for it to be a coincidence. So this sort of agreement is there, and it kind of stares us in the face, requiring an explanation, I think. Before we proceed, several notes of caution are necessary. Most of the place names. Oh, I'm sorry, I had to use ChatGPT to create a graphic here that shows both, just for fun. But most of the place names, more back on serious matters, most of the place names do not agree. The names of the cities that we have in the tablets are not the names of the cities that we have in Homer. Not only that, but in the Homeric, Pylos itself occupies a different position in the 2 systems. It appears as one of the 9 cities in the Iliad, but not as one of the 9 district centers of the hither province in the tablets. So this difference would make it misleading to propose a simple equation between Homeric and Mycenaean geographies. And that's why I think we need a more nuanced explanation here. Between the collapse of the palaces and the crystallization of the Homeric epics in the 8th and 7th centuries BC, the Greek world went through major social and political transformations. Palatial administration disappeared. Settlement patterns changed. Local elites restructured their authority, and communities sought new ways of connecting themselves with their heroic past. This last part, the connection with an older heroic past, is well documented in periods of rupture, during which inherited memories, and I will ask you to remember this term, inherited memory, because it's a key term here. So, during which inherited memories survive not as fixed knowledge, but as fluid and changing versions of the past preserved through oral transmission. Having said that, oral transmission is not the only vehicle for the survival of inherited memories. Like many other parts of Greece, the landscape of Messenia was never devoid of visible markers of the past. It has always been a storied landscape, filled with ruins of the past. And there is mounting evidence that despite the depopulation that we know occurred at the time, in the post-palatial period, people continued to live or pass through the ruined Mycenaean sites. At Anno and Glianos, the ruined palace remained a visible and imposing feature in the landscape, and there is evidence for limited post-Bronze Age activity in and around the site. Now, as Jack and Kathleen have shown, this does not require us to assume that later communities identified the Palace of Nestor as the Palace at Anglianos as the Homeric seat of Nestor, nor does it require evidence for hero cult or ritual continuity at the site. In fact, the evidence for such cultic activity is weak. What matters for our discussion is that Messenian landscape preserved visible traces of a Mycenaean past. The same with Iklena. At Iklena, all around the massive Cyclopean platform, there are geometric and proto-geometric sherds and even a burial of the late geometric period. And of course, Nichoria was inhabited in the early Iron Age. All these examples these are just examples that do not really prove continuous institutional memory, nor do they require exact knowledge of Mycenaean administrative geography, but they do show that people lived and passed through these sites. And they show that later communities inhabited a landscape still marked by the material remains of the palatial and post-palatial past. Such a landscape could sustain generalized memories of ancestral power, even when specific names, institutions, and locations had shifted. So if inherited memory of a heroic Mycenaean past were passed on through the people who continue to live around the Mycenaean ruins, how, with what mechanisms, could these memories have seeped into epic poetry? I know it's the afternoon. Is everybody still awake? Okay. So how did they actually not just survive, but got into the epics? And the answer lies in composition in performance, which is currently accepted as the process. I've had to show that, I'm sorry. As the process by which the epics were composed. And there seem to have been two stages in this process. The first, during the early part of the early Iron Age, was a sort of bottom-up stage in which fluid poetic compositions, not fixed poems as we know them today with standard verses and the title, but continually changing compositions, were performed and composed at small local settings, informal settings, family gatherings, village fairs, allowing interaction between performance and local communities. And during this stage, elements of local traditions were integrated into fluid songs with heroic content. In the case of Messenia, we know that such songs existed before the Iliad. And the prime example is the so-called Pylian epic in the 11th book of the Iliad, which belongs to an earlier time horizon as the events of the Iliad. The second stage, later in the early Iron Age and the Archaic period, was from the top down. That was the stage where in the rhapsodic contests of the great festivals, the Panionia and the Panathenea, a process of standardization happened. Here, geographic references had to operate beyond the limits of local familiarity, and memories of Mycenaean political geography became part of a broader heroic geography through which audiences across Greece encountered Pylos as a kingdom of order, seniority, and ancestral authority. In those contexts, the geography of Nestor's kingdom could have ended up serving several functions at once. It may have preserved the memory of an old Pylian order, gave the heroic past a recognizable territorial shape, and allowed later audiences to understand Messenia through categories meaningful to their own world. And this is where the question of the 9+7 numerical alignment, the pattern, becomes more understandable. A specific administrative system would not have survived intact in oral tradition, but a compact spatial scheme could survive more easily, especially if it was attached to a powerful heroic figure. Groupings of 7, 9, and 12 recur frequently in Greek epic and myth, where they give order to lists of people, places, and objects. Although it is possible that their appearance here is merely a default poetic convention, The survival of the 9+7 configuration in the Iliad shows a geographical and structural alignment. This is not the case of the Iliad just scattering numbers around. A, because the 9 cities are anchored to the western maritime sector and the 7 cities to the eastern part. And B, because the specific 9+7 split is pinned to Nestor's territory in Messenia, and it's not being mapped onto, let's say, Agamemnon's Mycenae or Menelaus' Sparta. So this makes it, I think, more likely that local factors led to its adoption by the epics, which in turn may reflect a vestigial Mycenaean memory that survived because it fit an epic formula. The pre-existing real-world administrative split of Mycenaean Pylos may have acted as a natural template that perfectly matched the rhythmic and formulaic preferences of later oral poets. In social memory, a pattern may survive without remaining exact. So this connection between the fluidity of oral tradition and the preservation of specific local elements is not as paradoxical as it might first appear. Fluidity does not mean that everything changes equally, or that every inherited element disappears. Oral poetry can preserve stable patterns precisely because they are useful in performance. A list, a number, a territorial opposition, or the association between a hero and a region can survive as a structural pattern because it gives order to narrative and helps audiences recognize the heroic world, even if the details of what survives are transformed. In closing, let me just leave you with this. I would like to be very clear that I am not proposing that Homer preserve the record of Mycenaean political administration. This is not what's happening here. What I am proposing is that social memory and composition performance could provide a framework for explaining how inherited traditions, sites of memory, and the ordering principles of oral poetry could converge to preserve elements of the Mycenaean past, not as administrative history, but as transformed poetic memory. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Michael. Okay, so now for our last paper in the session, by Litsa Malapani, Beyond the Mycenaean Horizon, Later Finds from the Cemetery of Anthea Hellenica in Messenia. Ah, it's okay. There we go. The advances to you. Go to the right.
My presentation title, Beyond the Mycenaean. Good afternoon. Today I will present my paper titled Beyond the Mycenaean Horizon, Continuity, Prosperity, and Reuse at Anthea Hellenica in Messenia. This study seeks to reframe the post-palatial trajectory of southeastern Messenia. Rather than focusing on collapse, I emphasize continuity and socioeconomic resilience, highlighting the active role of local community in reappropriating the Mycenaean past. Adopting a landscape-based approach, I will explore how patterns of reuse, material wealth, and memorial practices shape long-term social and economic strategies. Before I begin, I would like to dedicate this paper to Jack Davis in recognition of his fundamental contribution to the archaeology of Messenia and our long-standing collaboration. The study will be focused on continuity and resilience beyond the Mycenaean horizon using the cemetery of Anthea Hellenica as a case study. Following the collapse of the palatial system, the key question is whether we are dealing with decline or with resilience. To address this, I approach the site not simply as a funerary space, but as a broader archaeological landscape capable of revealing long-term socioeconomic stability. In order to understand these processes, we must first consider the broader geographical context. Anthea Ellenica lies on the eastern edge of the Messinian Plain, overlooking the Pamissos Valley in a highly strategic position. This setting plays a crucial role in the diachronic continuity of the site. What we are looking at is a naturally fortified and highly strategic environment. The ridge provides security, while its elevated position allows direct control over the Pamissos Valley. This is not simply a geographical feature. It's a key factor supporting long-term occupation and continuity. Early occupation. With this stable setting, we see the earliest phase of occupation. Evidence from the early Hellenic period includes ceramic assemblages and an entrychismos burial. During the Middle Hellenic period, funerary practices become more structured, as seen in the tumuli at Castroulia. These developments mark the emergence of increasingly organized and socially differentiated groups. One of the clearest expressions of this development is the Tholos tomb of Anthea, constructed in the early Mycenaean period. This monumental structure reflects the emergence of a powerful local elite. In this sense, it marks the formation of local hegemony and provides the foundation for long-term continuity and prosperity. From this point on, we can trace the evolution of funerary practices. We move from collective burial in Middle Hellenic tumuli to elite monumentality in the Tholos tomb, and finally to a structured system of chamber tombs in the late Mycenaean period. These progressions reflect increasing social complexity. The cemetery at Ellenica is highly organized. Chamber tombs are arranged in distinct clusters across the slopes, southwest and southeast and southwest flanks of the slope, reflecting a structured and socially differentiated community. This organization becomes even clearer at the level of individual tombs. The layout of dromos, stomion, and chamber reflects careful planning and spatial organization. At the same time, variation in layout suggests internal differentiation within the community. Architectural variability clearly reflects social differences. Some tombs are modest, while others are larger and more elaborate. This variation indicates a socially stratified community. Architectural becomes a medium of elite display. Monumental entrances, complex layouts, and domestic-style features transform tombs into symbolic spaces of status and identity. This picture is reinforced by material culture. Prestige objects such as gold jewelry and seal rings indicate access to luxury goods and participation in wider exchange networks. Imported objects, including Canaanite, Hanite amphora, and Egyptian materials, demonstrate integration into long-distance Mediterranean networks. The site is therefore not peripheral, but actively connected. The funeral landscape functions as a social and political arena. Ritual activities, symbolic objects, and feasting practices point to active construction of social identity. Moving into the post-palatial period, what we observe is not abandonment, but transformation. The reuse of earlier monuments demonstrates active engagement with the past. Ceramic evidence shows continued activity during late Hellenic 3C. The site remains part of an active and stable local community. Continuity is expressed through practice. The reuse of tombs and deposition of offerings reflects a sustained relationship with the past. New practices. At the same time, new burial practices emerge, including pithos burials. This represents a transformation of funerary behavior. These burials provide strong evidence for continuity and resilience. Their researches reflect the persistence of elite groups. In this slide, we can see the picture, an important finding we found in a rescue excavation in Anthea with pithos burials that provide, as I said, strong evidence for continuity and resilience, and their richness reflects the persistence of elite groups. Grave goods, iron weapons, bronze vessels, gold ornaments, altogether indicate sustained social and economic strength. Sorry, I confused the... The Tholos continues to play, the Tholos tomb of Anthea continues to play a central role in the geometric period, functioning as a focal point of memory and ritual. In the late classical and Hellenistic period, the landscape remains active, combining ritual use, secondary deposition, and cult activity. In conclusion, the site of Anthea Hellenica reflects continuity rather than collapse. The funerary landscape remains an active social arena with persistent elite identity and long-term economic resilience. Ultimately, the site demonstrates not decline but continuity, resilience, and active engagement with the past. Finally, we would like to warmly thank all colleagues and collaborators, and especially the excavation team, whose contribution has been fundamental, and also the effort of the Foraid of Antiquities of Messenia, Mrs. Evangelia Militsi-Kehaya, for her support. I confused a bit because...
Πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα ανακοίνωση. Okay, so now we have everyone. I want to thank you for keeping to your time. It was great. So we have about a little over 15 minutes for discussion. So why don't we do it in order? Any questions for the first paper, McNamee et al.? No? Everyone was convinced by that. Oh, you do? Okay, Jack has a question. Jacob, hand him the mic.
Thanks. Okay, here's my questions. I didn't read the paper in advance. So how do you reconcile what you're saying about closing the lagoon from the bay with Yazvenko's coring results, which suggested that there was undisturbed, or relatively undisturbed deposition of pollen going back much earlier?
The coring results don't actually, I don't actually understand the question about the pollen, to be honest.
Okay, well, Sergei's argument was that if the sandbar did not exist in much earlier, that the pollen would have been disturbed through wave action and would not have settled in a stratigraphical manner in the base of what was the lagoon.
There were definitely episodes of erosional hiatuses within the lagoon where you did have massive storm water coming in that basically erased some of the previous sedimentation. But then during periods outside of massive incursions, there is enough stability for pollen accumulation. And that's, I guess, the later argument, right? But there were episodes that have been documented where the sediment, the layers had clear evidence of being completely gone, right? So, but then in between there would be enough deposition that you would have a sequence, and then you would have an erosional episode that maybe would take out only a percentage of those accumulated deposits, and then that would be redated, right? I don't know, I could draw it for you.
Okay, so how do we know that?
They know that based on some of the additional cores, and there's, and some of the work by Emanuelidis et al., their work doesn't, is pretty clear on saying that the actual sediment within the lagoon covers the dating and everything as they go further across and incorporate the other people's data, because they actually only added a couple of cores. They were able to trace it. So I guess I don't know if that's my understanding of the sedimentology and the pollen records, and the also they did various chemical analyses as well to look at the formation of the layers within the lagoon. I think the interesting thing to me is the difference in all of these various interpretations, like the range of dates for the sealing of this lagoon and what it actually means, and the level at which it needs to be kind of separated in order for boats to still be able to pass in and out. So you could have, a calmer environment even within the lagoon, but still have enough areas that are open to pass through, right? Because the sand barrier certainly would prevent, as it accumulated, some storm surges, right? And there would still be passageways that were accessible. And the boats, early boats, don't really need that much depth in order to travel. So I think that, I think thinking about it as sort of one broad, open, it's not either open or closed as well. I think there are different levels of how closed it was, and when you would have potentially some disturbance to the sandbars that maybe you had more water in and it was more dynamic and you had more erosion, and then you would have had episodes where more of the bar would have formed and it would have been a calmer environment. And then eventually, though, over time, it kept becoming more and more closed off over the course of 2,000 years. I don't know if I answered your question.
We will continue this discussion.
Yes, of course.
Open topic. Okay, any more questions?
Looking forward to it.
Any more questions for Kala or anyone on the team? Okay, so let's go to the second paper by Effie. Any questions for diachronic view of survey value? No? Way in the back.
Thanks, Effie. This was great. I think that re-examining these legacy data sets is such an important thing to be doing. And as you said, Messenia boasts kind of a great collection of all of this. One way I could ask this question would be to, say if you could tell us what Jack was wrong about, but I might phrase it slightly differently and just ask, were there things that really stood out to you as you were revisiting all of these data sets that led to kind of significant reinterpretations, that the PRAP team wasn't thinking about, or that the UMI team wasn't thinking about, kind of in the realm of historical conclusions about the region?
Let's rephrase that. John was wrong.
You mean in general about the smaller sites, or?
Yeah. Just as you were re-examining the data sets, you talked a lot about some of the kind of methodological issues and the taphonomic issues that we deal with by revisiting sites. And were there kind of particular historical conclusions that just stood out to you in this process of revisitation?
Yeah, I guess like my whole approach kind of like started by trying to compare these two data sets, the earlier survey and the later, and kind of like how they were similar or different, and how in some cases things that the earlier survey saw, the later didn't find in a way. So historical, that's a good question. I think it's hard for me to know what some of these, especially offsite finds mean. So it's harder to know whether they represent actual sites or something else. And the fact that they are concentrated in specific areas could mean that they were smaller, that sites that are now destroyed, or especially like along the ridge also tombs. So this has to be kind of like considered in that sense, that they don't necessarily mean sites, I suppose. I don't know if I'm answering your question. I don't.
That's okay. We can keep talking about it later.
Yeah.
Okay, any more for Effie? Okay, now for Brigitte, to be or not to be Messenia at Kakovatos. Jim in the front.
Thanks. Thank you all for your papers. They were all really interesting. This is a behavior. You gave us a behavioral map, networks. You used the word networks. These are prestige individuals, and it's fascinating. They're getting the things they want, right? So how would you map that against Salvatore's very interesting paper this morning? Because that's not really, that may be some kind of sum of behavioral activity, but it's also based in this sort of now stratigraphic and historical evolution of communities, some of which became palaces, which is a very problematic term. But now what you've got are prestigious individuals who want, they want the Porsches and the Mercedes and things like that against the evolution or development of communities.
Well, I think what we see in this early period, late Hellenic 1, late Hellenic 2a, we see this emergence of relations, close relations. You see the emergence of patterns, what belongs to elite burials. You see the circulation of imports, and then you see the circulation also of motives, a lot of Minoan motives, for example, which later drop out. So there's a lot of experimentation going on. But what I find interesting that not every elite tomb has a different spectrum, but they start developing similar patterns, what belongs to elite burials, a kind of standardization for, let's say, a kind of a framework how elite burials should look like. And what we see is intense communication. They seem to have visited each other, consumed burials, and the spread of the Tholos tombs, for example. I mean, or most people think it's a Messenian invention, but it's taken over in that period already in Mycenae. So you see this really close cooperation, probably also marriages. I mean, this permanent contact on every level, and this also includes Minoan, the Neopalatial Cretan atmosphere. This is on every level. It's cuisine, it's jewelry, it's ornaments, it's ideology, it's burial practices, and what we heard also yesterday, it's also the consumption of wall paintings. I think it's such a tight network of communication on every level of society, basically driven by those who we call elites. But of course, this has nothing to do with the later stages. But I think it's the first step towards the later palaces and palace states.
Okay, any more questions for Kakovatos? No, well, let's go to paper number 4, Michael. There we go. Tom? Oh, no, Jacob went backwards. Oh, there were two Toms. Two Toms raised their hand. Pick your Tom.
We'll go to polite first.
Well, I wanted to thank Michael for driving home the point that one is not talking about a verbatim historical record when one is talking about folk traditions, oral traditions. One of the benefits of my studying Bob Dylan as deeply as I have is to study the works of people like John Miles Foley or Alessandro Portelli. Alessandro Portelli, in studying Hard Rain, shows how it goes back to the framework of Lord Randall, and Lord Randall goes back to a 17th century Italian folk song called Lord Randall. And there are changes through time, and Greg Nage has recently articulated something. He says there is a history, but it's not history as we know it. It's history as it must be expressed by every particular social grouping. It doesn't have to be a city, as you rightly said. Families would sing things to keep the family tradition going and so forth. And so if we keep that in mind, I think Erwin Cook and I gave a paper at the APA many years ago where Erwin did most of the arguing. He's the Homerist. But he thinks there's a clear reflection of the folk memory of Nestor, the agent who brings people back, the good king who brings people back, the wise king who put, counsel and all of that. So it's no accident when they're constructing the Odyssey much, much later, and you'd only be singing these things at like 2-hour stints, it wouldn't be the Iliad every time, that when Telemachus goes away to see what's going on elsewhere and needing the kind of education that his father wasn't there to give him, he goes to the realm that in the folk memory of, as far as it extended in Greece, was the kingdom that was run without massive fortification walls, right? And where everything was harmonious and well organized. That's what the tablets are essentially telling us. And I argued this in 2010 at the conference. I mean, it's published in 2012. Partly in reaction to the Near Eastern model of these pink palaces, and maybe it's what Mycenae did, but it certainly isn't what seems to have gone on in the kingdom of Nestor. And then to have particular place names be embedded in a tradition is no far stretch of the imagination. So what you've done, and I recommend both of Michael's books by Cambridge University Press coming out on the Iliad and the Odyssey, essentially. But Michael organized a conference in 2007 called Achilles in Iraq. And we had military people, we had reporters, we had people like myself, but it was connecting the past to the present. It was speaking out against the atrocious violence of the government. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for that as well. You really have stood up as a classicist and as somebody who has a deep and profound knowledge of Greek prehistory. You really have stood up as a good citizen, not only of the United States, but of Greece and the entire world, by representing the kinds of things you represent. You've got to stop.
No.
Yeah, no, but
I don't think he liked the paper.
Yeah. But it's the second book that is fabulous because Michael recounts the violence in his own family history, the bombing of the Piraeus that killed his grandmother, and his mother witnessed, but the Luftwaffe bombing of the Piraeus.
Thank you, Tom.
And we need more of that. And I think.
Okay,
yeah.
Tom, you got to give it up to the other Tom. He's going to be really upset.
Just one point to that you're absolutely history that every community. That every.
Okay, Tom. Whoop. Why don't you just yell it? There we go. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question actually for Michael. In the Odyssey, Odysseus is when he's on the island of Ascaria, he describes his way home. Home, and he's very accurate about what islands he goes by, etc., in the Aegean. But once he gets past the Antikythera Strait, it gets blown off course. We're sort of in La La Land, and I just thought it was a way to sort of. I never thought of it in terms of what their memory was. That I just thought it was a trope to get into a place where fantasies would happen, but perhaps they didn't know, the West as well. But he was very accurate in the Aegean Islands. Those are just your thoughts on that.
I think that the adventures of Odysseus move gradually from real to fictional and even symbolic. So I think that there's got to be vestigial memories of, or even contemporary accounts of travelers. So, I think everything fuses here because the way that epic poetry was created amalgamated, or rather incorporated elements from real life cultures, local elements. We tend to think of the Iliad and the Odyssey as being performed again and again verbatim, as if some poetic genius memorized 16,000 lines and performed them again and composed them. And that's not how they were composed. They were composed through an incredible number, innumerable, fluid, smaller songs that changed every time that they were performed. So undoubtedly, at some point during this process, elements of real-life elements entered the epics. So I think what you're saying is right, Tom. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go quickly to the final paper, that very interesting cemetery on Hellenic.
Thank you very much for sharing the rich history of this cemetery burial area, which we can also appreciate in the exhibit and the catalog for the Kingdom of Pylos, Kingdom of Messenia exhibit. I'm curious as to what is known, if anything, about the settlement or settlements associated with Anthea Hellenica. That is, would they be in the Pamissus Valley, on the other side of the ridge? I'd just be interested in knowing whether there's any information from salvage or survey about the settlement, the gisement associated with the burials.
Where the Mycenaean settlement is. In the ridge of Hellenica. We found some pottery, but sporadic. Maybe it has to do with the dense occupation of later Thuria, ancient Thuria.
Thank you.
The later down Polis.
Any other questions? Okay, so let's close this session, and we need to be back. We have a coffee break now for about a half an hour. We need to be back at 4:35.
Please take your seats. This is the last session of what we can probably all agree has been a very informative day, and my speakers have assured me that their presentations are on time. So hopefully we'll get out of here by 6:10. The first speaker tonight, I also want to say I'm very honored to be the chair for the PILOS session. It's very near and dear to my heart, as most of you already know. So thank you to the organizers. Our first speaker tonight is Shannon Lafayette Hogue. She's going to present the Palace of Nestor main building from the trenches. Shannon?
Thank you, Sherry. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to my co-organizers. Go team. My research with the Palace of Nestor at Pylos began with the excavation notebook archives. While I share a brief anecdote leading into a paper about archival stratigraphy, please enjoy the inspiring view from the palace to the Bay of Navarino. Since Jack taught me the value of understanding the history of fieldwork at the site and the personalities involved, I thought this topic might make for a fitting tribute. In a Pylos seminar at the University of Cincinnati, Jack challenged us to, quote, find something new. When I told him I thought there was more to be done with the floor plaster in the main building of the palace, he and Sherry gave me access to the excavation notebooks to pursue this course of contextualizing the upper floor collapse, which took me on a deep dive into the building's stratigraphy. As I started poring through the microfilm scans and learning to decipher everyone's handwriting, I had moments of wondering whether or not I would actually find something new. But as he wisely knew, there was plenty more to do. In that vein, this paper is more of an exploratory trip through the excavation archives and the characters behind them to illustrate even more potential for new analysis rather than a presentation of a completed argument. My research at the palace and my paper deals with the excavation data from the main building, outlined here in red, in its final phase prior to its destruction by fire in LH3C early in the 12th century BCE. Blagan and Rawson's final publication of the building included brief descriptions of the individual room stratigraphic deposits, which offer a mostly accurate, though generalized, view. Even in an era that long preceded the development of theoretical approaches to site transformation processes, the trench supervisor's notebooks contain information about the stratigraphic deposits that can help us retroactively apply this theoretical lens and interpret some of the impacts on the site long after its complete structural collapse. Particularly, it's possible to identify locations of microenvironments, defined by Michael Schiffer as areas within a structure that yield variability in the deterioration process, where the same material may be exposed to different conditions depending upon its position within the structure. Several microenvironments likely formed in the palace main building that experienced episodes of architectural salvage, aka stone robbers' trenches, quite late in the site's history. This phase occurred in the late 18th to 19th centuries, based on the discovery of a Venetian gold ducat in one of the robbers' trenches, and Blagan's assigned terminus postquem of 1797. In my time today, I'll share a few highlights from the main building trench notebooks to demonstrate this potential. This image shows the master trench plan for the main building, which I compiled using the plans and dimensions recorded in the archival notebooks. Thanks to Mike Nelson's state plan, I was able to align the trenches with the actual footprint of the building, which in turn makes it feasible to consider the stratigraphy with more precise detail than Blegen and Rossen's published whole room perspective allowed. Within the main building, several prominent scholars in their own right supervised excavation areas: George Milonas, Demetrios Theoharis, Robert Buck, and Emmett Bennett, William Taylor, Rolf Hubby, and Marion Rossen. Each of them recorded significant data that informed the final publication of the palace. Since I've discussed Rossen's contributions elsewhere, today I'll focus on highlights from the excavation areas of Bob Buck and William Taylor, with a short one from the area of Rolf Hubby. When he served as a trench supervisor at Pylos, Robert Bob Buck was a graduate student at the University of Cincinnati under the direction of Carl Blegen. After earning his doctorate in 1956 with a dissertation on Middle Helladic matte-painted pottery, Bob was appointed to the Department of Classics at the University of Alberta. During the 1954 season, though, Bob supervised Area BB to the southwest of the Megaron. This area included spaces that were essential to the movement into and through the southwestern side of the main building, including Lobby 11, which provided passage from and to the Megaron Court, Room 12, which Blegen and Rossen theorized had an exterior door to Court 63, and Stairway 1415, which provided access to the upper story. Buck's documentation of later intrusions and disturbances is highly instructive for assessing the transformation processes endured by the main building in this area of complex interconnected spaces. In the plan on the right, I've highlighted the locations of main building walls that were robbed out after the building's collapse. We can see in the plan that Buck's excavation area BB was bounded on the southwest by wall HN, the exterior building wall, and on the northeast by the Megaron porch and vestibule, both of which were targets of architectural salvage after collapse. Upon opening his first trench, BB1, in this area, Buck identified the disturbed fill and broken line of floor plaster at the southwestern end, where wall HN was missing. Buck described ashy brown, powdery black, and yellow-brown fills, and later came to recognize them as indicators of stone robbers' trenches. These differed significantly from the red mud brick, gray calcined stone, and black char deposits that filled the northeastern end of the trench, deposits that were typical of the collapsed structure fill inside the main building rooms. In Trench BB11, just to the northeast of Trench BB1, Buck encountered more disturbances, here to the masonry of the Megaron porch wall. The interior of the Megaron porch had previously been excavated in 1952 under the supervision of Milonas. The area where Buck expected to uncover the line of the Megaron porch wall was filled with loose black earth. In Buck's sketch of the area, he clearly documented the extent of the disturbance, with an outline of the jagged broken floor pavement edge and the point at which the porous threshold block was broken almost in half. He then emphatically labeled the area intrusion. According to Buck's trench descriptions, immediately beyond the intrusion, above the southwestern half of the room 12 threshold, and just a few centimeters inside the room, the stratigraphy was not disturbed. These modified Harris matrices for Trench BB11 represent Buck's descriptions of the contrast between the disturbed area of the intrusion, filled with black earth, and the otherwise highly typical main building deposits of calcined stone, burned red mud brick, and even a thin layer of black char resting on the remaining southwestern half of the threshold block where a timber burned in situ. Although the Megaron porch wall and wall HN were removed and trenches BB1 and 11 contained some disturbed deposits where the walls once stood, calcined stone and burned red mud brick were the dominant fills extending down to the floor of Lobby 11 and Room 12. Ultimately, Buck's documentation permitted a careful reconstruction of the heavily disturbed areas around the perimeter of Room 12. His documentation also suggests that the removal of the stone walls was done somewhat with precision. Several centimeters to either side of the robbers' trenches, the common deposits of the collapsed building appear. This distinction is essential for interpretations of the area to demonstrate not only the locations of intrusions, but also their limitations to very isolated areas. The following season, in 1955, Blagan's team continued working in this area. He assigned William Taylor as the trench supervisor to extend the excavations from Bob Buck's Area BB toward the southeast. Taylor, of course, went on to become the director of the British School at Athens and the British excavations at Mycenae. In 1955, though, as a newly minted PhD from the University of Cambridge, he oversaw the excavation of Area T in the main building at Pylos. As in Buck's Area BB, the disturbances to Area T were well documented. Area T included rooms 9 and 10, which were bordered on the northeast by the Megaron Court, Court 3, and on the southwest originally by the exterior wall HN. As the plan of robbed walls illustrates, only the small northeastern wall of rooms 9 and 10 was preserved. All others had been removed after the destruction and collapse of the main building. Taylor's stratigraphic descriptions are consistent and instructive. In his records for Area T, Trench A, he recorded black-brown disturbed earth filling the Robbers' Trench and Foundation Trench, where Wall HN once stood. The disturbed fill also extended slightly further to the northeast, above the plaster face bench that originally abutted the northeastern face of Wall HN. Beyond that, however, the stratigraphy in Trench A demonstrates fairly typical main building deposits of burned red brick, calcined stone, and black char. Further complicating the stratigraphy in this area, however, was the presence of an olive tree. Those pesky trees. Taylor's trenches C and C1 not only included the disturbed brown earth from the Wall HN Robbers Trench, but also included significant bioturbation from the roots of a mature olive tree. In these trenches, any deposits from the main building and adjacent court had been removed and replaced by brown earth. Ultimately, Taylor was able to document the extent of the disturbances in Area T to several centimeters on either side of the Wall HN Foundation Trench, and he provided a detailed sketch of the spaces. His sketch includes the jagged lines of broken floor plaster on either side of the foundation trench, and the positions where the built-in plaster-coated bench and pitho stand remained in Room 10. As a final example, I'd like to share just a short one from Rolf Hubby's work in 1955. Hubby earned his PhD in classics at Princeton and eventually went on to be a professor of ancient Greek at the University of Maryland, College Park. During the 1955 season, he supervised the excavation of Area RH, which notably included rooms 23 and 24, also known as the oil magazines behind the throne room. During the excavation of his first trench, Trench A, Hubby encountered various black, gray, and gray ashy deposits at the northwestern end, above remnants of more walls at deeper levels than the ground floor. Those deposits were clearly different from the red brick resting on the floor plaster to the southeast, as illustrated in his Trench A section drawing. Hubby's section similarly highlights the disturbances to the perimeter of the main building where the rear wall had been removed. To conclude, with a view from the trenches in the excavation notebooks, these few highlights demonstrate the potential for more comprehensive and critical analysis of the post-collapse impacts to the stratigraphy at the site. As seen in these few examples, removed walls may have led to the creation of microenvironments, localized areas which experienced increased exposure to weathering, including wind, water, and sun, bioturbation from the planting and tending of olive trees. I've included just a few examples from Buck, Taylor, and Hubby, but will close by confirming that thanks to the careful recording practices and keen eyes in the trenches of all of the main building supervisors, we're able to gain a more detailed picture of, one, the human salvage actions to remove stone walls from and develop agriculture above the collapsed building, two, the very limited extent of disturbed stratigraphy that resulted, and three, the potential locations of microenvironments that might have impacted the deterioration of the collapsed building materials after deposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Our next speaker is Michael Loy, and his presentation is entitled A GIS Archival Approach to Locating the Vayanas Grave Circle at Pylos.
Thank you very much to the organisers. Thank you very much to Jack and to Shari for always being so welcoming at Pylos. The research that I'm going to present today was done in summers 2020 and 2021. So a particular thank you for making Pylos a happy place then for a number of us when there was a lot of unhappiness in the world at that stage. So the context that I am going to talk about today, once the slides get up on the screen, is the grave circle at Pylos, also called the Tholos 5. Just a second, I can see the tech is swizzling around. Quite a visual presentation. The slides will help. Does anyone know any good jokes? Excellent. So the context that I'm talking about today is the Vayanas grave circle. The password is Kotsanat1 in case anyone needs it. Also called Tholos 5 in some publications. This is a structure that is located about 145 meters south of the Ano Anglianos Ridge. It was of interest to the excavators as a site to investigate, as an Eleni site, which had two courses of small stones found on the top of it, of a width of about 0.6 meters. During the excavation, a structure was found with reconstructed diameter of about 5.5 meters sitting on top of stereo soil. And this is a structure that contains burial pits, 4 burial pits, including the remains of at least 31 adults and material dating from MH3LH1 through to LH3A. This was a structure that was excavated in 1957 by the team of Lord William Taylor as part of Blagan's excavations in a campaign between May and July. Taylor started the excavations by laying a 6 by 1 meter trench across those suspicious-looking stones and finding near the surface flint arrowheads. A majority of pottery that came out of the excavation at this level was pottery dating to LH1 through to LH2-3. As he started going further down, Taylor extended the excavation first 3 meters to the west to catch the whole line of stones that had caught the excavator's interest, and 0.5 meters below the surface, a bronze cauldron came to light, and then the first skeleton 0.65 meters below the surface, making it clear that the excavators were dealing with the bottom of a structure. Taylor had excavated Tholos 4 years prior to this, where they'd started moving through all of the fill and collapse at the top of the structure. This was an entirely different story. Taylor then extended the trench out into this grid system that you can see on the screen. So going down to the bottom of the structure and investigating these 4 pits, Taylor and others found richly adorned pits, finds including rapiers with ivory pommels, ivory pins, silver cups, and the total structure was very shallow in total from the topsoil to the bottom of the lowest pit, about 1.6 meters in total. Taylor returned to this area 1 year later in 1958, moving southwest of the previous excavation, looking for a possible dromos. It was uncertain, to his mind and to Blegen's mind as well, whether this structure that they had excavated was a grave circle or perhaps a tholos. So moving southwest, Taylor put in a couple of small trenches, one long trench of 1 by 14 meters, and uncovered this small rectangular building here, which is about 2 by 4 meters, surrounded by potsherds of around LH3B. So that's the archaeology of this structure. What would you see if you visited the site of Pylos today? Well, not a lot of remains of this. The site of Pylos, from the 1st of April 2025, when the new ticket banding came in, was put in the €10 band, which means it gets between about 15,000 to 75,000 visitors per year. The Hellenic Statistical Service showed about 25 to 30,000 visitors pre-pandemic. And for that €10 ticket, you can tour the Palace of Nestor, as you know, with its copious signage. You can visit Tholos 4 and its signage. I think you can actually get into Tholos 4 without a ticket if you sneak around the car park. On the way up to the site, without a ticket, you can stop at Tholos 3, which was excavated by Elizabeth Blegen. There's a little brown sign that marks the location of this, and you pull your car precariously off the road and abandon it in an olive grove, but that allows you to see Tholos 3. But if you are looking for the grave circle, there is no signage at all, not an information sign and not a brown sign either. So for the casual visitor, there is nothing to be seen. So in 2021, Jack said, what can be done from a digital perspective, from an archival and digital perspective, for a context like this? The previous year, we'd done a digital reconstruction of Tholos 4, where we'd made a nice 3D model of the structure that you can see on the screen and layered in the excavation units as they appeared in the archival documents. Was there anything similar that could be done for the grave circle, given that we can't see anything on the surface? So to undertake such a project required bringing together the multitude of things that we know, or the multitude of sources that speak about this structure. There is the publication of the Palace of Nestor, Volume 3, which was published in 1973. There are notebooks that were kept by Taylor on the excavation, 2 volumes for the 1957 campaign, and then an 8-page double spread for the 1958 excavations. Within the American School archives, and also printed in Pond 3, there are plans and sections of Vaeanus. They locate the site broadly somewhere south of the palace, and they show the grid units, but there isn't a kind of mesoscale which shows you precisely where the site is. There is 1 box of photographs in the American School archives, box 9, and also to add our own data set to this, we flew over the drone over the general area south of the palace where this structure was probably located in May 2021 to make the landscape photogrammetric model that you see on the screen. And you can see from the model on the screen that we're dealing with a narrow spur on the landscape that is oriented north-south, somewhere that doesn't leave an awful lot of room to put a grave structure. So what can we do from an archival and GIS perspective to try and get information about this structure into a digital format which we can use for other kind of exploratory analyses? Well, we can start off by tracing the grid units as they appear in the publication. But where to put those grid units? Not just the grid units as well, but you can see from the tracing on the right, as part of Taylor's documentation, he gives little sketches of where all of the bones and the various skeletons are located, so we can filter in some of that spatial information just by doing simple tracings. But where to put those in space? As I said, there is no kind of mesoscale map that shows you where this context is located in the immediate hinterland of the palace. The best we can do is in page 4 of Taylor's 1957 notebook, he describes that trench A, so that's the 6.1 meter trench with axis west-east, is laid at the west row of stones on the Eleni, about 10 meters to the south of the Viennese store hut. So for some kind of little agricultural installation. Using archival photos, or rather 2 particular archival photos, this hut does appear, at least in part. You can see just the edge of it in photo Q6 on the left, and in photo R5, just clipping the bottom. They're the only 2 photos that we have of this store hut that Taylor seems to talk about in his documentation. There is a store hut in the landscape today. Is it the same one? I'm not entirely sure. There is no current local knowledge on this particular store hut being rebuilt. Taylor talks about talking to the landowners during the excavation, and the mother of the landowners talk about their store hut being built within living memory. So it is possible that this is the same store hut that is now, I don't know what, about 80 years old or so. So using Taylor's description of about 10 meters south of the store hut, you could roughly place that west-east trench and then all of the grid units around it, something like what you can see on the screen here. When Taylor returned the next year, in that little excavation that was looking for a possible dromos, he placed more trenches. This time he gives no kind of contextual diagram in his notes, but he describes that these trenches are about 50 paces away, so around 35 to 40 meters. It's near the end of the spur, jutting out roughly in the direction of Sphacteria. The actual orientation is 210 degrees from the Viennese cabin house. So again, following that general description, if you go 40 meters away from where we've roughly placed that structure, that does just about fit at the end of the spur. So that fits Taylor's general description, and it is, if you eyeball that in, about 210 degrees away. So being able to check these details, check Taylor's details against a kind of rough GIS placement, this is one suggestion of where that structure might have been. So that's placing it in 2-dimensional space. What about if we want to look in 3-dimensional space? Well, the notional ground level of where Taylor started, you can get from the ground level today. You can extract it from the kind of photogrammetric model that we did. That's about 173 meters above sea level. From the field notes of Taylor, we know that Taylor was excavating in regular 10-centimeter spits. There is about 1.6 meters from the maximum where he starts all the way to the shallowest pit. So the bottom elevation might be something like 171.5 meters. If you want to put the fines back into that 3-dimensional space, we need to go to Taylor's notebooks where he itemizes each of the fines. He records 317 separate objects, which he categorized into 136 different boxes. So some of those boxes had multiple objects. He describes one box, for instance, that has 12 arrowheads, beads, and teeth all together, but then he talks about each of those objects separately. he is excavating in 10 centimeter spit, so it's usually possible to work out which level he's talking about when he's describing a find. When he was excavating Tholos 4, Taylor gave a little grid sketch as he was getting towards the bottom of the structure at every 10 centimeters and drawing in where all of the finds had come from. He doesn't do that for the Vienna structure here. He gives a few little sketches of just the bottom of the pits, of the skeletons, but he does give 3D coordinates of sort using description. So he says things like, box 17, which is full of amethyst beads, that's in trench L. It is south 0.64 meters, west 0.3 meters, and 6 meters down from the surface. Less accurate than that, he gives qualitative descriptions sometimes. 5 figurine A was found between the legs of a skeleton, so if you can find the right skeleton, you can place that in. But there is just one box, which I think is impossible just from Taylor's notes alone to put back into space, box 11, which is full of blue paste beads. He tells us it was found in trench L. The positions of the objects are written on the back of the box in which they're kept, so that probably involves a little trip back to the horror storerooms to find out where those objects were found. So going down in that kind of level of precision, it is possible to put about 310 of those objects back into a spatial context in a sort of 3D projection of the excavation. 57 of those objects have precise coordinates, 25 have only grid squares, 69 come from general description, 60 from just a diagram, 29 have a trench and level. And you can see on the screen here, the 3D reconstruction is on the left, and on the right, the GIS attributes that are attached to each of those points. And I've included what I've called the reconstruction column there to show the method of how that particular point was reconstructed. Was it done through an image? Was it done through these general description of coordinates? So that if we want to do anything analytical with that model afterwards, we know what kind of error range we might be dealing with there. So I will leave it there for now. Jack had asked for something interesting to be done with this invisible context. I hope that you found that a little bit interesting and enlightening as I did, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I found it very interesting. Our next speaker is Rob Schoen, and the title of his presentation is Promoting Regional Authority at Pylos, Soft Power in the Palace of Nestor.
I'd like to start by extending my thanks to the organizers for a really inspirational couple of days so far, and more to come, I'm sure, and also Jack for being the inspiration of this paper. State formation has traditionally been viewed as the result of warfare, and state power has been modeled as coercive. From elite tombs replete with weaponry to palaces adorned with militaristic frescoes, the process of Mycenaean state formation seems to fit that model well. The warrior, elite-driven approach to the establishment of power at the Palace of Nestor over its territory has characterized much of the last century of scholarship around Pylos. Alternatively, a bottoms-up perspective has emerged, recognizing that force alone cannot hold a state together, and that there are some aspects of Bronze Age life that palatial elites did not control. Today, I'll explore the middle ground between domination and local autonomy, contributing to a model of statecraft that leans more towards collective action than coercive command. Jack Davis's research at Pylos has paved the way for such a study. One of the primary goals of the Pylos Regional Archaeological Project, a systematic diachronic study around the Palace of Nestor that we call PRAP, was to employ a regional approach to better understand the ascendancy of Pylos over its neighbors during the Late Bronze Age. The use of ashlar masonry at the palace, as well as the wealth of its neighboring tombs, already hinted at this for the early phase of the Late Bronze Age. Whoops, masonry, and. For the latter phase, the LH3B, Davis and Bennett interpreted the combat frieze in Hall 64 of the palace as a commemoration of the palace's military expansion into the further province. They wrote, quote, "It seems to us likely that warfare lay at the very heart of the processes that enabled the creation of a Mycenaean state of Pylos," end quote. Perhaps survey results provided additional evidence for Pylos' expansion through the duration of the Late Bronze Age. The power via force paradigm is not the only one Jack explored, however. He recognized softer forms of power, such as the state sponsorship of feasts. These would have promoted, quote, "a sense of common identity and, quote, social cohesion among the state's inhabitants." It's along this line of reasoning that I hope to contribute today. I do so by documenting the expansion of drinking culture reflected in the widespread acquisition of highly visible drinking vessels in the territory under Pylos' influence. Stimulated by the palace and emulated by people living in secondary and tertiary settlements, convivial drinking rituals became one type of glue that held the nascent state together. I plot the distribution of 6 ceramic types that were used in communal drinking rituals during the early Mycenaean and Palace periods. I selected 3 for each period. They are vafio cups, rounded cups, and squat jugs for the early Mycenaean period, and kylakes, deep bowls, and craters for the Palace period. These vessel types are among the most prevalent diagnostics for their respective ceramic phases and are temporally discrete. Moreover, they are readily recognizable, an important consideration given the surface archaeological record from which they were drawn. Third, they all serve similar functions, therefore their distribution provides insights into shared social practice, not just the exchange of goods. As with many surface assemblages, the quality of these data does pose certain problems which must be addressed. The ceramic finds are tabulated primarily from the University of Minnesota Messenia Expedition's extensive survey, supplemented by finds from PRAP and a few excavations. In order to minimize the sampling bias created by a more intensive search of a subset of the overall area in question, I only employed PRAP finds and excavated materials from sites already identified by UMI. The area under investigation is some 2,000 square kilometers, and there's no way to avoid sampling bias entirely. Even UMI looked at some sites more carefully than others. But by aggregating multiple ceramic types, I hope to limit observational bias while still accurately reporting what has been found. Another potential source of bias, and one that also requires careful consideration, is the nature of the pottery itself. Certain ceramic types have greater archaeological visibility than others. They may be more readily identifiable, more durable, with a better chance of survival, or used for longer periods of time. Kylakes, for example, are very easy to recognize due to their elongated stems, which are also highly durable. Thus, kylakes are less likely to be overlooked in the field than, say, fragments of squat jugs. Nevertheless, the issues outlined above do not preclude this study from producing useful results. When approached judiciously, survey data remains the best way to approach regional scale archaeological questions. And as you shall see from the results of this analysis, my results are far from subtle. Taking into account any reasonable margin of error would not alter the broad patterns in the data or the hypotheses I generate from them. My analysis has 2 components, distributional and network. First, I plotted the geographic distribution of pottery through time. Then I created matrices of shared objects between sites and analyzed them using social network analysis. The distributional approach provides information about the geographic spread of the various drinking vessels. It focuses on sites or nodes of the network. The network analysis provides macro-level information about network of communal drinking and the interrelationships of its composite nodes. By utilizing both approaches in concert, some very useful and interesting inferences may be drawn. During the early Mycenaean phase, the distribution of drinking vessels is limited. Of the 91 sites with possible LH1 to LH2 material, 11 have at least one example of the target pottery types, and 9 have at least 2 examples. The vast majority of vafio cups, squat jugs, and rounded cups are found in the Pylos district, within walking distance of Ano and Lianos. A few others appear in the Kyparissia-Salima Valley corridor and around Nicoria and the lower Messenian plain, two extremely strategic locations. This distributional pattern would hold true even if we added other pottery types such as ascoi, alabastrons, and small piriform jugs. Things changed dramatically in the palatial phase. Out of 110 sites with possible LH3 material, 79 have at least one of the target pottery types, and 23 have at least two. The distribution of drinking vessels spreads to the eastern part of the polity and even beyond, and intensifies in areas where drinking vessels had appeared before. The most obvious inference here is that the practice of communal drinking takes off during the palatial period. Another way to assess diachronic change is the distribution of ceramics is through network analysis, and in this case it reveals even more. Social network analysis has increasingly been applied to archaeological data sets. It helps researchers investigate structural relationships between the nodes that form a network. In this regard, it provides information about the network as a whole, not simply the individual nodes that compose it. Archaeological applications of SNA have been particularly useful in elucidating diachronic questions such as the emergence of political hierarchies, shifting patterns of interaction, and community detection. Network analysis examines the ties between nodes and the relationships those reflect. In the case study presented here, the nodes are archaeological sites and the ties are their shared ceramic types. It's important to emphasize that the ties are not meant to directly model the exchange of ceramics between sites. This is not an explicit exchange network, but rather a network of shared choices concerning ceramic and presumably beverage consumption. As Barbara Mills and colleagues have argued, similarities in ceramic assemblages often reflect shared practices, and it is from the similarities in the adoption of communal drinking that I infer the potential for the exchange of drinking paraphernalia between sites, in addition to the spread of drinking culture. While indirect, these data shed light on the potential for exchange and the structural constraints that accompanied it. For the purpose of this analysis, I analyzed two networks, one for each period, focusing on two network attributes, density and centrality, which are the most common network attributes used in archaeological analysis. Density is a measure of cohesion, the extent to which the nodes in the network are connected to each other. It is defined as the ratio of the number of actual ties, sites that use painted drinking vessels, divided by the number of total possible ties in a network. Goods flow through fewer channels in a low-density network than through a high-density network. Network density is 17.5 times higher during the palatial period than in the early Mycenaean period. That tells us that of all the sites that could participate in communal drinking rituals, a far greater number did so under the palace. And the geographic spread of this practice, as we saw on the distribution map, is greater as well. Let's take a look at the centrality scores. Centrality measures are ways of assessing the structure of a network and identifying the most prominent nodes in it. In the early period, all the sites with drinking vessels I analyzed are equally central to the network. In the later period, there are fewer sites with high centrality scores, despite the fact that the network consists of 7 times as many sites. Pylos and its ally Nicoria are the only two sites with high centrality scores in both periods. So how do we interpret these combined data? In the early Mycenaean period, most sites that share the practice of communal drinking are localized around the Palace of Nestor, with a few long-distance partners at major key locations such as Malthi, Peristeria, and Nicoria. In terms of its importance to the network, Pylos is relatively equal among its peers. Low-density networks with relatively even centrality scores tend to reflect egalitarian networks where no single entity dominates. The data reflect face-to-face reciprocal relationships. The density, and as we saw earlier, distribution of drinking vessels in the palace period is of a different order of magnitude. Such high-density networks in which a few nodes possess high centrality scores tend to be tightly knit with a few sites holding a high degree of influence. The practice of communal drinking has spread and intensified, likely stimulated by the precedents set by palatial feasting. People throughout the polity are emulating palatial activities. Turning to the economics of drinking, such a distribution would require a more elaborate and large-scale mechanism of distribution than worked in the early period, and the redistributive operations of the palace, as well as its ideological weight, likely contributed to the spread of the pottery types employed at the palace. Looking more closely at the pottery itself, we can attribute much of this to the surge of kailikes. Fortunately, we know a bit more about this class of pottery than most. Galati has examined their production and identified one large regional manufacturing facility, possibly controlled by the palace, that may have been responsible for most of the fineware kailik's production. Some regionally dispersed potters seem to have been supplementing this supply as well. Adding these data to the mix, I conclude that 1, the palace, through activities such as its sponsored feasts, stimulated the wide-scale distribution and consumption of drinking vessels and the commensal rituals that went along with them. Secondly, and I only have a brief moment to touch upon this, in doing so, the palace used its influence to reduce transaction costs for the state as a whole. As you can see from this overlay of the distribution network with the presumed road network of Messenia, and one which closely matches Rebecca Seafried's least cost path analysis that Pullen and colleagues showed us at the FUSIS conference in 2012, this spread of one artifact class reflects the easier movement of all goods through the whole polity. The economic benefit we see in the widespread adoption of communal drinking was achieved not through coercive means, but through sharing an elite activity that ordinary Pelians could emulate. Scholarship worthy of emulation has been a hallmark of Jack Davis's career, and I'm gratified to be able to present these thoughts in his honor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Drinking seems to be a very appropriate topic for the memory of PrEP, from what I recall, of people sleeping under the table so that they would be on time for work in the morning. Anyway, our next speaker is Elena Kondouri and Andreas Vlachopoulos. Elena will read the paper. The title is In the Shadow of the Palace, the Mycenaean Cemetery at Volomythia.
Good evening. At first, I would like to express our gratitude to the organizers of this Congress and wish Jack and Sherry continued happiness and success in scholarship and in life. The area of Volomythia extends to the north of the town of Chora, between its outermost houses and Kefalovrissou, or Kefalari, from where the until recently abundantly flowing water was used for the irrigation of the fertile and abounding in olive groves and vineyards land. Spiridon Marinatos, opting not to be involved in the excavations of the palace that Carl Bregen was about to start in 1952, chose instead to turn his attention to the broader area around the palace and the potential discovery of new settlements and cemeteries. He had obviously understood the significance of an exploration that would reveal the historic imprint of the area and the types of settlements in the palatial territory of Eglianos across the region that once was the land of the Pelians, to quote his words. All these projects had been carried out under the auspices of the Archaeological Society at Athens. The chamber tombs of Volomythia were arranged as originally assumed by Marinatos in clusters, 4 out of which had been intensively excavated in the years 1952 to 1965 and named after the owners of the relevant fields. However, geophysical prospection conducted at a later stage by George Corres has shown that these groups of tombs are not distinct from one another, but together form an extensive single cemetery. Rescue excavations were continued to a limited extent, bringing to light 4 additional chambers. On the slide are presented doctoral theses and publications regarding the chamber tombs. Traces of the settlement to which the tombs belong were looked for by Marinatos in the farmlands of the region. The test trends opened in the Patriarchia's farmland, which lies 100 meters south of the Angelopoulou cluster of tombs, revealed a stratum of late Helladic 1-2A pottery, indicative of a settlement in the immediate vicinity of the tombs. The overlaying 1 meter thick late Helladic 3 stratum with walls points to the same long period for the settlement as that of the cemetery. 19 out of the 30 excavated tombs, a rate of 56%, have supplied evidence of use in late Helladic I and were therefore cut in the rock in 1600 BC, clearly forming part of the coordinated works for the establishment of the necropolis. In late Helladic IIA and IIB periods, a total of 15 tombs continue to be in use, and only 3 tombs provide firm evidence that they were set up then. The distinct morphology of the built shaft grave Kefalobryso Ena, with the richly furnished burial of the hunter it contained, and its clear cut dating to Middle Herodic III, pinpoint, in all probability, to this unique funerary monument as the starting event for the establishment of the neighboring Kefalobryso cluster of 7 chamber tombs, which were set up at the onset of the late Helladic I period in close proximity to the ancestral shaft grave. Moreover, the founding of the initial core of the Volumedia cemetery near the Kefalobryso spring may be related to consecration and purification rituals for both the dead and the living, as Gallo has suggested regarding other cases. In Kefalobryso II, 5 ripple-decorated caps from the same pit are possibly associated with a single relocation. This group is exceptionally helpful as the earliest late Helladic I assemblage in the cemetery of Volumedia. An elegant spouted cap, clearly imitating metal prototypes, as shape is popular in Messenia, bearing a close resemblance to Minoan prototypes. The contribution of Kythera and the Laconian source in this process of Minoanization has been sufficiently demonstrated. In any case, the assemblance of ripple-decorated caps from Volumedia, as well as other examples from the Pylos region, like Nichoria and Rouchi, would perhaps leave open the possibility of a more active and direct participation of Messenia in this process. The excavation of the Angelopoulou cluster with the chambers placed right next to each other and the dromi uniformly aligned to the west, implying the existence of a road that would have provided access to the cluster, linking them to the nearby settlement. A similar layout, but with the dromi facing northwest, can be observed with the Koroniou cluster in the vicinity of Kefalobryso that underlines the same planning intention and probably shows the existence of a road there as well. Tomb Angelopoulou 8 was undisturbed, comprising the largest number of late Helladic I-II vases ever found in a tomb at Volumedia. The fact that each Vaphio cup was found in a different niche with secondary depositions leads to the conclusion that even with secondary burial deposits, each of the earlier burials were honored by the allocation of separate niches. In the beautiful tomb K3, 2 squat jugs decorated with tangent spirals, possibly a set of drinking vases that are locally made, echo the numerous direct contacts developed very early between the Pylia and northern Triphylia. This masterful goblet, late Helladic IIA, is an import from Kythera. Its co-occurrence with a handmade plain feeding bottle of Middle Helladic type in the same niche indicates the contemporaneity of vases of Middle Helladic tradition with early Mycenaean painted pottery in Messenia. The chamber tombs of Volumedia present, according to Michael Boyd, a rather stereotypic and idiosyncratic architecture, albeit strictly homogeneous in style. The asymmetrical mastoid concavity in the center of the chamber ceiling was interpreted by Spiros Iacovidis as a clear reference to the capstone of built tholos tombs. Iacovidis, making a comprehensive study of chamber tomb architecture, put forward the view that the chambers imitate the region's tholos tombs. Their short, wide dromi have vertical walls and slope downward toward the tomb entrance, some steeply and others more gently, while on their sides, niches and chambers, smaller than the main chambers, were used mainly for burials and also as ossuaries. Fragments of a short range of open shapes, including kylikes, cups, and very few basins, found over the stones of the surviving dry stone walls in several tombs, are associated with the performance of ritual libations in honor of the dead, a practice performed throughout the late Helladic III use of the cemetery, with close parallels in numerous other cemeteries around the Mycenaean world. With regard to burial practices, it was the norm for the first burials to be made directly on the floor or in shallow pits. 23 out of the 30 tombs at Volymedia presented evidence of use in late Helladic IIIA. 16 out of the 30 of the tombs presented evidence of use in late Helladic IIIB, albeit 4 reached the late Helladic IIIC period. This picture presents population stability, continuity of kinship ties, and regularity in habitation patterns from the late 17th century BC until the mid-14th century. A demographic shift and possibly migration to a settlement closer to the palace at Pylos might have occurred during the 13th century. The sporadic use of the cemetery in late Helladic IIIC, while the palace was deserted, foreshadows the view that the area was not dramatically depopulated as it is widely accepted. As far as the use of the pottery in the funerary context is concerned, closed vessels predominate throughout the late Helladic III period, albeit open and closed vessels appear equivalent during the earlier phases. Among the open shapes, which correspond to a proportion of 20% of all vessels, the kylikes and cups predominate, although a large number of them seems to have been reserved for rituals at tombs in the dromi. As the tomb gradually filled and space for new burials became sparse, skeletons and grave gifts were deposited either on the floor or around the periphery of the tomb in small pits and alcoves opened in the bedrock for this purpose. In tomb Aggelopoulou 6, the floor at the center of the chamber had been piled high with bones and vessels, at the top of which was a tripod retorn with plastic heads of deer and a bull. A total of 311 complete pots dated to late Helladic IIIA and B were retrieved from the tombs, mostly of closed shapes that does not show significant differences from that produced in the Mycenaean centers of the northeast Peloponnese, though features and local peculiarities from a stylistic perspective can be traced out. Syrup jars, piriform jars, globular and angular alabastra, big jars and feeding bottles predominate, whereas 251 of these can be dated to late Helladic IIIA1 and late Helladic IIIA2, and 60 to late Helladic IIIB. The stirrup jar shape, with a long tradition in Messenia, already from the late Helladic IIA period, is represented through the late Helladic IIIA and IIIB period. Most popular among the piriform jars is the Furmark shape 45. Examples are decorated with motifs typical of the shape, as well as original compositions. A special category of vessels is the feeding bottles. Also unusual are 4 jugs with tubular spouts, the only known examples of the shape in Messenia. 2 rita are quite original. Typologically, the small high-handled kylikes from tomb Aggelopoulou 6 are closely parallel to samples in the Palace of Pylos and in the late Helladic IIIB2 settlement of Nichoria. Their small size led Carl Blegen to interpret them as children's toys, but it seems more likely that they served some ritual purpose. Minoan tradition and influences were creatively integrated into the shapes and decorative themes, stimulating the ceramic character of the region. Other vessels, most likely from the Argolis, such as the stirrup jars on the slide, reflect the participation of the site in commercial networks, probably through the Palace of Nestor. Two jars with unusual banded decoration perhaps come from Laconia or Achaia. The late Helladic 3C strainer hydria with a tubular spout is an idiosyncratic libation vase, which, despite the considerable expansion of the shape in the 12th century BC, has the unique feature of a second strainer on the rim of the mouth. Of ritual use is also this amphorescos, since its perforated lugs presuppose the deliberate overflow of the liquid content. The tombs yielded a relatively small number of metal grave gifts. The jewelry comprises mainly of glass-based beads of a common shape. The few seals are unoriginal, while among the rest of the finds are a significant number of stone and bronze arrowheads. All these, combined with the spatial layout of tombs, suggest a community of farmers, pastoralists, and/or craftspeople without apparent elements of social stratification and wealth differentiation. Nevertheless, the integration of the community into the network of settlement units controlled by Okeanos seems indisputable. From the short overview above, it's clear that the rock-cut chambers of Olymedia stand among the earliest examples of this type of tomb, probably as a result of successful local experimentation at the time of the foundation of the first Tholos tombs in the region. Despite the fact that a considerable quantity of late Helladic I-II vases from Olymedia were not found in association with the burials they accompanied, due to the continuous use of the cemetery, these ceramics constitute the best preserved assemblage of early Mycenaean pottery from the Pylos region. The late Helladic I-II tombs closest to Olymedia are those around the Palace of Aglianos. Our examination of their pottery bears evidence of an equivalent early date of its clusters at late Helladic IIA. If their demographic data are also similar, then two populous settlements were established in this region during the late Helladic I and II periods, in the developed phases of which the palatial generations of the Pallas era inhabitants probably originated. Spiridon Marinatos identified the area of Kora with Palepylon, a city that Strabo mentions as being located below Mount Egaleon, while Chadwick and Bennett identified it as the site Pakiane or Sphagyanes, the important Pylian sanctuary mentioned in the Linear B tablets. However, the reduced use of the Olymedia cemetery during the late Helladic IIIB times suggests population rearrangements and possibly movements to the settlement closer to the Palace of Aglianos. In this context, the identification of Olymedia with Pakiane seems unlikely. Marinatos' enthusiasm for Olymedia is reflected in his very detailed notebooks, which were retrieved accidentally by Nano Marinatos in her family house at Patissia lately. Nano very generously entrusted us with her study, and we are immensely grateful to her. Our gratitude also goes to late Professor Kores for his support over many decades. What has been presented so far on Olymedia by Iacovidis, Kores, Lolos, Koundouri, and Vlachopoulos contain information taken only from Marinatos' annual reports. So, from a certain point of view, only the forthcoming final publication of Olymedia, which was entrusted to us by the Archaeological Society at Athens and Michael Kosmopoulos, will encompass the full account of data. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Elena. And Julie Fruby will present the last paper for the day. Her title is Beyond the Survey Horizon, Demographic Resilience After the Collapse of the Palace of Nestor at Pylos.
So I genuinely want to thank the organizers for the invitation to speak. The wise Jack Davis obviously has a passionate interest in all things Messenian, and as Amelia Odo suggested yesterday, Jack has encouraged the asking of fundamental questions and that turn our understanding of our field on their head, and also of interdisciplinary work. And so I'm going to take an interdisciplinary approach to this topic. I suspect that on this topic, Jack and I might well disagree, but it's the mark of a very sophisticated scholar to encourage their students to disagree with them. I should also excuse myself. I have expressive aphasia or difficulty planning to speak. I can read and write just fine, but speaking is challenging, and I will appreciate your patience, and I will read my paper. I gave a closely related paper at the AIA meetings in, I think, 2020, but I've developed my thinking on the issue substantially. So basically, I've cut all the things out of my paper, I am re-examining the widely accepted view that Messenia has experienced drastic depopulation following the collapse of the Mycenaean palaces, and while archaeological surveys have long suggested a sharp decline in settlement, this study argues that methodological limitations and economic transformations have led to an overstatement of population loss. Incidentally, early Iron Age ceramics, particularly undecorated and low-fired wares, are notoriously difficult to detect in field surveys. Alternatively, or additionally, vessels are likely to have been produced in perishable materials. I don't actually have time to go into why the early Iron Age ceramics are less likely to be found, but suffice it to say that they are particularly difficult to detect, and especially from settlements, due to the primary necessity of making cooking pots, for which we have absolutely no local typology, and also to the difficulty of differentiating contemporaneous from later examples. So this paper will ultimately argue for a reinterpretation of post-palatial Messenia, not as a depopulated backwater exactly, but as a region experiencing complex economic and social transitions. It calls for refined survey methodologies and interdisciplinary approaches to reconstructing ancient demography. The decline in apparent site density, assumed to be a decline in population, has been noted for decades, and often by field surveys such as the University of Minnesota Messenia expedition, PrEP, and the ICLINA project. Scholars writing in more generalized terms about the collapse of palatial society or the early Iron Age also envision substantial population reductions. Despero would see the population of the entirety of Greece as being 10% as large as previously. More moderately, Murray envisions the population of Greece as a whole decreasing by 40 to 60% between the late 13th and late 11th century. Oliver Dickinson describes the level of site abandonment in Messenia as, quote, exceptional, unquote. Sue Sherritt refers to Messenia becoming an unpopulated backwater. And Jerry Rutter suggests, who is actually my predecessor in the Dartmouth job, suggests that, quote, Messenia and Laconia furnish little evidence of occupation at any point in LH3C, and were probably only sparsely occupied throughout the period, with whatever few inhabitants remained in Messenia cultivating only what Foxall refers to it as, quote, the nearest and best agricultural land. In the 1970s, Snodgrass argued for a massive population decline immediately after the fall of the palaces, perhaps over 75% of the population of Greece, followed by a sharp increase in the 8th century. Donlan follows MacDonald and Hope Simpson in suggesting that the population of Messenia specifically dropped to only 10% of its Bronze Age peak. Ian Morris, however, has made the counter-argument to Snodgrass's numbers, which would imply also to Donlan's, that they are completely impossible because they assume that women's fertility levels must have been unattainably high. He points out that Snodgrass's approach would require both implausibly high levels of 12th century emigration and a net high level of 8th century immigration, which is difficult to reconcile with the fact that the various polis were in fact beginning to found large numbers of colonies in the 8th century. He proposes that while populations may indeed have declined and then recovered, counting graves and settlements, quote, may exaggerate the scale of the swings, unquote. In short, a tiny population throughout the early Iron Age would not make a sufficient population to potentially become a basis for Sparta's apparently extensive Helot population. As a reminder, the Helots resided in both Messenia and Laconia, but the Helot population in Messenia should be substantially larger than Laconia's, if only because there were substantially more Helot-based sites in Messenia. And even if we exclude the Messenian diaspora, estimates for the size of the population vary widely, but are in all cases above 75,000 by the beginning of the classical period, and they can be up to 118,000. They must be on this scale to account for Herodotus's claim that 35,000 Helot men accompanied the Spartan army at Plataea in 479 BCE. Scheidel actually estimates the Helot population based on the carrying capacity of the land and comes to a comparable conclusion. But, anyway, to address the demographic argument more directly, a sense, even if only a general one, of what fertility rates might have looked like and how these related to population levels is critical. The other factor that affects population levels, average age at death, will have less impact because presumably all ancient populations were consistent, and particularly Helots would have not been as old at the age of death, perhaps, as other people. So the other factor that affects population levels, the poor access to resources among Helot populations may also have limited population levels by leading to premature deaths of women of childbearing age and to infant mortality. We know that ancient fertility rates must have been quite high just to maintain the population levels. Scheidel has suggested that it may have been as high to 6 to 9 children per woman who reach menopause, given the constraints of, quote, divorce, widowhood, and sterility. However, fertility rates must have been even higher to grow a population, and So basically, the argument is that if you're growing a population, you have to grow it at a specific rate in order to account for the long-term trends. So basically, Scheidel suggests that in the long term, local, regional, and temporal variations largely cancel each other out, converging into a trend of very slow net growth over time on the order of 0.05 to 0.1% annually. Historically speaking, while short-term population growth rates can, in rare circumstances, reach about 0.2% per annum, namely the population of Earth in the 1960s, long-term population growth, i.e. over 600 years, only very rarely reaches 0.1% per annum. And when they do, they've typically accompanied some combination of factors like improved medical technology, improved sanitation, or people moving into uncommonly rich, but largely or entirely unpopulated agricultural land, such as the US frontier, with the unfortunate case of illness causing high rates of indigenous mortality, and in the absence of strong countervailing pressures. For example, in the state of Utah, in 1830 to 1859, the average number of offspring per mother ranged from 8.2 to 9.6. Note that these numbers are in keeping with what we see today in heavily impoverished developing nations such as Niger, even though those nations have more swiftly growing life expectancies and so presumably more swiftly growing populations than any other, than any kind of ancient population. And we have no sense that people were moving into Laconia or Messenia in any great numbers, notwithstanding the Dorian invasion, which Jonathan Hall has argued to have been Laconian rather than Messenian, if even that. And the Messenian diaspora happened, whatever its date. I will not even address that. But with the sites of Rhegion and Zancol Messina and Kyrenaica and Locrian Napactos taking most of the migrants. A bit of basic math may clarify the issue. So if we wish to be cautious, and I'm absolutely being very cautious in this equation, using only very conservative numbers, and if we grant that the Helot populations of Messenia and Laconia in 479 BCE would have been approximately 75,000 people, even using the very tiniest number. And if we very optimistically use an annual long-term growth rate of 0.1%, then on average, for each year before 479 BCE, the population would be approximately 1 over 100, or 1 over basically 1 plus 0.1% of the rate. And this would be taken to a factor of 600. And perhaps I'm being a little optimistic in giving a completely accurate number, not. But in theory, we should have 41,173 helots in 1079 BCE. And at a growth rate, assuming a population of 75,000 of 0.5%, we end up with 55,565.53 helots. So anyway, in fact, the helot population of Messenia and Laconia should probably be estimated based on a population of more than 75,000. Early Iron Age population levels in Messenia and Laconia may have been even higher than these numbers would indicate. After the fall of the palaces, there must have been a consistent downward pressure on local population levels from a variety of sources. We know that there is evidence for a Messenian diaspora, whatever its date, as well as substantial Spartan aggression toward the Messenians. Maternal nutrition standards are unlikely to have been high, and poor maternal nutrition has been directly linked with both maternal and infant mortality. Furthermore, high overall levels of malnutrition and disease would have threatened any ancient population, but especially a badly abused or impoverished one. Those of us who have reached adulthood, except perhaps for the few biological anthropologists among us, have little idea of the range of possible sources of illness. They include, in no particular order, and noting that I don't actually know enough about any of these to claim that they were the cause of any particular any particular depression in population levels. Influenzas, brucellosis, pyrodynamic infections, including both Staphylococcus and Salmonellosis, cholera, typhoid, tuberculosis, poliomyelitis, smallpox, measles, mumps, plague, i.e. Yersinia pestis, malarias of various types, and both thalassemias of various types and sickle cell diseases of various types, i.e. hemoglobinopathies. The last three may have been particularly relevant to well-watered Messenia. So in light of the mosquito, still mosquito density. And in modern Greek populations, Rh negative status is over 11%, which, if this figure applied to an ancient population, should have led to significant loss of second and subsequent pregnancies. As a result, it's plausible that, in fact, Messenian population growth rates were, in fact, much lower than 0.1% annually, which would imply that the number of people living in obscurity in Messenia during the early Iron Age was somewhat higher than our calculations would imply. Also, if we choose to believe later writers, such as the 7th century elegiac poet Tertius, and many scholars do, the Laconians defeated the Messenians in the 8th century and again in the 7th century, making helots of those whom they defeated. Stated simply, if they were people to be made into helots, and there must have been people in Messenia to be defeated, in addition to Laconians to defeat them. On a contrasting note, as Forbes has commented for the modern era, it is very clear that uncultivated land is not at all unproductive land. He has discussed numerous wild foodstuffs, ranging from mushrooms to snails to deer, and in fact, with appropriate treatment to remove tannins, acorns are not only edible but nutritious, not particularly flavorful, but nutritious, and they have been eaten around the world, including in ancient Greece, often but not universally, at times of poverty or in rural areas. And so both Greek and Roman authors refer to balanophagy, consumption of acorns, which seems to have been particularly associated with the inhabitants of rural areas like Arcadia. However, there is textual evidence from Aristophanes that they were consumed roasted, even in the comparatively urbane environment of 5th century Athens. Pollen cores can provide some relevant data. However, these are more challenging to interpret than they have traditionally been assumed. Those collected from the Osmonica Lagoon by Prapp show that at what was dated to the transition between Bronze Age and Early Iron Age, there's a supposed increase in the amount of deciduous oak pollen and a decrease in the amount of olive pollen, which Zonger and his colleagues describe as, quote, clear signs of diminished human activity in terms of both cultivation and grazing, unquote, by which they imply that the population probably decreased. However, this conclusion has been accepted but is problematic. First, their results are not the only ones available from that location. The pollen cores that were collected from the Osmonica lagoons by the Minnesota Messenia expedition actually identified a steady increase in olive pollen around the time of the fall of the palaces. Second, neither team publishes the raw data for their radiocarbon dates. And so, unfortunately, it has been really difficult for other scholars to recalibrate the relevant dates. Third, wild, domesticated, and feral olive pollen grains are actually indistinguishable. And so it is pretty much impossible to distinguish what type of olive is flourishing at any given moment. And wild olive is known to have been a standard maquis species from the southern Greek hill slopes. Fourth, at least at Nicoria, olive wood remains in use at consistently high levels from the Bronze Age to the Early Iron Age, implying that it became no more difficult to find. In fact, we should not be surprised that olive production drops off, assuming it actually does, at around the end of the palace period, because, of course, the palace was not there to reinforce the production of olive oil and used for perfume and other purposes. So there are a wide range of challenges, but anyway, thank you.
Okay, we have a few minutes for questions. We're just about out of time, but does anybody have a question for our first presenter, for Shannon? Okay, for, oh, sorry. Emily, go ahead. Do we have a microphone for Emily?
Thank you so much, Shannon. That was really a fascinating review of some of the really important contexts in the main building. I liked your thinking about these as microclimates or microenvironments. Do you see any other situations in which such microenvironments might emerge or be evident in the record, something you got a hint of but maybe haven't explored yet in depth?
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, so I gave just one example, primarily looking at some of the really well-documented places where the walls were robbed out. There are other places where, when Schiffer's talking about microenvironments, something like removing part of the architecture can create one, but also just dips in terrain. And so I think about some of the Megaron and Megaron court spaces that you've looked at, where it looks like because those were, the courtyards in particular were open spaces and there was less material that collapsed into them. Then you have dips where others have identified the collection of some of the greasy black deposits. Before those fills take up those spaces, you have natural microenvironments where water could pool, where windblown silts could collect. So there are some other just natural places based on the way that the palace complex was comprised that could create different kinds of microenvironments.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions for Michael Loy? Jack, please.
Okay, this is Michael. So what's the big punchline? Is it you know the battle between Blagan and Lord Billy? Who was right?
Yeah, so I kind of didn't want to get into that kind of worms rabbit hole today. Around 1966, 67, Blagan and Taylor are exchanging all these letters where they're saying, it's a tholos, it's a grave circle, whatever, and Taylor writes a whole draft chapter that Blagan crosses through, and it is a chapter that says it's a tholos and whatever, and the compromise position is to write this chapter in Pond 3 that presents both alternatives, right? Rebuilding the excavation in 3D would allow one to visualize some of the arguments that they're making, but it's not something I wanted to drill into today. This was more just a methodological presentation of putting the model together rather than drilling into the analytical stuff that one could do with it.
Can we look forward to drilling into it in the future?
I gave the very diplomatic British answer there. But
Okay, I vote for grave circle. All right, any questions for Rob? Joan? John?
It's just an observation, really, to add another dimension to what you were talking about. We have two documents, of course, from Pylos, one of which is receiving fattened pigs for a festival at Pylos itself. The other one, intriguingly, apparently is sending units of wine out to the 9 towns of his province. So,
well, thanks for that, John. I'll look those up.
I have a short remark. There's also the fact, if you, again, I think I mentioned my 2010 Mycenological Conference paper about the benefactions of the Palace of Nestor and the entire system. They appoint officials who are known as the Damo Koroi and the Choristeras and the Prochoristeras. They both come from the root satisfaction. So the palace's ideology is that we have Damo Koroi, people who essentially fatten and keep the bellies full of the damoi, and also the agents, the palatially appointed agents, are the agents of satisfaction. And so well, this is getting longer than it should be. So I'll stop right there, but there is a lot of good evidence just in terms of essentially the propaganda. And there even are parallels that I've drawn to how Pepin and Charlemagne bring that empire together, using the same kinds of strategies of co-opting regional nobility and so forth. So I think you're onto something that's really important, and there's a lot of stuff in the textual records. The one record that John is referring to, too, says they will fatten in these regional areas, pigs. So, yeah, it's the era of bounty.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think Dimitri's written about this following on Chadwick. If you look at the Ekarawa, right, the king, when he's giving something, he uses his first name, but when he's getting things from people, he uses his office, because I'm just receiving things from you because that's my job, whereas when I'm presenting something to you, I want personal credit, like signing having your name on the check and so forth.
Okay, any questions for Elena and Andreas? Oh, I can't see that far down.
I would like to ask about the settlement site. You showed that some pottery fragments. Are there any architectural remains?
This is actually very poor and very few. Mostly comes from the Patriarchias plot, the one studied by Janos Lolos and part published. Well, this is a very promising site, which is the only one that can be connected to the cemetery. Okay. But apart from this, no other evidence is at least reliable. But it is for sure that we should search for something big and large, since, yes, the cemetery is quite expanded, and not only in space, but also in time.
Okay, thank you.
And finally, any questions for Julie? Or other questions for any of the presenters? Okay.
Yeah, thanks so much for your interesting calculations. I just wanted to point out to you the possibility to model the effective population size based on archaeogenetics, which we are doing now for areas like the Attica or Central Greece, where we had the chance to produce much larger data sets, and where you can really see now time slices about increase and decrease of what we call effective population size, which means those population that is reproducing, because theoretically you can exclude part of the population from reproduction. But if you compare how this changes over time, you see interesting breakdowns and also rising of population size in specific areas. And this, for the problem is for Messenia, the number of genetic data sets is unfortunately extremely small, but I mean, yes, there's a future, you know, and this is something that you could have in mind, and I think it's a strength if one would combine everything together.
Yes. Unfortunately, the data set for Messenia is insufficient.
I had two questions. Have you looked at, Julie, any kind of, I've just been reading Nosak's famous work called The End, about the effects of the firebombing of Hamburg, which is just horrid. And I was thinking again in terms of the system that Michael Cosmopoulos talked about, and others have, Rob is really talking about, namely that you have a system that's highly efficient in terms of providing even small rewards. Some of the plots that are being given to secondarily to individuals in the palatial records are like the kind of garden plots that are along the railroad tracks in Germany, you know. But that's important because there's foodstuffs for the family. You can grow things on them. And so what does happen when the center is removed that is really the driving force behind this system of extra rewards? So the person who was cloth making and farming, the family was able to hold as a farming plot a small piece of land. You know, what happens when all that disintegrates?
No, I haven't.
Can you in the future? Next conference?
I think that's probably extraneous to my argument.
Okay, Jack? Sure, go ahead.
This is for Elena and Andreas. So, before you get to the soccer field, going out of Hora toward Kefalovrisa, to the right, Marinatos reported no, this means nothing to anyone except the five of us, but Marinatos reported a Mycenaean site in that location, as I recall, in one of the articles, in one of his practica. We looked there, we found nothing, and I don't know, would it be worth putting some trenches in there? Has there been so much modification in that area since Marinatos' time that it could be masked?
Hasn't there been some rescue excavation in that area?
Has there been? I don't know.
Maybe the ephorate of Messenia could do an excavation there, a stratigraphical one.
That would be very nice.
Check it.
Here, here, Litsa.
All right, any other final questions before we end the day? John Bennett.
Since the palace appointed someone to give satisfaction, does this mean when the palace fell, they got no satisfaction?
Okay. On that note, I think let's close the day, okay? A round of applause for our presenters.